I woke up with no memory of the past year, and a dangerous billionaire Don sitting beside my bed, calling me his wife. But the note hidden in my own coat said one thing: don't trust Ernesto. Run. This is my story. Let's begin. I woke up to a man holding my hand like he owned the world, and had already decided death could not have me. That was my first thought. Not where am I? Not what happened. Not why does everything hurt. Just him. A man in a black suit sitting beside my hospital bed, his large hand wrapped around mine with a stillness that felt more dangerous than panic. He was not asleep. He was not praying. He was not crying. He was watching me breathe. The room smelled like antiseptic, rain, and expensive cologne that did not belong in a place built for blood pressure cuffs and beeping machines. White ceiling, pale walls, a monitor beside my bed ticking out proof that I was alive, an IV taped to my arm, my throat raw, my ribs on fire, my head heavy as if someone had filled my skull with wet sand. I tried to pull my hand back. His grip loosened instantly. Not enough to abandon me, enough to let me decide. That scared me more than if he had held tighter. His eyes lifted to mine, dark, not brown in a simple way, dark like polished wood in a locked room, dark like a warning with a beautiful face. For one suspended second, he said nothing. Then his jaw tightened. Fiona. My name sounded wrong in his mouth, not because he mispronounced it, because he said it like he had been bleeding it for hours. I stared at him. My heartbeat moved faster on the monitor. The machine betrayed me before my voice could. He noticed. Everything about him gave the impression of a man who noticed before other people finished deciding whether something mattered. Where am I asked. My voice came out cracked, scraped raw. His gaze flicked to my throat. A muscle jumped in his jaw. St. Aurelia Medical. That meant nothing to me. I swallowed and immediately regretted it. Pain bloomed along my neck. I lifted my free hand and felt bandaging at my temple, tenderness under my jaw, bruising where fingers might have been. Fingers. The thought arrived without memory attached. Just terror. I yanked my hand fully away from him this time. He let me. Both of his hands rose slightly, palms open, empty. The gesture should have comforted me. It did not. Men who knew exactly how to appear harmless were usually the ones who had practiced danger first. What happened to me? I whispered. His face did not change, but something inside his eyes went colder. You were attacked. The monitor kept ticking. Attacked. The word was too neat, too small. It did not explain the way my body felt broken into separate pieces and badly put back together. It did not explain why my throat burned like someone had tried to press silence through it. It did not explain why this stranger looked at me like the person who attacked me had already been sentenced in his mind. By who? We do not know yet. Yet. The word landed softly, lethally. I looked around the hospital room. There were no flowers, no balloons, no family photos, no purse on the chair, no phone within reach. Just machines, the man in black, and two shadows standing outside the glass panel of the door. Men, big men, suits, earpieces. Not hospital security. Mine? His? I pushed myself up too quickly. Pain tore through my ribs. A sound slipped out before I could swallow it. The man in black stood. He did not touch me, but he moved like every instinct in him had lunged forward and been caught by discipline at the last second. Slowly, he said. There was command in the word. Not loud, not cruel. Command all the same. My eyes snapped to his. Do not tell me what to do. His face went still. The room shifted. Not because he moved, because he didn't. The men outside the door straightened as if my voice had reached through the glass and slapped them. The man beside my bed looked down at me for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, "You used to say that often." My pulse stumbled. Used to. A cold thread pulled tight in my chest. What does that mean? He did not answer fast enough. That was when fear changed shape. It stopped being about my injuries. It became about the empty space inside my own head. I searched backward, trying to find the last thing I remembered. There was my apartment, wasn't there? A small kitchen with a cracked blue mug by the sink, rain on a fire escape, a stack of foundation files on my table, my laptop open, a message from someone named Mara, me reaching for my coat, then nothing. No. Not nothing. A flash. White marble, my bare feet slipping, a crash, a voice saying, pain knifed through my skull. I gasped, pressing both hands to my head, do not force it. His voice cut through the pain, low and controlled. Look at me, Fiona. I hated that I did. His eyes held mine. Breathe in. The arrogance of him. The calm. The assumption that if he spoke, my body would obey. I wanted to fight him. Instead, my lungs dragged air in because pain had stolen pride from me for 3 seconds. Again, he said. I breathed. The monitor slowed. His shoulders eased by a fraction. Only then did I realize he had been afraid. Not dramatically. Not visibly to anyone who did not know how to read restraint as a second language, but afraid. Of losing me? Or of what I might remember? The door opened. A doctor stepped inside, followed by a nurse who looked at the man in black first and me second. That tiny glance told me too much. In this room, even medical people checked with him before the patient. I hated that. Miss Fellowing, the doctor said gently, moving toward the bed. I'm Dr. Bell. You're awake. That's very good. Miss Fellowing, that name I knew. Fiona Fellowing. Me. Something solid. I clung to it. How long have I been here? I asked. 2 days. 2 days. My stomach turned. What happened? Dr. Bell glanced very briefly at the man beside my bed. There, again, the room had a king, and it was not the one wearing a white coat. Answer me, I said. The doctor's face softened. You were brought in with a concussion, bruising around the throat, 2 fractured ribs, a laceration to your scalp, and significant shock. You were unconscious when you arrived. I touched my throat again. This time the man in black looked away. Not far. Just enough. Guilt? Grief? Rage? Who brought me in? I asked. Silence. The doctor looked at him. The man answered. I did. My mouth went dry. You found me? Yes. Where? His eyes returned to mine. In them, something locked. At home. Home. The word dropped into the room like a blade. I stared at him. My apartment? No. Then what home? His throat moved once. The estate. I almost laughed because none of this was real. It could not be real. Estate. Men at doors. A stranger who spoke like the air belonged to him. I don't live on an estate. No one spoke. The doctor's expression changed. The nurse's hand tightened around the clipboard. The man in black closed his eyes for half a second. When he opened them, the darkness in them had become careful. Too careful. Fiona, Dr. Bell said slowly. What is the last date you remember? My skin went cold. I looked at her. What? The last date you remember clearly. I tried. My apartment. Files. Rain. My phone calendar. The fundraiser on Thursday. The transfer request from Mara. October, I said. The doctor's face tightened. What year? I said it. The room went silent. The nurse's eyes flickered toward the man in black. Dr. Bell took a slow breath. Fiona, she said, it is October of the following year. No. The word did not leave my mouth. It stayed inside me, expanding, taking up space my lungs needed. A year. A full year. Gone. I shook my head and pain flashed behind my eyes. No, that's not possible. It may be temporary, the doctor said quickly. Retrograde amnesia after trauma can affect recent memories. Sometimes they return in pieces, sometimes with triggers. Sometimes a year, I said. My voice sounded far away. A year of my life. Gone. Not misplaced. Not hazy. Gone. I looked at the man in black. He was watching me with an expression that made my chest hurt in a way my injuries could not explain. Who are you? I asked. The doctor inhaled sharply. The nurse looked down. The men outside the door shifted. The man beside my bed went absolutely still. For one awful second, I thought I had insulted a stranger. Then I realized everyone else in the room had been waiting for this question like a death sentence. He stepped closer. Not too close. Just enough that I could see the faint scar near his jaw, the expensive black watch at his wrist, the wedding band on his left hand. A wedding band. My gaze dropped to my own hand. There was a ring on my finger. Not a simple ring. Not something I would have chosen on an ordinary day with an ordinary man. A diamond set in old gold, beautiful and heavy, like it had been designed not just to decorate a hand, but to announce ownership to any room foolish enough to question it. My heart slammed. I tried to pull it off. Pain shot through my swollen fingers. The man's expression broke, only for a second. Do not hurt yourself. I froze. The command had returned. My eyes lifted slowly. Who are you? I asked again. His answer came quietly. My name is Ernesto Signianno. The name meant nothing. But the room reacted. The doctor's hand tightened around her chart. The nurse's face paled. One of the men outside the door looked away, like even hearing that name from inside the room required respect. Ernesto Signianno. A beautiful name, a dangerous name. The kind of name spoken in expensive restaurants right before everyone pretended not to listen. "And why are you here?" I asked. He looked at my ring, then at me. "Because I am your husband." The world stopped. Not dramatically. Not like in books where everything falls away and only one sentence remains. No, the world stopped like a machine. Cut from power. Every sound became too clear. The monitor, my breathing, the rain against the hospital window, the faint squeak of the nurse's shoe as she shifted her weight. "Husband." I stared at him. Then I laughed. It came out broken and small. "No." His face did not change. "I know." "No, you don't know." I pushed back against the pillows, needing distance even though the bed trapped me. "I'm not married." "You are." "No." "Yes." The word was quiet, final. I looked at Dr. Bell. "Is this some kind of mistake?" Her face softened with pity. I hated her for it immediately. "I'm sorry," she said. "Sorry." People only said sorry like that when truth had already won. I looked at the nurse. She looked terrified. Not of me, of him, of Ernesto. My husband, no. A man I did not remember marrying. A man who had been sitting by my bed holding my hand. A man everyone in this hospital seemed afraid to contradict. My breath began to come too fast. "Get out," I said. Ernesto did not move. "Fiona, get out." The men outside the door shifted again. The air changed. The doctor stepped forward. "Miss Fellowing." "My name is Fiona Fellowing," I snapped, "and I want him out." Something passed across Ernesto's face. Pain. Real. Fast. Buried. Then he nodded once. Not to me. To the room. The two men outside stepped back from the door. The nurse looked relieved and horrified at once. Ernesto moved toward the exit. At the door he stopped. His hand rested on the frame. He did not turn fully. "You are Fiona Fellowing," he said, voice low. "You are also Fiona Signianno, but until you remember why, I will not ask you to call yourself anything you fear." The words struck somewhere I did not want touched. Then he left. The room exhaled. Everyone seemed to breathe more easily with him gone. That told me enough. It also told me nothing. Dr. Bell checked my pupils, asked questions, explained trauma and memory loss and rest and stress triggers. I answered what I could: my birth date, my childhood, street, my foundation work, my apartment, my mother's death, my father's absence, the fact that I was not married, except I was, apparently. After the doctor left, the nurse stayed to adjust my IV. She kept glancing at the door. "What is he?" I asked. Her hands froze. "Miss Fellowing, what is Ernesto Signianno?" Her mouth opened, closed. Fear moved through her face so clearly it chilled me. "I'm not supposed to discuss. I am the patient." "I know. Then answer me." She looked toward the door again, then leaned closer, voice barely above a whisper. "Powerful." "That's not an answer. It's the safest one." My skin crawled. "Is he dangerous?" The nurse's eyes met mine. She did not say yes. She did not need to. Instead, she whispered, "Everyone is dangerous around men like him." Then she straightened and busied herself with the IV. My heart beat so hard it hurt. "Was I afraid of him?" I asked. Her face changed. "I don't know. Did I come here before?" "No." "Did he hurt me?" The nurse looked stricken. Before she could answer, the door opened. Ernesto stood there. The nurse went white. I went cold. He had heard. Maybe men like him did not need to listen at doors. Maybe the whole world simply carried words back to them. "Leave us," he said. The nurse fled. I pushed myself upright, despite the pain. "I told you to get out." "You did." "And yet..." His eyes moved over my face, my throat, my hands gripping the blanket. "I will leave again," he said, "but not while you are asking strangers whether I put those bruises on your throat." My pulse thudded. "Did you?" No. The answer was immediate. Hard. Almost angry. I searched his face. "Did you ever hurt me?" The room went still. His jaw tightened. "Not with my hands." The answer opened beneath me like a trapdoor. "Not with my hands." My body went cold from scalp to fingertips. "What does that mean?" His silence was worse than a lie. I laughed softly, sickly. "That is not a no." "No," he said quietly. "It is not." Behind my eyes, and I hated them. Hated that my body was weak, that my memory was gone, that a ring on my finger knew more about my life than I did. "Why was I attacked?" I asked. "We do not know yet." "Stop saying yet." His eyes sharpened. "You do not like promises hidden inside unfinished answers." The sentence struck me strangely. Too specific. Too personal. Like he had known that about me before I lost myself. "What else do you know about me?" His gaze did not move. You hate lilies because they smell like funerals. You drink tea with honey and no lemon because you say lemon makes tea taste like regret. You read the last page of books first when you are frightened by how much you care about the ending. You pretend not to like being cold, but you open windows during storms. You argue better when you are scared, and you are angry when you are hurt because anger feels safer. My throat closed. Every detail felt intimate, invasive, impossible. I did not remember giving him any of it. You could have gotten that from anyone. No, from surveillance. His face changed, just enough. A tiny tightening around the eyes. My stomach dropped. Oh my God, he said nothing. You watched me? His silence filled the room. I felt sick. Before I knew you? Still nothing. The answer was yes. Somewhere inside me a warning bell began to ring. What are you? I whispered. He looked at me for a long time. When he answered, there was no pretty lie in it. A man you married after learning exactly what I was. And what was that? His eyes darkened. The Don of the Signianno family. Don, not businessman, not billionaire, not powerful husband. Don, Mafia. The word did not need to be spoken. It entered the room anyway. My hand went to the ring again. This time, I did not try to pull it off. I simply stared at it as if it had turned into a shackle while I was not looking. I married the Mafia. His mouth tightened. You married me. Is there a difference? For the first time he looked away. That was answer enough. The monitor betrayed me again, ticking faster. Ernesto stepped back toward the door. I will let you rest. Why? He stopped. Why what? Why leave when you clearly do whatever you want? His gaze returned to mine. There was something devastating in the quiet before he answered. Because you asked me to. Then he left again. This time, no one came in for several minutes. I sat in the hospital bed with my heart pounding and my stolen year pressing against the inside of my skull like a locked room full of screams. My husband was a Mafia Don. I had no memory of marrying him. He admitted he had watched me. He admitted he had hurt me in some way that did not involve his hands. And someone had attacked me badly enough to steal a year from my life. I needed my phone, my purse, anything. My gaze moved around the room until I saw a small plastic hospital bag on the counter near the window. Patient belongings. My name printed on a label. I moved too quickly. Pain punished me. I froze, breathing through it, then tried again slower. One foot to the floor, then the other. The room swayed. I gripped the bed rail until the dizziness passed. Every step to the counter felt like walking through water. My ribs screamed. My head throbbed. My throat burned. But I reached the bag. Inside were ruined clothes sealed in plastic, a broken bracelet, my foundation ID, and a black coat folded at the bottom. No phone. No purse. I checked the coat pockets with shaking hands. Empty. Then my fingers brushed something inside the lining. A tear. No. A seam that had been opened and stitched badly. My breath caught. I dug my nail into it and pulled. The thread gave way. A folded piece of paper slipped into my palm. For a second, I could not move. I knew before I opened it, not what it said, but that it was mine. My hands shook so badly the paper crackled. The handwriting was mine. Hurried, jagged, terrified. Fiona, if you wake up and don't remember, listen to me. My vision blurred. I forced myself to keep reading. Don't trust Ernesto. Don't believe the marriage. Don't let him take you back to the estate until you know what happened in the West Wing. My heart stopped. The West Wing. I did not know what that meant, but my body did. Cold rushed through me. I read the last line. Run before he remembers what you know. A sound left me. Small, broken, not a sob. Not yet. The paper trembled in my hand. Behind me, the hospital room door opened. I spun too fast. Pain flashed white. Ernesto stood in the doorway. His eyes dropped to the note, then lifted to my face. The room went silent, except for the monitor screaming my heartbeat into the air. For the first time since I had opened my eyes, Ernesto Signianno looked truly afraid. Not of enemies, not of blood, not of death, of the paper in my hand, of my handwriting, of the truth I had left myself before memory turned into darkness. I backed away from him, clutching the note against my chest. What is the West Wing? I whispered. His face closed. The dawn returned, but his eyes stayed wounded. Fiona. No. My voice shook. Answer me. He took one step inside. I took one step back. He stopped instantly. That should have comforted me. It did not, because my own handwriting had warned me that he knew how to stop at the right time and still be dangerous. "What is the West Wing?" I asked again. Ernesto looked at the note like it had dragged a corpse into the room between us. Then he said the one thing that made every machine around me feel too loud, every breath too thin, every missing memory suddenly sharper than a knife. "The place where I found you bleeding." Chapter 2. The estate looked less like a home and more like a beautiful place built to keep women from escaping. That was my first thought when the black gates opened. Not awe, not relief, not even fear, though fear sat beside me in the back seat with its hand around my throat. The gates were iron, taller than any gate had a right to be, twisted into patterns of vines and wolves, and something that might have been a family crest if I stared long enough. Rain slipped down the metal in silver lines. Beyond them, a long drive curved through dark cypress trees toward a house that rose from the hill like it had been carved out of old money and older sins. Stone walls, black roof, tall windows glowing gold against the gray afternoon. Beautiful. Terrible. Mine, apparently. I sat stiffly in the back seat, one arm tucked against my ribs, the hospital discharge papers folded in my lap beside a bottle of pain medication I did not want to take. My coat rested over my knees. The note I had found inside the lining was hidden under the bandage wrapped around my palm, folded small enough to cut into my skin. "Don't trust Ernesto. Don't believe the marriage. Don't let him take you back to the estate until you know what happened in the West Wing. Run before he remembers what you know." I had read it so many times the words felt less like handwriting and more like a voice in my head. My own voice. Terrified. Ernesto sat beside me, not touching me, his body angled slightly toward the window, as if giving me space required physical discipline. His black coat fit him perfectly. His hands rested loose on his thighs, wedding band on his left hand. I kept looking at it, not because I wanted to, because it looked so certain. Mine felt like a question. His looked like an oath, or a warning. "Is this where I live?" I asked. My voice sounded calm. I was proud of that. Ernesto looked at the house, then at me. "Yes. With you, yes. For how long?" His jaw tightened slightly. 8 months. 8 months. I had lived in that house for 8 months. I had slept in a bed there, walked those halls, learned the staff's names, maybe argued at the breakfast table, maybe laughed, maybe cried, maybe planned my escape from a room with silk curtains and a locked door. I pressed the note harder into my palm. Was I happy here? Ernesto's gaze stayed on my face. That was something about him I was beginning to understand. When other people would look away to make lying easier, he looked directly at the wound. Sometimes. The answer hurt more than no. Sometimes meant there had been laughter. Sometimes meant the fear was complicated. Sometimes meant I could not hate him simply enough. And the other times? His eyes darkened. "You fought me. Did I win?" The question came out before I could stop it. Something moved across his face. Not a smile. Not quite. A ghost of one, maybe. A memory touching his mouth and dying there. More often than anyone else has. That should not have warmed me. It did. I hated that. The car stopped before the front steps. Men in dark suits waited beneath the covered entrance, rain shining on their shoulders. The second the car halted, they straightened. Not for me, for him. Ernesto opened his door first, stepped out, then came around to my side. I had already opened the handle. His hand stopped midair. I saw the instinct in him. Open the door. Control the moment. Help me out whether I asked or not. Then he lowered his hand. Let me do it. That was almost worse, because it meant he could learn restraint, because it meant some part of him knew he had to. I pushed the door open and stepped out. Pain sliced through my ribs so sharply I had to grip the top of the car. Ernesto's body shifted, not touching. Close enough. I looked at him through the rain. Don't. His hands stayed at his sides. The simple obedience unsettled me. A man like him, obeying one word from me, meant either I had power or he wanted me to think I did. I could not tell the difference yet. The front doors opened. Warm light spilled onto the steps. A woman stood inside. Older, maybe late 50s, with silver threaded through dark hair pinned at the back of her head. She wore a black dress and a white apron, but nothing about her face was servant soft. Her eyes filled the moment she saw me. Not politely, not performatively, like I had come back from the dead and brought the grave smell with me. "Signora," she whispered. My chest tightened. She took one step forward, then stopped herself. Everyone in this house seemed trained to stop themselves around me. I hated how much that told me. Ernesto spoke quietly. "Rosa." The woman blinked fast, gathering herself. "Your room is ready. The doctor's instructions are beside the bed. I made broth and tea." "I don't remember you," I said. It came out blunt, cruel, maybe. Her face crumpled for half a second. Then she straightened. "I know, Signora. There was no accusation in it. That made it worse." "What are you to me?" Rosa looked at Ernesto. I snapped, "Do not look at him." The hall went silent. One of the men by the door lowered his eyes. Rosa looked back at me. "I run the household," she said carefully. "But you used to say I ran more than that." My throat tightened. "Were we close?" Her eyes filled again. "Yes." One word. So much pain. I looked away first. The foyer rose around us, absurdly grand. Black and white marble floors, sweeping staircase, dark wooden banisters polished by generations of hands. A chandelier glittering overhead like frozen rain. Portraits lined the walls. Stern men, elegant women, children painted too seriously, all of them staring down at me as if they remembered what I did not. The house smelled like lemon polish, old wood, fresh rain, and something floral. Roses. No, not roses. Something sharper, cleaner, familiar. I followed the scent before I meant to. The foyer opened toward a sitting room on the right. On the table beside the fireplace sat a vase filled with white lilies. My stomach lurched. A flash of memory came hard and fast. Lilies on a table. My voice angry. "I told you I hate funeral flowers." Ernesto's voice low. "Then they leave." The sound of glass breaking. The memory vanished. I sucked in a breath. Ernesto was suddenly watching me like the entire room had become a cliff edge. "What?" he asked. I touched my temple. "Lilies." Rosa's face went pale. Ernesto turned his head toward one of the guards. The man moved instantly toward the flowers. "Leave them," I said. Everyone froze. I looked at Ernesto. "I don't want you erasing things before I understand why they matter." His jaw tightened, but he nodded once. The guard stepped back. A tiny victory. It should have felt better. Instead, the lilies stared from the table, white and obscene, and I understood that this house knew how to wound me with beauty. Rosa led us up the staircase. Ernesto stayed 2 steps behind me, not beside, not ahead. Behind, as if he had decided his presence at my back was safer than his presence at my side. It was not. I felt him there anyway. Every step hurt. By the time we reached the 2nd floor, my ribs were tight with pain, and my head swam. I refused to stop. The upstairs corridor was wide and warm, lined with paintings and soft lamps. Halfway down, a narrower hallway branched to the left. I stopped before I knew why. The hallway was dimmer than the rest, its lamps unlit. At the far end stood a closed door painted a soft pale yellow. Not white, not cream, yellow. The sight of it struck me in the stomach. Not like fear. Worse, grief, sudden, bottomless. My hand went to my abdomen before I realized I had moved. There was nothing there but pain from the attack and the waistband of my trousers. No wound, no bruise I could feel. But something inside me folded around an absence I did not understand. "Fiona?" Ernesto's voice came from behind me. Strange. Tight. I could not look away from the yellow door. "What is that room?" Rosa moved faster than I expected. She stepped into my line of sight, blocking the hallway with her body. "Not that way, Signora." My gaze snapped to her. "Why?" Her lips trembled once. "The room is not ready." The words hit me so hard I nearly stepped back. Not ready. For what? Why did that sentence make my throat close? Behind me, Ernesto had gone utterly still. I could feel it. The air around him had changed from controlled to wounded. I turned slowly. His face was pale beneath the warm olive of his skin. Not the pale of guilt. The pale of a man who had just watched a ghost walk through a door he had nailed shut. "What is the yellow room?" I asked. His throat moved. Rosa whispered, "Please, Signora, you need rest." "No," my voice shook. "What is it?" Ernesto did not answer. The silence opened between us, familiar already, a locked door made of his refusal. My anger rose because anger was easier than the ache that had grabbed my stomach. "Another thing I'm not ready to know." Pain flashed through his eyes. There. I had struck something. Good. I wanted someone else to hurt too. "Yes," he said quietly. My breath caught. At least he did not lie. I almost hated him more for that. I looked back toward the yellow door, but Rosa still blocked the hall, her eyes wet and pleading. The ache in me deepened. Not memory, not yet. A shape, an absence, a room waiting for someone who would never arrive. The thought came out of nowhere and terrified me so badly I stepped back. Ernesto moved forward. I lifted a hand. He stopped. "Take me to my room," I said. Rosa nodded quickly, wiping beneath one eye. We continued down the main corridor away from the yellow door, but I felt it behind me. A small sun-colored wound at the end of a dark hallway. My bedroom was not a bedroom, it was an argument against escape. Huge windows looked out over the rain-dark gardens. The walls were a muted blue-gray. A fireplace sat cold beneath a carved mantel. Bookshelves filled one side of the room, and a writing desk stood near the window. The bed was enormous, dressed in white and slate, too intimate for a woman who did not remember ever sleeping there. My body recognized the room. That was the worst part. Not emotionally, physically. The dip in the rug near the bed, the way the light hit the vanity mirror, the fact that I knew the second drawer on the left would stick before I opened it. I hated that. I walked to the vanity. Perfume bottles stood in a neat row, a hairbrush, a silver tray with earrings, a lipstick the color of wine, a framed photograph turned face down. My heart began to pound. I reached for it. Ernesto's voice came from the doorway. "Fiona?" I froze, then picked it up anyway. The photo showed me laughing, me, not hospital me, not bruised me, not terrified me. A woman in a deep green dress standing in a garden at night, head tilted back, hair loose, mouth open in laughter. Beside me stood Ernesto. Not smiling. Not exactly. But looking at me as if the laugh had done something to him he had no defense against. His hand rested at my lower back. Not gripping. Not owning. There. Grounding. The tenderness of the image made me feel betrayed. By him. By myself. By the version of me who had apparently allowed that hand and maybe even leaned into it. I set the photograph down slowly. "Was this real?" I asked. Ernesto stood at the doorway. He had not entered fully, as if this room was mine enough that he needed permission. "Yes. Or staged." His jaw tightened. "You hated staged photographs." I looked at the picture again. The woman in the green dress looked alive. Happy, maybe, or caught in a moment before remembering she was trapped. I could not tell. Rosa moved quietly through the room, setting a tray near the bed. "I will bring fresh tea." "Stay," I said. She stopped. I did not look at Ernesto when I spoke. "I don't want to be alone with him." Silence. Then Ernesto said, "Of course. No anger, no offense." That made it harder to hate him cleanly. He turned to leave. Before he crossed the threshold, I said, "Where is my phone?" He stopped. "With security." I laughed softly. "It was damaged. Everything useful seems to be damaged or missing." His eyes returned to mine. "You may have a replacement." "Monitored?" "Yes, at least he was honest." "No." His jaw tightened. "Fiona? No, I will not accept a leash because you call it a phone." Something shifted in his face. Memory again, maybe. A woman he knew inside my voice. He nodded once. "We will discuss it later." "I'm sure you discuss many things after deciding them." That landed. His eyes darkened. For a second, the Don looked back at me. Then the husband, if he was one, buried him. "I will be downstairs," he said. "I didn't ask." "No," he said quietly, "but you would want to know where the danger is." Then he left. The door remained open. I hated that he knew enough about me to leave it that way. Rosa stood near the tray, hands folded. I sat carefully on the edge of the bed. The mattress gave beneath me with a softness that made my tired body want to surrender. I would not. Not yet. "Did I love him?" I asked. Rosa closed her eyes. The question seemed to hurt her. When she opened them, she did not look toward the door. Good, she was learning. "You fought him," she said. "That is not what I asked." "No," she whispered. "It is the safer answer." I studied her face. She loved me, or the woman I had been. I could see it. That made her silence more frightening. Was he cruel to me? Rosa's lips pressed together. Not in the ways people expect. The same kind of answer he had given. Not with my hands. Not in the ways people expect. I was beginning to hate the shape of truth in this house. What does that mean? It means Don Ernesto would stand between you and a bullet without blinking. Her voice trembled. It also means he has never understood that a locked door can wound a woman even if there is danger on the other side. The honesty stunned me. I looked toward the open door. He locked doors? Sometimes. On me? Rosa's face folded with grief. Sometimes he thought he was locking danger out. I closed my eyes. My own note burned under the bandage. Don't let him take you back to the estate until you know what happened in the West Wing. Too late. I was here, inside the beautiful cage. Where is the West Wing? I asked. Rosa's face went white. There it was. The fear. Not sadness. Fear. She set the tea tray down with hands that shook just enough to rattle the spoon. You should ask him. I am asking you. I cannot. Cannot or will not. Her eyes filled. Both. That answer chilled me. I rose too quickly and the room swayed. Rosa came forward. Please, Signora. I need the bathroom. She hesitated. I can manage a bathroom without Mafia supervision. Color touched her cheeks. She nodded and pointed toward a door on the left. Through there. The bathroom was enormous, marble and glass and too elegant to feel private. I closed the door and locked it before Rosa could object. Then I moved fast, not toward the toilet, toward the cabinets. The note from my coat had not been the only thing I might have left myself. If I had been afraid, if I had known I might lose everything, I would not trust one hiding place. At least I hoped I would not. I searched beneath towels, behind jars, inside drawers. Nothing. My body protested every bend, every reach. Sweat gathered at my temple. The mirror above the sink reflected a woman I barely recognized, bruised throat, bandaged head, pale face, eyes too wide. Fiona Signianno. No. Fiona Fellowing. I opened the medicine cabinet. Painkillers. Bandages. Skin cream. A bottle of prenatal. I blinked. No, not prenatal. The label was turned. I reached for it, but my hand shook and knocked another bottle forward. It fell into the sink with a sharp crack. Fiona? Rosa called through the door. I'm fine. My heart was suddenly pounding too hard. I looked back at the cabinet. The bottle I thought I had seen was not there. Or maybe it had never been what I thought. Just vitamins, just medicine, just my injured mind making shapes out of shadows. I closed the cabinet and leaned against the sink, breathing hard. Then I saw it. A small corner of paper tucked beneath the edge of the mirror frame. My hand went cold. Carefully, I pulled it free. Another note. This one was written slower than the hospital note, steadier. Hidden for a version of me who had made it back to this room. My handwriting. If I disappear, ask about the West Wing. My knees nearly gave. There was more. Ask what Ernesto found on the floor. Ask why Marcelo was the last person I called. Ask why the yellow room is locked. The yellow room. My hand flew to my stomach again. A sob rose so suddenly I had to clamp my mouth shut. I did not know why. I did not know what that room meant, but my body mourned it like it knew. A knock came at the bathroom door. Not Rosa. Ernesto. I knew before he spoke. Fiona? I folded the note and pressed it inside the waistband of my trousers. What? You dropped something. The bottle. The sound, of course he had heard, or Rosa had told him, or this house carried all movement back to its king. I'm fine. Silence. Then carefully, you are breathing like you are not. I stared at the door. Do you monitor that too? His answer came after a pause. I remember it. The words were quiet. They moved through me before I could stop them. I hated him for sounding like memory when I had none. I opened the door. He stood on the other side, Rosa behind him with worry written all over her face. Ernesto's gaze moved over me quickly, my face, my hands, my posture. He did not look at my waistband, thank God. I said I'm fine. You are lying. I learned from my husband, apparently. Rosa looked down. Ernesto absorbed the strike without flinching. Rosa, he said softly, give us the room. No, I said. He looked at me. I want her here. A pause, then he nodded, then she stays. Again that restraint, again that tiny obedience that made the larger power more frightening. I moved past him back into the bedroom, keeping one hand near the hidden note. My ribs ached, my head throbbed, my mind raced. Marcelo, the West Wing, the yellow room. Ernesto found something on the floor. I sat at the vanity before my legs could betray me and looked at the photograph again. Me laughing in the green dress. Ernesto watching me. A man who might have loved me. A man I had warned myself to run from. Who is Marcelo? I asked. The room changed. Not visibly, not loudly, but the temperature of the air seemed to drop. Rosa went still. Ernesto's eyes sharpened. There, a name that mattered. Where did you hear that? He asked. Not who. Where. He knew I knew. I I smiled faintly, without humor. Interesting. His jaw flexed. Fiona, is Marcello family? A silence. Yes. Your brother? Cousin. Did I know him? Yes. Did I trust him? His expression hardened. You thought you did. The answer slid beneath my skin. My note had said Marcello was the last person I called. The man in front of me said I thought I trusted him. A warning inside a warning. Where is he? I asked. Not here. Because you don't want him near me? Yes. Because he's dangerous? Ernesto's eyes stayed on mine. Everyone in my family is dangerous, including you. Yes. No hesitation. No apology. Just truth. Laid down like a weapon between us. I looked away first because my chest had tightened again, and I did not know whether it was fear or exhaustion or the strange ache from the yellow room reaching down the hall to find me. I want to rest, I said. Ernesto nodded. Rosa will stay nearby. I didn't ask for permission. No, he said. You asked for distance. That shut me up. I hated that. He moved toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped. The west wing is locked, he said. My heart jumped. I kept my face still. Why are you telling me? Because if I do not, you will look for it injured, alone, and angry. Rosa made a small distressed sound. Ernesto's eyes remained on me. You should not go there. I stood slowly. Pain trembled through me, but I stood anyway. Is that a request or an order? His face closed. A man built of command being forced to choose another language. A warning. From my husband? His eyes darkened. From the man who found you there. The room went quiet. The second note burned beneath my waistband. The first one burned beneath my bandage. The yellow room burned somewhere behind my ribs. I smiled because if I did not, I might fall apart. Then you should know something about me, Ernesto. His name hit the room differently. His throat moved once. What? I held his gaze. If you warn me away from a locked door, I'm going to find the key. For 1 second, pain and something almost like pride crossed his face. Then the Don swallowed both. I know, he said, and that was when I understood the terrible truth. I had not been brought to a house full of strangers. I had been brought to a house full of people who remembered exactly who I was, and every single one of them was afraid of what would happen when I did too. Chapter 3. The first key I found in Ernesto Signianno's house was hidden inside a book about saints who had been murdered for telling the truth. That felt too dramatic to be coincidence. The book sat on the second shelf of my bedroom bookcase, wedged between a collection of poetry and a worn copy of Jane Eyre with my name written inside the cover. Not Fiona Signianno. Not Mrs. Ernesto Signianno. Fiona Fellowing. The sight of my maiden name steadied me. Then I opened the book about saints and found the key taped inside the spine. Small, brass, old. The kind of key that belonged to something the house had tried to bury but not destroy. For a long moment I simply stood there with it in my palm while rain tapped against my windows and the estate breathed around me like a living thing. My ribs ached. My head throbbed. My hands still stung beneath the bandage where I had hidden the first note from myself. The second note, the one from the bathroom mirror, was tucked inside the lining of my sweater. 2 warnings. 1 key. A locked west wing. And a husband who thought telling me not to open a door would stop me. Apparently Ernesto had forgotten who he married. Or maybe he remembered too well and had been waiting for me to find this. I looked toward the bedroom door. No one stood inside. No one watched me openly. But this house had eyes. I felt them in the corridor, in the quiet placement of guards, in the way every servant seemed to know when I needed tea before I asked and when I was lying before I spoke. So I moved like a woman who belonged there. Slowly. Not sneaking. Sneaking made people look closer. I slipped the key into my pocket, took the cardigan from the chair, and opened the bedroom door. A guard stood at the end of the hallway. Luca, I thought. No, that name came from Rosa earlier when she asked him to bring water. He was younger than the others, broad-shouldered, dark-haired, with a scar through one eyebrow, and the nervous stillness of a man who had already been warned that I could become difficult. Good. Signora, he said, I'm going for a walk. His eyes flicked toward the staircase. Don Ernesto asked that you rest. Did he? Yes. That sounds like a him problem. Luca's mouth twitched. Only slightly. But I saw it. Encouraging. Human. Useful. I took 1 step forward and let pain cross my face before hiding it. Not too much. Just enough. He straightened. Should I call Rosa? No. Doctor? No. Don Ernesto? Absolutely not. That time, his mouth did twitch. Interesting. Some version of me had probably made his life miserable. I wanted to know her. I wanted to become her again before this house swallowed what was left of me. I only want to walk, I said. If I sit in that room any longer, I'm going to start screaming, and I suspect that will upset the portraits. Luca looked down the hall, then back at me. You should not go far. I didn't ask how far I should go. No, Signora. Were we friendly? I asked suddenly. The question surprised him. It surprised me too. His face shifted, guarded but softer. You used to say I had the tragic loyalty of a golden retriever raised by wolves. A laugh broke out of me. Small, painful, real. It pulled at my ribs and I pressed my hand against my side. Luca stepped forward. I raised a finger. He stopped. Definitely trained. I said that? Yes, Signora. Was it true? His eyes lowered. Probably. For the first time since I woke up, something almost warm moved through me. Not trust, but evidence. I had existed here, not just as Ernesto's wife, not just as a woman in danger. I had spoken, teased irritated men with guns, left impressions. I had been real in this house. That made the missing year feel less like a void and more like a theft. I'm going downstairs, I said. He hesitated, then nodded. He followed at a respectful distance, far enough not to crowd, close enough to stop me if I fell or ran. I wondered which order he had been given. The second floor was quieter than the first. The yellow hallway waited behind me like a held breath, but I did not turn toward it. Not yet. That room had already opened something in my body I was not ready to name. The West Wing first. The place where Ernesto found me bleeding. The grand staircase curved down into the foyer, where the lilies still sat on the table. Someone had moved them to the far side of the room. Not removed. Moved. A compromise. That felt like Ernesto. Obedience with a boundary. Or control, pretending to learn manners. At the bottom of the stairs, I looked left. The main hall stretched toward the library and dining room. Right led to the formal sitting room. Past that, a darker corridor bent away from the house's warmth. 2 men stood at the entrance. Too casual. Too positioned. That was it. The West Wing. My body knew before my mind did. A cold pressure gathered beneath my ribs. Not injury. Not fear, exactly. Recognition. The hallway seemed ordinary at first glance. Same marble floor, same old paintings, same lamps, but the light was different there. Dimmer, despite the sconces glowing. The air carried a scent too clean for a lived-in house. Polish, stone, and underneath it, faint but unmistakable, bleach. My stomach turned. Luca noticed where I was looking. Signora. I did not look at him. Is that the West Wing? Silence. Answer enough. I started toward it. Both guards at the entrance straightened. Mrs. Signianno, one said. You cannot. I can. His jaw tightened. Don Ernesto's orders. I smiled faintly. I was beginning to understand something about this house. Ernesto's name was a locked door, but mine was apparently a key. Men did not know whether they were allowed to use. I am Mrs. Signianno, according to everyone who keeps throwing that name at me, I said. Does that mean anything in this house? The guard looked uncomfortable. Good. Signora, Luca said quietly from behind me, please do not make me fail at my job. That landed differently, not as command as plea. I turned slightly. What is your job? To keep you alive. My throat tightened despite myself. Then help me understand why I almost wasn't. His face went pale. The guards at the wing entrance did not move. I reached into my pocket and wrapped my fingers around the key. Not taking it out yet, just feeling its teeth press into my palm. Move, I said. The older guard swallowed. I can't. Can't or won't. He looked behind me. I did not need to turn. The air had changed. Every guard straightened like the house itself had drawn a blade. Ernesto. His voice came from the hall behind me, low and controlled. They will not move because I told them not to. I turned. He stood several yards away in a black suit, no coat, one hand at his side, the other holding a phone he had clearly forgotten existed the moment he saw me. He looked like he had been interrupted in the middle of ordering someone's ruin. Now all that danger was aimed at me. No, not aimed. Restrained. That was the worst thing about him. He carried violence the way other men carried heat, but around me he kept forcing it behind his teeth. I lifted my chin. Then tell them to move. No, it was immediate. It burned through the little warmth Luca's memory had given me. No, I repeated. No. Do you know how exhausting that word is becoming? His jaw tightened. Do you know how exhausting it is to keep finding you at the edge of danger with your pulse too high and your body not healed? My body is mine to risk. His eyes darkened. Not when you do not understand the risk. There it is again. The great Ernesto Signianno decides what Fiona is allowed to understand. Something flickered across his face. Pain. Then gone. You found another note, he said. My fingers tightened around the key. I hated him for knowing. I found several things. His gaze dropped briefly toward my pocket. Damn him. What else? He asked. Why, so you can take it? No. Lock it away? No. Decide I am too fragile to read my own handwriting? This time, the hit showed. His eyes turned colder, but not because he was angry, because I had gotten close. Fiona? My name is not a sedative. Silence fell. Luca looked like he wanted the floor to open and spare him. The guards became statues. Ernesto took one step closer. Only one. I know you want answers. I laughed. The sound was thin and sharp. Do you? How generous of you to notice. The West Wing will not give you answers cleanly. Nothing in this house gives anything cleanly. No, he said quietly. It does not. That honesty should not have disarmed me. It did, only for a second. Then I pulled the key from my pocket. Every man in the hall went still. Ernesto's gaze locked onto it. For the first time since I woke up, I saw genuine surprise break through his control. Where did you find that? He asked. In a book. His face tightened. Of course, he murmured. That sounded like grief, or memory, or both. You knew I had it? I knew you hid things in books. Then you should have searched better. His eyes met mine. I did. A chill slid down my spine. What does that mean? It means I left some hiding places alone. The answer hit strangely. He had not wanted to erase all my secrets. Just enough of them. You don't get credit for choosing which parts of my privacy to violate. No, he said, I don't. Again, the honest guilt, the refusal to look away from what he had done. It made him harder to hate and easier to mistrust. I held up the key. Does it open the West Wing? No, I stared at him, then looked toward the doors. It doesn't. It opens the small archive inside it. My pulse jumped. Archive. A word with teeth. What archive? His face closed. Not today. I laughed softly. You walked right into that? His eyes darkened. I need to see it, I said. No. I moved toward the wing doors. The older guard shifted to block me. Before I could react, Ernesto spoke one word in Italian. The guard froze. Ernesto's gaze stayed on me. Do not touch her. The command moved through the hallway like a blade drawn slow. The guard stepped back. My heart kicked. Not because I was impressed, because I understood the hierarchy of the house in one breath. Every man here could stop me. Only Ernesto could permit them to survive doing it. I turned back to him. Then open it. His silence stretched. Too long. You said you left hiding places alone, I said. Maybe past me wanted this one found. She did. My breath stopped. Ernesto's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, as if he had not meant to say it that plainly. She wanted me to find the key? She wanted leverage. Against you? Yes. The answer landed like a stone dropped into dark water. I looked down at the key. Past Fiona had hidden leverage in her own bedroom. Not a keepsake, not a memory, a weapon. Against her husband. My hand shook once. I tightened it into a fist. Then I'm using it. Ernesto stared at me for a long moment. Then he looked at the guards. Open the wing. Rosa appeared from somewhere behind him with a soft sound of distress. Don Ernesto. He did not turn. She will not stop. Rosa's eyes met mine. Fear. Grief. A warning. You should rest, she whispered. I should remember. Her face crumpled. Ernesto stepped to the door himself. One guard entered a code into the security panel. Another unlocked the first bolt. Ernesto unlocked the final mechanism with a key from his own pocket, and the doors opened. Cold air breathed out. The West Wing smelled like wax, stone, and bleach under lemon polish. My body reacted before my thoughts did. My knees weakened. The key in my palm bit deep. Ernesto saw. Stop. I hated that one word, because it was not a command this time. It was fear. I forced myself forward. The hallway stretched ahead, narrower than the others, lit by wall sconces that cast gold over pale marble. At first glance, it was immaculate. Too immaculate. The floor beneath my feet changed 3 steps in. The marble was newer there, almost the same shade, almost the same veining, but not exact. A long section had been replaced, running from the wall to the center of the corridor like a pale scar. I stared at it. A sound filled my ears, not from the house. Memory. My bare feet slipping, something warm under my palm. My own breath ragged. A voice behind me. Run. I staggered. Ernesto was suddenly closer, but still not touching. Look at me. I did not want to. I stared at the floor. White marble. New marble. A patch covering what could not be washed away. What happened here? I whispered. His voice came from beside me. You fell. I looked up. The lie was so thin it insulted both of us. I fell? His jaw tightened. You were attacked and fell. Bad enough. No, I said. Not nearly. I moved down the corridor. There were places the wall had been repaired. One strip of molding did not match perfectly. A window at the far end had glass that looked newer than the rest. I could see it in the way rain blurred differently through it. Broken glass. The nightmare, no, not a nightmare. A memory trying to breathe. Glass underfoot, my palm bleeding. Someone's voice telling me to run. I stopped at a dark wooden door halfway down the hall. The key in my hand suddenly felt alive. This one, I said. Ernesto was silent behind me. Is this the archive? Yes. I tried the key. It fit. The lock turned with a soft click, a sound too small to feel as dangerous as it did. Inside was not an archive the way I expected. No dusty boxes, no old family ledgers, no forgotten furniture draped in sheets. It was a small room with shelves, file cabinets, and a long table beneath a covered window. Everything was orderly. Too orderly. The air smelled faintly stale, like no one had wanted to open it. I stepped inside. A row of boxes sat along the back wall. One had my name on it. F. Fellowing. Personal. I looked at Ernesto. He did not stop me. I opened the box. Inside were photographs, handwritten notes, printed emails, and a small black notebook with a broken elastic band. My heart hammered. I picked up the notebook. The first page was mine. If you are reading this, either I finally trusted the wrong person, or Ernesto finally decided trust was optional. I let out a shaking breath. Ernesto stood in the doorway, his face carved still. I turned the page. Names, dates, foundation transfers, initials, M.E. Palermo, Voluto, Evos. My eyes caught on one line written harder than the others. Marcelo says Ernesto hid the ledger because it proves what he did. Ernesto says the ledger protects the women. One of them is lying, maybe both. The room tilted. The ledger. A new piece of the nightmare. What ledger? I asked. Ernesto's silence answered before his mouth did. My laugh came out hollow. I flipped another page. A folded photograph slipped free and fell to the table. I picked it up. It showed Ernesto and me in this same archive. He stood near the window, arms crossed, expression thunderous. I was pointing at him with a file in my hand, clearly furious. On the back, in my handwriting, he listens when I threaten to burn down his empire. Remember that. A shocked laugh escaped me. It hurt. I pressed a hand to my ribs. Ernesto looked at the photo, and for 1 second the grief on his face was unbearable. You took this? I asked. No, Rosa did. Accidentally. Why keep it? You said it made me look manageable. The laugh came again, softer this time. For one impossible second, I saw us there. Not clearly, not a full memory. Just the shape of two people arguing like war and wanting like weather. Then something shifted at the edge of my vision. A flash. This room. Night. Rain at the window. Me shoving papers into the box, my phone in my hand, a name on the screen. Marcelo, my own voice, frantic. I need you to tell me if he lied. Then glass breaking somewhere outside the room. The memory snapped. I stumbled backward, knocking into the table. Files slid to the floor. Ernesto moved instantly. This time his hand caught my elbow. Warm, firm, careful. I jerked away before I could think. Don't. He released me immediately. But his face had gone pale. Not offended. Wounded. Sorry, he said. That one word nearly undid me. Because he meant it. Because it was not enough. Because part of me had leaned toward his hand before fear remembered itself. I bent to gather the papers, needing something to do. My bandaged palm split open again. Blood seeped through white gauze. Ernesto saw. Your hand. I'm fine. You are bleeding. I said I'm fine. You are lying. I'm allowed. His mouth tightened. Rosa appeared in the doorway, breathless. Signora. I'm fine. You are not, she said, stronger than I expected. That made me look at her. Her eyes were wet, but her spine was straight. You would say you were fine with blood on the floor and glass in your feet. The room went still. Glass in my feet. My body turned cold. Ernesto said her name softly. Rosa? She covered her mouth. The words had escaped her. And now they belonged to me. I looked at my feet. I was wearing slippers now, but memory overlaid them. Bare skin. Blood. Glass. Running. I had glass in my feet, I whispered. Ernesto's face went hard with pain. Yes. The archive seemed to tilt again. I grabbed the table. Was I running from you? The question took all the air out of the room. Rosa's tears slipped free. Ernesto did not answer. My heart cracked against my ribs. I asked you a question. His gaze held mine. You believed you were. Believed. That word was a door. Not yes. Not no. Something worse. Why would I believe that? His eyes darkened. Because someone made sure you did. Marcelo. My last call. The note. The ledger. The West Wing. Every piece turned in my head, too fast to hold. Pain flashed behind my eyes. I swayed. Ernesto moved, then stopped himself. Rosa came to me instead, gentle hands taking my bleeding one. Sit, Signora. This time, I obeyed because the room had begun to blur. Rosa led me to the chair. Ernesto remained at the doorway like a man punishing himself with distance. Rosa unwrapped the bandage with trembling care. The cut had opened, not deeply, but enough to stain. She cleaned it while I stared at Ernesto. You know who made me believe it? His jaw flexed. Yes. Marcelo? Silence. Then, I suspect him. Suspect. Yes. But you don't know. His eyes held mine. I know enough to keep him away from you. I laughed weakly. That is not the same thing. No, he said. It is not. Rosa wrapped my hand again, tighter this time. I winced. Ernesto took one step forward. I looked at him. He stopped, always stopping, always after coming too close. When Rosa finished, I stood before she could object. I want the notebook. Ernesto's face tightened. No. There it was again, the word that made every tender thing in him useless. I picked up the notebook. He crossed the threshold. The room changed. Rosa froze. I held the notebook against my chest. Are you going to take it from me? His eyes dropped to my bandaged hand, then lifted. No. Then why say no? Because that notebook contains names. Names I wrote. Names people are still alive because no one else has found. That stopped me. He saw it. Good. He had chosen the right truth. Not power, not command. Consequence. If you want to read it, he said, voice low, you read it with me. Not because I own the answers. Because some of those answers can get women killed if they are misunderstood. The foundation. The women on the edge of my vanished life. Mara. Alina Voss. Names, not just evidence. People. I looked down at the notebook. For the first time it felt heavier than fear. I wanted to fight him. I wanted to snatch it and run. But the woman who wrote those pages had saved people. I knew that much. And if there was a chance my ignorance could endanger them, anger was not enough of an excuse. Fine, I said. We read it together. Relief moved through him so quickly he could not hide all of it. I added, but I keep it. His jaw tightened. Then he nodded. Fine. A negotiation. Tiny, fragile, maybe meaningless, maybe the first honest thing between us. I tucked the notebook under my arm and looked once more around the archive, the repaired window, the patched marble visible through the open door, the faint bleach beneath polish, the box with my name, the photograph of us arguing like we belonged to each other and maybe hated that we did. At the bottom of the box, half hidden beneath a stack of old correspondence, was a torn scrap of paper. I picked it up before Ernesto could see enough to stop me. Only one line remained. My handwriting, violent, almost unreadable. He was the last person I called because he promised he would help me run. My heart stopped. I looked at Ernesto. Marcello promised to help me run. His face did not change, but his eyes did. A terrible, quiet fury entered them. Not at me. Never at me. At the shape of what had been done. Yes, he said. You knew? I found the call log after the attack. And you didn't tell me. No. Why? His gaze held mine, bleak and honest. Because I was afraid if I gave you his name before you remembered enough, you would go to him again. My hand tightened around the scrap. Would I? Yesterday, yes. This morning, maybe. Now? I did not know. That uncertainty frightened me more than his answer. A sound echoed from somewhere deep in the West Wing. A door closing. Soft. Far away. Every head turned. Rosa went pale. Luca appeared in the hall, weapon drawn. Ernesto moved in front of me so quickly I barely saw him cross the space. This time, I did not have time to object. His body became a wall between me and the open door. "Who is in the wing?" he asked. Luca's voice came from the hall. "No one should be, Don Ernesto. No one should be." The words chilled the blood in my veins. Ernesto's hand went inside his jacket. A gun? The archive suddenly felt too small, too full of my secrets, too close to the place where I had bled. Another sound. A faint scrape, like a shoe against marble. Then silence. Ernesto looked back at me. Just once. "Stay behind me." In any other moment, I would have fought him. In that moment, with the West Wing breathing cold around us and my own handwriting shaking in my hand, I did not. Because somewhere beyond that repaired marble, someone else was inside the locked wing. And whoever it was knew exactly which ghosts to wake. Chapter 4. Someone had been inside the locked wing with us, and Ernesto stepped in front of me, like my fear belonged to him. That was the first thing that made me angry. Not the sound in the corridor, not the gun that appeared in his hand like it had always been part of him. Not Rosa's face going white beside me. Ernesto, his body blocking mine, his black-suited back filling the doorway of the archive as if danger was a language only he was allowed to speak. "Stay behind me," he said. The order slipped into the room soft and absolute. My fear obeyed before my pride did. I hated that most of all. The West Wing held its breath. Beyond Ernesto's shoulder, the hallway stretched in a cold line of repaired marble and dim sconces. Luca stood near the archive door with his weapon drawn. Another guard moved silently toward the far end of the corridor. Rosa's hand closed around my elbow, not restraining, just there, trembling. Another sound came from deeper in the wing, a faint scrape, then the softest click, a door. Luca's eyes sharpened. "South storage." Ernesto did not turn. "Take 2 men, alive if possible. Alive if possible." My skin went cold. That was not the language of a husband. That was the language of a Don. Luca disappeared down the corridor with 2 guards. Their footsteps made almost no sound. In the silence they left behind, I could hear my own breathing, too shallow, too fast, and the irritatingly steady rhythm of Ernesto's. He looked calm. He was not. I knew that somehow. Not from memory. From the way his shoulders had gone still, the way his head angled slightly toward the sound, the way his fingers held the gun without gripping too tight. Control. Always control. Then a crash exploded from the far end of the West Wing. Rosa gasped. A man shouted. A gunshot cracked through the hallway. The sound punched through my ribs. I jerked back, pain flashing white-hot through my side. Rosa caught me before I hit the table. Ernesto moved, not toward the gunfire, toward me. 1 step. Then he stopped himself so violently I saw the restraint cross his face like a wound. He wanted to reach for me. He did not. "Are you hit?" he asked. I stared at him. "No." "Are you sure?" "It was a sound, Ernesto, not a bullet." His eyes dropped to my ribs. "Do not make jokes when you are in pain. Do not give orders when you're scared." His jaw tightened. "There. Hit." The sound of running feet cut through whatever he might have said. Luca returned, breathing hard, blood on his knuckles, but not his clothes. "1 man," he said. "He got through a service panel. He left something in the storage room and ran. We caught him at the stairwell." Ernesto's voice went flat. "Who?" "Not one of ours. No identification. He bit through something before we could search his mouth." My stomach turned. "Poison?" I asked. Luca's eyes flicked to me, startled. Ernesto looked at me, too. I did not know why the question had come so quickly. Maybe I had read too many case files. Maybe some part of the missing year had trained me to expect cowards to carry exits between their teeth. Luca nodded once. "Yes, Signora. Dead then. A man had been inside the West Wing and died before he could be questioned." The beautiful house suddenly felt less like a cage and more like a battlefield wearing velvet. "What did he leave?" Ernesto asked. Luca hesitated. That hesitation turned every nerve in my body sharp. "What?" Ernesto said. Luca held up a small white card sealed in a clear evidence sleeve. On it was a single pressed lily. White, perfect, funeral flower. My throat closed. Rosa whispered something in Italian and crossed herself. Ernesto's face went cold in a way that made the room feel smaller. I looked from the card to him. Who sent it? No one answered. I laughed once, though nothing was funny. We're doing the silence thing again? Ernesto took the evidence sleeve from Luca and looked at the lily like he wanted to burn the entire world that had produced it. Marcello, he said. The name struck through me, the last person I called. The man my note said promised to help me run. The man Ernesto had kept away from me. The man who apparently sent lilies into locked wings and ghosts into hallways. My fingers tightened around the notebook I had taken from the archive. You said he wasn't here. He isn't. But his men are. Ernesto's eyes lifted. Yes. The answer was so simple, so clean, so terrifying that for a second I could not speak. Luca looked at him. Don Ernesto, the service panel was opened from the old maintenance corridor. Whoever helped him knew the West Wing layout. Rosa went still. I looked at her. You said no one comes here. No one should, she whispered. There it was again. Should. The weakest word in a house full of armed men. Ernesto slid the evidence sleeve back to Luca. Lock down the estate. Quietly. No panic among staff. Pull every interior camera from the last 6 hours. I want the name of every man who passed within 20 feet of that service corridor. Yes, Don. And find Marcello. Luca's face changed. Alive? Ernesto did not answer immediately. The silence was answer enough. Colden, Ernesto said. For now. Luca nodded and left. The archive felt smaller after he was gone. Rosa was still holding my elbow. I gently pulled away. Marcello sent that. Yes, Ernesto said. Why? To frighten you. I looked at the lily in Luca's hand as he disappeared down the hall. It worked. Ernesto's face changed, just slightly. He had not expected the honesty. Good. Let him feel what it cost me. I lifted the notebook. I want to go to my foundation. No. The word came so fast I almost smiled. Almost. There it is. You were nearly attacked inside a locked wing. A dead man left me a flower. That is not nearly attacked. His eyes darkened. Do not minimize danger to win an argument. Do not inflate danger to take away my choices. Rosa looked between us like she was watching two knives argue over which one was sharper. Ernesto took a slow breath. I saw him forcing himself into a different shape, not softer, less automatic. Why the foundation, he asked. Progress, tiny, painful. But there, because this notebook mentions foundation transfers. Palermo, Alina Voss, Marcello, a ledger. If I was investigating something before the attack, my files may be there. They may also be compromised. Then I need to know that. He stared at me. I held his gaze. If you say no, I will find another way. Yes, he said quietly. I know. Then stop making me prove it. That landed too. His eyes moved over my face, then to my bandaged hand, then to the notebook. I go with you. I assumed, and my men clear the building first. Fine. And if there's any sign of danger, you leave when I say. No. His jaw tightened. I stepped closer, ignoring the flare in my ribs. I am not one of your men. I am not under your command. I will not agree to obey you in advance because danger makes you feel entitled to my body. The words stripped the air. Ernesto looked at me as if I had reopened an old fight with a new wound. Maybe I had. His voice lowered. Then what will you agree to? The question surprised me. I blinked. Rosa's lips parted slightly behind me. Even she had not expected him to ask. I swallowed. I will agree to listen if there is a real threat. His face remained unreadable. And if I say there is? Then you explain it, fast. A long silence. Then he nodded. Agreed. It felt absurd that one word could make my throat tighten. Not because it was romantic, because it was respect. And I was starving for it in a house full of people who loved me enough to hide knives in their sleeves and truth behind their backs. The Fellowing Foundation occupied the 3rd floor of an old brick building near the river. It was smaller than I expected. Not small in mission, small in glamour. No marble lobby, no giant glass sign, no billionaire donor wall glittering under spotlights. Just a narrow stairwell, a security door, and a brass plaque beside it that read, Fellowing Foundation Emergency Relocation. Legal support. Survivor advocacy. My throat tightened. This was mine, not his. Not the Signianno family's. Mine. I stood in front of the door with Ernesto behind me and 3 of his men posted at the stairwell. Rainwater dripped from their coats onto old tile. The whole building smelled like damp paper, coffee, and radiator heat. I touched the plaque. A small memory sparked, me laughing while trying to screw it crookedly into place. A woman beside me saying, "Fiona, it's leaning." Me answering, "So am I," and we're both still doing the job. Gone. My eyes burned. "Who was with me when this was put up?" I asked. Ernesto's voice came from behind me. "Mara Ellison." The name from my last remembered day. My chest tightened. "Where is she?" "Safe." I turned. "That is not an answer. It is the answer I can give in an open stairwell." I hated that his caution made sense. He entered a code into the keypad. I raised an eyebrow. "You know the code to my foundation?" His mouth tightened. "You gave it to me after the 3rd break-in." That shut me up. The door unlocked. Inside, the office was dark until Luca switched on the lights. Fluorescent panels flickered overhead, desks, filing cabinets, a small kitchenette, a corkboard covered in legal aid numbers and shelter protocols. A row of donated coats hanging near the entrance. Children's drawings taped along one wall. Something inside me weakened. This place had heart. It was not beautiful like Ernesto's estate. It was alive, messy, used, human. I walked slowly past the desks, touching the back of one chair, then another. The office seemed to know me differently than the estate did. Not as a wife, not as a mystery. As a woman who had worked here too late, argued on phones, built escape routes out of paperwork and stubbornness. On the far wall was a photo board. Not public, personal. Dozens of photographs pinned between notes, postcards, coded initials, and small symbols I did not understand. Some faces were blurred or covered. Some photos showed only hands, shoes, sunsets, children's backpacks, kitchen tables in new apartments. Proof of survival without proof of location. I stepped closer. A photo near the center caught me. A woman with dark hair stood on a beach with 2 children. The woman's face was turned away from the camera, but one little girl looked directly into it, grinning with missing front teeth. The boy beside her held a red bucket like it was treasure. Below the photograph, written in my handwriting, were words that made the room tilt slightly. Voss. Children relocated. Never confirm death unless body verified. Voss. Alina Voss. The name from the notebook. My fingers hovered over the picture. Who is she? Ernesto had gone still behind me. Too still. I turned. His face gave nothing. His eyes gave too much. Ernesto. She was one of your emergency transfers. Was? His jaw tightened. She disappeared. The words sat between us. Disappeared. Not died, not safe. Disappeared. I looked back at the photo. The little girl's smile blurred. Did Marcelo have something to do with her? No answer. I turned again. Did he? We do not know. That was a lie. Not fully, maybe, but enough. I had started to recognize the texture of his omissions. I pulled the photo gently from the board. Ernesto's voice sharpened. Do not take that. My eyes snapped to him. His hand had lifted slightly, not to grab me, to stop me. He lowered it. Too late. I wrote the note under it, I said. That photo is part of a protection protocol. She matters. Yes. Then tell me why. His eyes held mine. I cannot. I laughed softly. It is not because I do not trust you. No, it is because you do not trust my lack of memory. Yes, the honesty hit, harder than a lie would have. I placed the photo back exactly where it had been, smoothing the corner under the pin. Fine, I said. But when I find out you hid something about her too, don't act surprised when I hate you for it. His face tightened. I won't. The office seemed to hum around us. Luca cleared his throat from the doorway to the back hall. The private office is clear. My private office. The words moved through me. I followed him past the desks into a smaller room at the rear. It looked exactly like a woman who had no time to pretend her life was neat. Files stacked everywhere, books on law, trauma, money laundering, domestic violence, and maritime logistics, a half-dead plant on the windowsill, a mug that said "Say it with your whole chest" in faded black letters. I almost smiled, then I saw the wall behind the desk. Maps, pins, strings, routes, names, Palermo, Gibraltar, Marseille, foundation transfers, Signianno routes, and one photograph of Marcello Signianno in a gray suit, smiling outside a charity gala beside me. My stomach tightened. He had his hand near my back, not touching. Almost. The way men did when they wanted a camera to believe intimacy without making it punishable. There was a note beneath the photo. M knows too much before I tell him. Why? My breath caught. Ernesto stepped into the office behind me. His gaze went straight to the wall. Not surprise, recognition. You've seen this before, I said. Yes. When? After the attack. You searched my office. Yes. I turned to him. Before or after you took my phone? After. At least we're consistent. His mouth tightened. I did not know what had been compromised. You mean who I had told? Yes. Marcello? His eyes hardened. Yes. I looked back at the wall. There were more notes. Palermo transfer rerouted without my authorization. A. Voss emergency move. Funding delay blamed on system error. Lie. Marcello says Ernesto has ledger. Ernesto refuses to confirm. If E is guilty, why protect women after routes burn? If M is helping, why does every answer make me more afraid? My chest tightened. Past Fiona had been sharper than wounded Fiona. She had suspected everyone. Good. I trusted her more by the second. I opened the desk drawers. The first held pens, sticky notes, legal pads. The second held a locked box. I looked at Ernesto. Key? He shook his head. I did not find one. Or you did and left it? I did not find one. I believed him. That irritated me. I searched beneath the desk, inside the plant pot, under the keyboard. Nothing. Then my eyes landed on the mug. Say it with your whole chest. I lifted it. A small key was taped to the bottom. Despite everything, a laugh escaped me. Ernesto looked at the mug, then at me. You were unbearable, he said quietly. Sounds like a survival skill. It was. The answer softened something in the room. Only for a second. Then the lockbox opened. Inside was a hard drive, a burner phone with no battery, and a folded letter addressed to myself. My hands went cold. I opened the letter first. Fiona, if you got this far, you knew not to trust easy answers. Good. A breath shook out of me. The foundation was used, but not the way Ernesto thinks and not the way Marcello claims. Follow A. Voss. Follow Palermo. Follow the ledger. If Marcello tells you he is your only safe route, remember this. Safe routes do not require you to disappear from everyone who loves you. Everyone who loves you. My eyes lifted to Ernesto against my will. He was watching my face, not the letter. I looked down again before he could see too much. If Ernesto refuses the ledger, make him tell you whether he is protecting the women or protecting his throne. He will hate the question. Ask it anyway. That sounded like me. God, that sounded like me. I folded the letter slowly, then picked up the burner phone. No battery, I said. Ernesto's gaze sharpened. No. I looked at him. Did you take it? No. Luca stepped into the doorway. There's a battery in the lockbox lining. We both looked at him. He shrugged faintly. You used to hide backup things in linings, Signora. I stared. Then laughed once. A real laugh this time, startled and painful. Luca looked quietly pleased with himself. I found the battery beneath the lining exactly where he said it would be. The phone powered on. One saved contact. No name, just the letter M. Marcello. Before I could decide whether to call, the phone buzzed in my hand. A new message appeared. I know Ernesto took you back to the cage. I know you don't remember me, but you trusted me before he broke you. My blood chilled. Ernesto crossed the room in 2 strides. I held the phone away from him. Do not. He stopped. Barely. His eyes were on the screen. Another message arrived. Ask him why he hid Alina Voss. Ask him why your blood was on the West Wing floor. Ask him why he married you the night before you were supposed to testify. My breath stopped. Testify. Married the night before. My gaze lifted to Ernesto's. His face had gone cold. Not confused? Not surprised? Guilty? No? Worse. Afraid. Afraid I had just been handed the sharpest version of the truth. The phone buzzed again. If you want the truth, come to me. Alone. He will never let you see the ledger. A final message followed. He didn't marry you because he loved you, Fiona. He married you because you were about to destroy him. The office went silent. Every file, every photo, every survivor's drawing, every map seemed to tilt toward the phone in my hand. My wedding ring felt suddenly heavier. Ernesto's voice was low. Give me the phone. No. Fiona, no. His jaw tightened, but he did not take it. My hand shook around the burner. I looked at the photo wall, at Alina Voss and her children, at Marcello's smiling face, at my notes accusing everyone. Then I looked at my husband, the Mafia king everyone feared, the man my own handwriting warned me against, the man who knew too many answers and withheld almost all of them. Is it true? I asked. He said nothing. My heart cracked against my ribs. Did you marry me the night before I was supposed to testify? The room seemed to lose all air. Ernesto's eyes held mine, and in the silence before he answered, I understood that Marcello had not needed to lie about everything. He only needed to tell the truth in the order that hurt the most. Chapter 5. Ernesto did not deny marrying me the night before I was supposed to testify. That was how I knew Marcello had aimed the knife correctly. Not because Ernesto looked guilty in the simple way. Nothing about him was simple. His face did not crumble. He did not rush to explain. He did not reach for me or bark some order or steal the burner phone from my hand. He just stood in my foundation office, surrounded by my old maps, my survivor files, my notes, my warnings, and let the silence answer first. The silence said yes. The silence said there was more. The silence said I was going to hate him before he finished telling me. My fingers tightened around the burner phone until the plastic edge bit into my palm. Answer me, I said. Did you marry me the night before I was supposed to testify? Ernesto's eyes held mine. Yes. The word should have shocked me. It did not. Some part of me had already fallen through the floor before he spoke. Luca looked away from the doorway. One of Ernesto's men shifted near the outer office. The whole foundation seemed to hold still around us, as if the battered desks and survivor drawings and emergency coats all understood that something sacred was about to be dragged into the open and judged. I laughed once. The sound came out small and sharp. Of course you did. His jaw tightened. Fiona? No, don't say my name like you can make it less ugly. It was not what Marcello wants you to believe. But it was convenient. His silence cut deeper than his answer. I stepped closer, ignoring the stab in my ribs. Wasn't it? His eyes darkened. Yes. There. Honest. Brutal. Useless. I hated him for being honest when the truth still had teeth. I lifted the burner phone and shook it once. He says you married me because I was about to destroy you. He wants you to think destruction was the only possible outcome. Was it? No. Then why marry me the night before testimony? His gaze moved past me to the wall of notes, to Marcello's photo, to Alina Voss's beach picture with her children, to my own handwriting, if E is guilty, why protect women after routes burn? When Ernesto looked back at me, something tired and raw lived under the control. Because your testimony would have named Signianno routes, he said. Not mine alone. The families. The councils. Men who had protected women through ugly channels for years would have been exposed beside men who used those same channels to hunt them. Marcello was already arranging the evidence so the guilty and the protected looked identical. My stomach twisted. I hated answers that made sense. So you married me to stop it. I married you because my name made it harder for them to touch you before we separated truth from poison. Your name, I repeated. Again with the name. Your name as shield. Your name as cage. Your name as the solution to every problem you created by being what you are. Pain flashed across his face. Good. I wanted him to feel that. I did not force you, he said quietly. My heart gave one hard, miserable beat. I don't remember agreeing. I know. That makes your answer useless. Yes. The office went quiet. Rain tapped against the windows. Somewhere in the front room, a radiator clicked and hissed. The burner phone sat hot in my palm, Marcello's messages glowing like poison dressed up as rescue. I looked down at the screen again. He didn't marry you because he loved you, Fiona. He married you because you were about to destroy him. Love, the word seemed absurd in this room full of crime maps and survivor codes. Did you? I asked. Ernesto's gaze sharpened slightly. Did I what? Love me. The question entered the office and changed the air. Luca became very interested in the floor. Ernesto did not look away. Yes, no hesitation, no performance. One word, a confession stripped of defense. I swallowed against a throat suddenly too tight. Before or after you married me? His voice lowered. Before. That should not have hurt. It did. Because if he had married me only for power, I could keep the hatred clean. If love had been there too, then every choice became more complicated, more intimate, more unforgivable in places. You watched me before I knew you, I whispered. Yes. You removed Daniel Pierce. His face changed at the name. So did mine, though I still did not remember the man. Only the file. Only the violation. Yes. You hid things. Yes. You married me before testimony. Yes. And I'm supposed to believe love was not just another word for control. No, he said. You are supposed to believe nothing until I earn it. The answer stopped me. I stared at him. He looked at me with the steady darkness of a man who had finally understood that demanding trust from someone he had frightened was another of violence. The realization did not absolve him. But it mattered. Damn him. It mattered. The burner phone buzzed again. I flinched before I could stop myself. Ernesto's eyes dropped to it. A new message appeared. He is standing near you right now, isn't he? Ask him why he never lets you be alone with the truth. Cold slid down my spine. I looked toward the office door, toward the windows, toward the street 3 floors below. How does he know? Ernesto was already moving. Not toward me. Toward the window. Luca. Luca stepped fully into the office, phone to his ear before Ernesto finished saying his name. Across the street, Ernesto said. Blue sedan or rooftop? He has eyes. The words moved through the room like a match dropped into gasoline. His men shifted. One left immediately. Another closed the blinds. Luca spoke fast into his phone, voice low and sharp. I stood frozen beside my desk. Marcello was watching. Or one of his men was. Had he seen me arrive? Seen me touch Alina's photo? Seen me hold the burner phone? Seen Ernesto me standing in the office like husband and wife and enemy and something worse than both? Ernesto turned back to me. We leave. No. His face tightened. Fiona? No, I am done being moved every time danger enters the room. He knows you are here. Good. Then he also knows I found the Foundation files. That makes you more valuable to him. I was already valuable enough to attack. His eyes went lethal. That one landed too deep. I saw it. I hated that I saw it, because his fury for me felt real. Because real did not mean safe. I picked up the hard drive from the lockbox and held it out. What's on this? Ernesto looked at it. I don't know. You didn't check? No. Why? Because it was yours. A bitter smile touched my mouth. Privacy suddenly became important? His jaw tightened. I was learning it too late. The answer should have been manipulative. It did not sound like that. It sounded like regret with no elegant place to stand. I looked at Luca. Can someone read this? Luca glanced at Ernesto. Do not look at him, I snapped. Luca looked back at me. Yes, Signora, securely. Do it. Ernesto said nothing. That was new. I noticed. I hated that I noticed. Luca took the hard drive and left with 2 men. Ernesto stayed near the window, body angled toward me, a tension split between my face and every possible threat outside the office. I picked up the letter again and read the line about the ledger. If Ernesto refuses the ledger, make him tell you whether he is protecting the women or protecting his throne. He will hate the question. Ask it anyway. Past Fiona knew me. Past Fiona knew him. I looked up. Where is the ledger? Ernesto's face went still. There it was, the question he hated, the question I was supposed to ask. His voice came out low. Not here. I did not ask where it wasn't. No. Where is it? His silence was answer and refusal. I stepped around the desk toward him. Is the ledger real? Yes. Does it prove Marcello used my foundation? It proves pieces. Does it prove you used my foundation? His eyes held mine. Yes. My stomach dropped. The office seemed to dim. Yes, I repeated. The foundation's furs moved through Signianno routes. You used my women. No. The word cracked through the room, not loud, but sharp enough that even I stilled. Ernesto took one step closer, then stopped, hands at his sides. I used my routes to move women. Your foundation could not move safely through legal systems already bought by their husbands, fathers, handlers, and judges. You knew that. You hated it. Then you approved it when the first girl survived because of it. My breath trembled. A memory sparked. Me slamming a file onto a table. Ernesto saying, "The legal road is watched." Me saying, "Then buy me an unwatched one." Gone. I pressed a hand to my temple. He saw. What did you remember? I don't know. My voice shook. Something about a girl. Layla. The name pierced me. A teenage girl in a hoodie, a bus station, a scar under her eye, my hand touching her shoulder. Run fast. Don't look back until the ocean is between you and him. I gasped. The memory vanished, but the feeling stayed. Layla alive because we used a dirty road. My foundation. His routes, moral contamination, practical survival. My eyes burned. I approved it? Yes. And the ledger? His jaw tightened. The ledger records every route, every payment, every official, every alias, every safe house connected to those movements. I went cold. Every woman? Not all. Enough. Enough. The word landed like a death sentence. If Marcelo gets it, I said slowly, he can find them. Yes. If the council gets it without context, they can expose them. Yes. If I get it wrong, I can hurt the people I tried to save. Pain moved through Ernesto's face. Yes, I hated that. I hated being forced to understand his silence. I hated that withholding the ledger was not simple villainy. I hated that the note in my own handwriting had asked the right question. Protecting women or protecting throne? Maybe both. Maybe that was the ugliest truth. Were you protecting them, I asked, or protecting your throne? His eyes did not leave mine. Both. I almost laughed. Finally, a clean answer. It is not clean. No, but it's honest. The room went quiet again. Outside, a siren passed somewhere distant and faded into rain. Luca returned with the hard drive in a sealed case. We need to do this at the estate. It is encrypted and likely triggered. Triggered how? I asked. If opened wrong, it may wipe itself. Of course. Past Fiona had apparently trusted everyone as much as I currently did. Smart woman. We go back, Ernesto said. This time, I did not argue. Not because he ordered it, because the foundation office no longer felt safe, and I was learning the difference between refusing control and ignoring reality. Still, I lifted the burner phone. I keep this. No. My eyes flashed to his. He inhaled once, recalibrating. Marcelo is using it to track, pressure, and manipulate you. Then we use it back. His eyes sharpened. We. I had said we. I hated that too. I keep it, I said. You may have your people clone it or whatever criminal billionaire mafia kings do with phones. Despite everything, Luca coughed once behind his hand. Ernesto did not smile, but something in his face shifted. Fine, he said. Fine. A second negotiation. Not trust. Not yet, but something with bones. The estate looked darker when we returned, or maybe I did. The gates opened. The house waited. Rain turned the windows black. I did not look toward the yellow hallway when we entered, but I felt it. That soft sun-colored door at the end of a dim corridor. Ask why the yellow room is locked. My stomach clenched. Rosa met us in the foyer, hands wringing until she saw me watching them. Then she folded them tightly at her waist. Tea, Signora? Not yet. Her eyes moved over my face. You look pale? I feel worse. The honesty made her eyes soften. Ernesto looked at her. Food in the private dining room, not the main hall. Rosa nodded and hurried away. I turned to him. You decide dinner locations, too. His gaze returned to mine. The main hall has too many entrances. Of course. I can explain every tactical decision until you are tired of hearing them. I was tired before you started. Something almost alive moved at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile, but close enough that it startled me. Then his face sobered. The hard drive will take time. And the ledger? No. Just no. No explanation. No progress. My anger sparked again. He saw it. The ledger is not a file you read while injured and furious, he said. It is not only guilt, Fiona. It is shelter. It is graves. It is every woman your foundation hid, every official I bought to keep her hidden, every man Marcelo paid to find her again. In the wrong hands, it does not expose crimes. It kills survivors. The words stopped me. They hit exactly where Layla's memory still ached. exactly where Alina Voss's children smiled from a beach photo inside my mind. I hated that he knew where to aim truth too. Then whose hands are right? I asked. His answer came quietly. Yours, when you remember enough not to mistake every name for evidence instead of a life. I looked away. That was either the most manipulative answer he could have given or the most honest. Possibly both. Dinner was waiting in a smaller room off the garden corridor. Not grand. Not the long table I imagined mafia wives being displayed at beside men who mistook silence for loyalty. This room had a round table near a fireplace, 2 place settings, low lamps, and windows streaked with rain. Too intimate. I stopped at the threshold. Ernesto noticed. We can eat elsewhere. The offer landed softly. I didn't say I was afraid. No. But you heard it anyway. Yes. I entered because refusing the room would not make me stronger. It would only make the room more powerful. Rosa had made broth, bread, roasted vegetables, and tea with honey and no lemon. No lemon because lemon made tea taste like regret. Ernesto knew that. Rosa knew that. The woman I had been was everywhere. I sat carefully. Ernesto waited until I did before taking the chair across from me, not beside me. Distance. Respect. Strategy. I could not tell where one ended and another began. For several minutes we ate in silence. I hated how hungry I was. My body did not care that my life had become a locked room mystery. It wanted warmth, salt, water, rest. Ernesto noticed every wince. He did not comment. That was probably the most merciful thing he had done all day. Finally, I set my spoon down. Did I sit here before? Yes. With you? Yes. Did we fight? Often. About what? Whether I was confusing protection with ownership. I looked at him. He did not soften the answer. Did you? Yes. My chest tightened. And did you stop? His gaze lowered to his untouched wine. Not soon enough. That answer felt like fingers brushing a bruise. I picked up my tea. The cup warmed my palms. Why did I stay? His eyes lifted. The fire cracked softly between us. Because you believed there was a difference between the man I was trained to be and the man I chose to be with you. The room went still. I looked at him, and for 1 second, the dangerous edges of him blurred beneath something I did not want to recognize. Hope. Not mine. His. God help me. He had hoped that the missing woman inside me might come back and defend him. I could not give him that. Not yet. Maybe I was wrong, I whispered. His face tightened. Maybe. No argument, no manipulation, just the possibility of his own condemnation accepted at the table between us. That did something to me. Not forgiveness, not trust, but a crack in the wall where curiosity could breathe. I looked down at my hands. The woman in the photograph in my room looked happy. She was laughing at me. Why? I had told a council underboss that if he interrupted you again, I would remove his tongue and donate the silence to charity. The laugh escaped before I could stop it. It hurt so badly. I clutched my ribs. Ernesto half rose. I lifted a hand, still laughing and wincing. Don't. He froze, sat slowly, but his eyes were fixed on me with a hunger that had nothing to do with the body. He looked at my laugh like the photograph had come alive. That frightened me more than his gun. Because for one moment, I understood how a woman could love being looked at that way. The moment broke when Luca entered. His face was tight. The hard drive opened. Ernesto stood. I stood too. He looked ready to tell me no. He did not. Good. Luca's gaze moved between us. There are recordings. One is marked, if I forget. My skin went cold. We followed him to the security room. Screens lined one wall. Men moved out as we entered, leaving only Luca at the door. On the central monitor sat a paused audio file. No video, just sound. My own voice waited behind the play button. Ernesto stood beside me. Not in front. Beside. I noticed. I wished I did not. Play it, I said. Luca did. Static. Then my voice filled the room. Not hospital weak. Not confused. Me. Sharper. Tired. Afraid but controlled. If I am hearing this because something happened, then I got too close. The ledger is real. Marcello wants me to believe Ernesto is the monster at the center of it. Ernesto wants me to believe Marcello is. I don't know which man is lying. I only know both are hiding something. My breathing went shallow. Ernesto stared at the screen as if my voice had turned into a ghost. The recording continued. Alina Voss is the key. Her children were moved first. If anyone says she is dead, demand proof. Never confirm death without a body. Alina. Her children on the beach. My chest tightened. Then the recording shifted. Paper rustled. My past self exhaled shakily. Ask Rosa what happened to the yellow room. Ernesto cannot bear to say it. The room vanished. Only those words remained. The yellow room, Rosa blocking the hallway. The ache in my stomach. Ernesto going pale. I turned slowly toward him. He looked like the recording had reached into his chest and closed a hand around his heart. What happened to the yellow room? I whispered. He did not answer. The recording kept going. My voice lower now, more urgent. And if Ernesto hides the ledger from me, he chose empire over me. Remember that. Do not let his tenderness distract you from his silence. Men like him do not have to lie if they can decide what truth survives. The file clicked. Ended. No one spoke. The security room hummed around us. Screens flickered. Rain tapped against the dark windows. I looked at Ernesto. He looked back at me, and every secret between us seemed to stand up at once. The ledger, Alina, the yellow room, the marriage, the tenderness, the silence. My own voice had warned me not to be distracted by the very thing in him that hurt the most to distrust. I lifted my chin. Where is the ledger? His jaw tightened. Pain moved through his face. Then control. Then something harder. No. The word landed between us exactly as my past self had predicted. And in that moment, with my own warning still echoing from the speakers, I understood that whatever Ernesto Signianno felt for me, whatever part of him had loved me, mourned me, protected me, and feared losing me, he had still chosen to hide the truth. And maybe that was the most dangerous kind of love there was. Chapter 6. My own recorded voice told me not to trust Ernesto's tenderness, and then Ernesto proved her right with one word. No, that was all he gave me. Not an explanation deep enough to survive what I had just heard. Not the ledger. Not the truth. Just no. The security room hummed around us, full of cold screens and darker secrets. My past voice still seemed to linger in the air, sharper than any living woman in the room. Do not let his tenderness distract you from his silence. Men like him do not have to lie if they can decide what truth survives. I stared at Ernesto, the man I had apparently married, fought, loved, feared, warned myself about, and maybe trusted too late. He stood beside the console, face carved into control, but his eyes betrayed him. Pain lived there, fear too. Not fear of me, not even fear of Marcelo, fear of what the truth would do once it reached my hands. That might have moved me if I was not so tired of being treated like something breakable. No, I repeated. His jaw tightened. No, I laughed once. It came out ugly. Lucas stood by the door, silent and rigid, like he would rather be shot than witness another marital war inside a security room. Too bad. This house had made our marriage everyone's business the moment it wrapped guards around my life. You heard the recording, I said. You heard me. Past me knew you would refuse. Yes. And you're still refusing. Yes. Because you think you know better than both versions of me. Something in his face flickered. No, he said. Because both versions of you would destroy yourself before letting someone else die in your place. That struck. Not enough to stop me. Enough to hurt. I stepped closer. Do not make my courage your excuse. His eyes darkened. I am making your history my warning. My history belongs to me. So do the names in that ledger? He asked quietly. The room went still. I hated him for choosing exactly the right wound. Alina Voss's children flashed in my mind. The beach photo, the red bucket, the note beneath it. Never confirm death unless body verified. Layla in a hoodie. A bus station. A road bought with dirty money and survival. My foundation had not existed in clean rooms. It had operated in the world as it was, not as it should have been. And Ernesto knew that. He knew the moral weight of the ledger was not just evidence, it was lives. Still, the refusal cut. You keep saying the ledger can kill survivors, I said. Fine. Then sit with me, read it with me, explain every name. No. The second no was softer, worse. Why? His eyes held mine. Because you do not only need facts, you need context, and you do not have enough memory yet to know which parts of you wrote those codes, which parts of me paid for them, and which parts Marcelo altered. Then give me context. I can give you mine. Then do it. My context will sound like defense. Maybe because it is. Yes. The honesty stopped me for half a breath. He continued, voice low. If I hand you that ledger now, every page will look like proof that I corrupted what you built. Some of that will be true. Some will be Marcello's contamination. Some will be the cost of keeping women alive when the law had already sold them back to their abusers. You will not know which is which. And you do? No. His mouth tightened. Not all of it. That chilled me more than confidence would have. You don't know all of it? No. Then why are you the one holding it? Because if I let go before I know who touched it, Marcello can turn your foundation into a grave map. I looked away. For one terrible second, I understood him. That made me angrier. Understanding was not forgiveness. Sometimes it was the cruelest form of confusion. My recorded voice had been right, his tenderness distracted, but so did his logic, his guilt, his restraint. His willingness to stand there and let me hate him while still refusing to hand me the thing I demanded. I folded my arms carefully around my aching ribs. So what now? We verify the hard drive. We trace Marcello's contact. We secure Alina if she is alive. If. His eyes sharpened. I saw it. The hesitation. The tiny, fatal pause. My entire body went cold. You know something about Alina? No. Yes, you do. His face closed. There it was again. The wall. I took a step back from him, and something inside me seemed to retreat, too. You are impossible, I whispered. His eyes lowered. No, he said quietly. I am afraid. The words landed softly in the room. Too softly. I looked at him. He stood there in the hard blue light of the screens, dangerous and controlled and apparently terrified, though no other man in the room would have known what to call it. What are you afraid of? I asked. For a moment, I did not think he would answer. Then he said, that the truth will return you to the moment right before you ran. My throat tightened. The west wing rose between us. Repaired marble. Bleach under polish. Glass in my feet. A voice telling me to run. You think I'll run again, I said. I think Marcello built your fear carefully the first time, and you gave him materials. His eyes closed briefly. Yes. Silence. There were moments when his guilt made him look almost human. I hated those most, because monsters were easier. I turned toward the door. Where are you going? He asked. Somewhere you are not saying no. Fiona. No. My voice cut through the room before he could continue. You do not get to follow me with another refusal. You do not get to wrap every secret in survivor safety and expect me to thank you while my own life is locked away from me. You want me to remember context? Fine. I'm going to find some. I walked out. No one stopped me. That almost made me cry. I did not know where I was going until my feet took me to the chapel. The estate chapel sat at the end of a quiet corridor on the eastern side of the house, behind carved wooden doors that smelled faintly of beeswax and old prayers. I had passed it once on the way from the foyer to the garden hall and felt nothing then. Now, standing before it, I felt the pulse of something buried. Not fear, not grief. Something more dangerous. Choice. My hand hovered over the door, then I pushed it open. The chapel was small compared to the rest of the estate, which somehow made it more powerful. No grand cathedral drama, no towering saints glaring down from impossible ceilings, just warm stone walls, narrow stained glass windows, rows of polished wooden pews, and an altar dressed in simple white linen. Candles flickered along the side wall, though I did not know who had lit them. Maybe Rosa, maybe Ernesto, maybe me, once. The air smelled like wax, dust, and lavender, not lilies. Thank God. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The silence felt different here. Not empty. Waiting. I walked down the aisle slowly, one hand trailing along the pews. Halfway to the altar, my fingers brushed a carved notch in the wood. My body stopped. I looked down. On the end of the pew, barely visible unless someone knew to look, were two initials carved inside a small uneven circle. F+E. My breath caught. It looked childish, ridiculous, completely unlike Ernesto, which meant I had probably done it. A flash came. Me kneeling on the floor in a dress, one hand holding a small knife from a fruit tray. Ernesto's voice, dry behind me. You are vandalizing consecrated furniture. Me whispering back. It's romantic. It is criminal. You're a mafia don. Don't flirt with hypocrisy in church. Then his laugh, low, disbelieving, there and gone. I gripped the pew dizzy. He had laughed here. I had made Ernesto Signianno laugh in a chapel. The memory should not have hurt. It did. Because there had been joy in it. Not huge, not clean, not safe, but real. I kept walking. At the front, Near the altar, a small table held a leather-bound book, a silver cross, and a narrow wooden box. The box drew me. I opened it. Inside were papers tied with a blue ribbon. My hands trembled before I touched them. I knew, again, not what they said, but that they mattered. I untied the ribbon and unfolded the first page. My handwriting, not frantic this time, not jagged, careful, beautiful even. Wedding vows. I sat down hard on the front pew, the paper blurred. I blinked fast and forced myself to read. Ernesto, I do not give you obedience. I do not give you silence. I do not give you the parts of me that survived men who thought fear was a form of love. My breath broke. The words were mine, undeniably mine. Not a frightened woman running, not an amnesiac trapped in a house. Me, choosing. I kept reading. I give you the truth when it is ugly. I give you my anger when you deserve it. I give you my hand only when you remember it is not a chain. A sound slipped out of me, half laugh, half sob. God, I had married him with a warning in the vows. What kind of woman did that? Me, apparently. I looked toward the altar and another memory flickered. This chapel full of candlelight. Rosa crying in the back row. Luca standing by the door pretending not to look emotional. Ernesto in black, of course, standing before me with his face so controlled it looked like punishment. Me in a simple ivory dress, not a princess dress, not a Mafia queen costume. Simple. My hands steady around a folded page, his not steady at all. I gasped. His hands had trembled. Only once. Only when I said, I give you my hand only when you remember it is not a chain. The memory vanished, but the ache remained. I turned the page. More vows. You are dangerous. I will not pretend otherwise, but so am I. You have an empire built on fear. I have a life built on women who ran when fear tried to own them. If we make a marriage out of that, it cannot be because you win and I surrender. It has to be because we both learn how to stand in the same fire without becoming it. Tears slid down my face. I let them. I hated him. I did. I hated every silence, every locked door, every carefully rationed truth. But the woman who wrote these vows had not been stupid. She had seen him. Maybe more clearly than I did now. She had seen the danger and married him anyway. Why? Love, my body whispered. I pressed the paper to my chest like it could answer. The chapel door opened behind me. I did not turn. I knew him by the way the room changed. Ernesto's footsteps stopped near the back. He did not come closer. For a long moment we stayed like that. Me at the front with the vows in my hands. Him behind me, silent as guilt. Finally I said, you kept them. His voice came low. You did. I looked down at the paper. In a box in your chapel. Our chapel. I closed my eyes. That word hurt. Our was a trap and a truth. I wrote beautiful vows, I said. Yes. I also wrote warnings. Yes. Did you listen? The silence was answer enough. I turned then. He stood at the end of the aisle, one hand at his side, the other curled around nothing. His face looked stripped in the candlelight, less like a don, more like a man who had entered a room where his sins were waiting on paper. Did you listen? I asked again. His throat moved. Not well enough. I laughed softly through tears. At least your confession skills are improving. Pain touched his eyes. I remember pieces, I said. His body went still. Here? I nodded. The initials on the pew. You calling me a criminal for carving them. Something moved across his mouth. Not a smile. Memory grieving itself. You told me hypocrisy should not flirt in church. I sound delightful. You were impossible. The answer was soft. Too soft. The space between us changed. It had been anger a moment ago. Now it held something worse. Longing. Mine. His. The room's. I looked back at the vows because his face was becoming too dangerous to study. Why did I marry you? I whispered. He did not answer quickly. When he did, his voice was low and careful. Because you said you had spent your life helping women run. And for the first time, you wanted to know what it felt like to stay without surrendering. The words struck so deep I could not breathe. Stay without surrendering. That sounded like me. That sounded like hope. I heard him move then. One step, then another. Slow enough that I could stop him if I wanted. I did not. He stopped at the end of my pew, leaving space between us. May I sit? He asked. The question nearly broke me, not because it was enough, because it was late, because it was exactly the thing he should have been asking all along. I nodded. He sat beside me, not close enough to touch. The candlelight caught the scar near his jaw, the tension in his hands, the wedding band he still wore like punishment. I held out the vows. He looked at them but did not take them. "Read yours," I said. His eyes closed briefly. "No." The answer was not command. It was pain. "Why?" "Because I do not deserve to make those words useful right now." That made me turn to him. He stared at the altar. "I promised you truth before comfort," he said. "I promised you I would never confuse your safety with my ownership of your choices. I promised you if I failed, I would not ask your love to excuse it." My heart twisted. And then I failed. The chapel silence wrapped around us. Outside, the estate might have been moving with guards and cameras and mafia strategy. In here, there was only wax, vows, and the brutal intimacy of a man admitting he had broken the exact promise he made at the altar. I looked at his hand, the ring, a memory flickered, me sliding it onto his finger, his eyes on mine, not possessive, devastated. I whispered, "Did you cry?" His head turned. "What, the wedding?" A long pause. Then, "No." I stared. He looked away. Liar. Something almost alive flickered across his face. "I did not cry." "You wanted to." His jaw tightened. "That is not the same." For reasons I could not explain, I laughed. A small, broken laugh. He looked at me like the sound had physically hurt him or saved him, maybe both. The laugh faded. We sat in the quiet, too close, not close enough. I looked at the vows again, then at him. "My body remembers things my mind doesn't," I said. His face went utterly still. "I don't mean..." Heat rose to my face, frustrating and unwanted. "I mean rooms, smells, your voice, the way you stand near me but don't touch unless you think I might fall." His eyes darkened. "I do that because you asked me once to stop rescuing before you requested rescue." "That sounds like me." "It was very much you." Another laugh almost came. It died when his gaze dropped to my mouth. Only for a second. Then lifted, but I saw it, felt it. The air changed again. The chapel became too small, too warm. Every pulse in my body found a pulse in his. This man was my husband. This man was dangerous. This man had held me, hurt me, lied by silence, and apparently stood here trembling while I promised him anger instead of obedience. I did not know him. I knew him everywhere. That contradiction pulled at me until my breath shortened. Ernesto noticed immediately. Pain? No. Fear? I swallowed. Yes. He started to move away. I caught his sleeve. The reaction shocked both of us. My fingers curled into black fabric. His entire body froze, not because I was strong enough to hold him, because I had chosen to. I didn't say leave. "Enough," I whispered. His eyes lowered to my hand on his sleeve, then back to my face. The hunger in him was not crude. It was worse. It was grief taught to want gently. "Fiona," he said, voice rough. My name sounded different now. Less like possession. More like prayer from a man who did not deserve a church. I should have let go. I did not. Instead, I leaned closer. Not enough to kiss him, enough to feel the heat of him, enough to learn whether my fear would become panic. It did not. It became something sharper. My body remembered his nearness like a song playing through a wall, not the words, the melody. His gaze searched my face. Every tiny movement, every breath. "Tell me to stop," he whispered. "You're not doing anything." "I am thinking." That should not have made my stomach tighten. It did. "What are you thinking?" His jaw flexed. "That I have no right to want you while you are afraid of me." The honesty cut through the heat. Not ending it, deepening it. I released his sleeve slowly. His eyes flickered with loss. "Good. Let him feel loss." "I am afraid of you." I said, "I know." "I am angry." "I know." "I don't trust you." "You shouldn't." The answer hurt, but it also made the space between us cleaner. I lifted one trembling hand and touched the scar near his jaw. He stopped breathing. The scar was smooth beneath my fingertips. A memory sparked so suddenly, my eyes stung. Me kissing that exact scar in the dark, his hand gripping the edge of a table, not touching me until I said, "You can." The memory vanished, leaving heat behind. I pulled my hand back. Ernesto looked like I had burned him. "What did you remember?" he asked. I shook my head. Nothing helpful. His mouth tightened with something almost like agony. Then his phone vibrated. The sound sliced through the chapel. He did not look at it. It vibrated again. I leaned back, the moment breaking into pieces. "Answer it." "No." Now the word came from him to himself, not me. I stared at him. The phone buzzed a third time. His expression shifted. Whatever name appeared on the screen when he finally looked made the husband vanish. The dawn returned. He stood. "What?" I asked. He did not answer. "Ernesto," he looked at me. There was too much calculation in his eyes, too much fear buried under it. "Stay here." I almost laughed. The almost love, the vows, the scar, the trembling memories, all of it shattered under those two words. "Do not do that." His jaw tightened. "This is not about control." "Then prove it. Tell me." He hesitated. Fatal, I stood, vows clutched in my hand. "Tell me." His eyes held mine. Then his phone buzzed again, and mine did, too. Not the hospital replacement. The burner. My blood went cold. I pulled it from my pocket. A video file had arrived from Marcelo. No message, just the file. Ernesto saw the screen. "No," he said. One word, raw. Not command this time. Fear. I tapped play. The video shook at first. Concrete floor. A woman bound to a chair, dark hair hanging over her face, blood at her lip. My stomach dropped. Then the camera angle shifted. A man's voice spoke from off-screen. Ernesto's voice. Cold. Unmistakable. "End it." The woman lifted her face. I did not know her from memory, but I knew her from the photo board. Alina Voss, mother of two, beach photo, red bucket. My breath stopped. On the video, a shadow moved behind her. Alina's eyes filled with terror. The clip ended. The chapel went silent. My hand shook around the phone. The vows slipped from my other hand and scattered across the floor between us. Ernesto stood very still, too still. "Fiona," he said. I backed away. "No." "The video is edited." I laughed, but it broke halfway through. "Of course it is." "It is." "That is your answer? She is alive." The words hit hard. I stared at him. "What?" "Alina Voss is alive." The chapel tilted around me. Alive. He knew. He had known. I thought of the foundation photo, the note, never confirm death unless body verified, my recorded voice. "Alina Voss is the key." My eyes filled with tears of rage. "You knew she was alive?" "Yes." "And you hid that from me?" "Yes." "Why?" His face tightened. "Because her children are hidden under identities tied to the ledger." I pressed a hand to my chest, trying to breathe. The answer made sense. Again. God, I hated him. "So instead of telling me the truth, you let Marcelo send me a video where it sounds like you ordered her death?" "I did not know he had it." "But you knew the truth that could have protected me from it." Silence. There. The wound. My own voice had warned me. Men like him did not have to lie if they decided what truth survived. I looked down at my vows on the chapel floor. The woman who wrote them had loved him. The woman standing above them feared him. Both of us were me, and neither of us knew what to do with the man in front of us. "Did you order her death?" I asked. "No." "Did you say end it?" "Yes." "What did you mean?" His eyes burned. "End the operation. End the exposure. Cut the cameras. Extract her." Convenient. True. I don't know the difference anymore. That hurt him. I saw it. I wanted it to. I backed toward the chapel doors. He did not follow. At least he had learned that much. The burner phone buzzed again. Another message from Marcelo. "Now ask yourself why your husband kept a dead woman alive only in his secrets." Then another. "If you want the ledger, come before he teaches you which parts of your own memory to distrust." The chapel doors pressed against my back. Ernesto's voice lowered. "Marcelo is using the truth out of order." I laughed through tears. "And you hid it in the first place." His face went pale. "Because that was the blade. Marcelo could only weaponize what Ernesto had buried." I opened the chapel door. "Do not leave the estate," he said. There it was, the dawn again, bleeding through fear. I looked back at him. At least please try to sound like a husband when you're building the cage. His expression broke, only for a second. I stepped into the hall, the burner phone in my hand, my vows scattered behind me at Ernesto's feet. And for the first time since waking up, I understood why the woman I had been might have loved him enough to marry him, and feared him enough to run. Chapter 7. Alina Voss was not dead. That should have been relief. Instead, the truth hit me like a second attack. I stood in the corridor outside the estate chapel with the burner phone shaking in my hand, Marcelo's message glowing on the screen, Ernesto's voice still behind me, and my wedding vows scattered across the chapel floor like evidence of a woman I could not reach. "If you want the ledger, come before he teaches you which parts of your own memory to distrust." Marcelo knew exactly where to cut. The worst part was not that he lied. The worst part was that he did not have to. He only had to hold up Ernesto's secrets at the right angle and let me bleed from the reflection. Behind me, Ernesto stepped into the doorway of the chapel. He did not touch me. He did not block the hall. But I felt him there the way the whole house felt him, like gravity in a black suit. "Fiona," he said. I turned on him with the phone still clenched in my hand. "Do not say my name like that." His face was pale beneath the controlled mask. "Like what?" "Like you are trying to keep me from falling apart after you helped build the floor that cracked under me." The words struck. He accepted them without flinching. That made me angrier. I wanted denial, something easier to fight. Instead, Ernesto looked at me as if every accusation had earned the right to land. "Alina is alive," he said. "You knew." "Yes. And you let me stand in front of her picture at my foundation like an idiot while you decided what I deserved to know." "I did not decide what you deserved. I decided what would keep her alive." I laughed once. Listen to yourself. Always deciding. Always choosing the version of truth that fits inside your fist. His jaw tightened. Good. Pain suited him better than silence. The burner phone buzzed again. I looked down. Another message from Marcelo. "He will say she is alive. Make him prove it." My blood went cold. Marcelo had expected this exact conversation. He knew Ernesto. He knew me. He knew the ugly shape of every secret between us. I lifted the phone. "He says prove it." Ernesto's eyes darkened. "Of course he does." "Can you?" "Yes." The answer came too fast to be a bluff. My heart kicked. "How?" His gaze moved past me to Luca, who had appeared at the far end of the hall with 2 guards, and the permanent expression of a man who wanted to be anywhere except inside his Don's marriage. "Secure line," Ernesto said. Luca nodded and disappeared. I stared at Ernesto. "You can call her?" "Yes, and you didn't." His expression tightened. "No, why?" "Because every call risks location trace, voice pattern capture, contact chain exposure." "No," my voice snapped through his explanation. Not the Mafia answer, the real one. His eyes held mine. The silence stretched. Then he said, "Because I was afraid hearing her voice would make you ask for the ledger before I knew which parts Marcelo had poisoned." There it was. Again, fear wearing strategy's coat. I stepped closer. Every breath still hurt my ribs, but anger kept me upright. "You were afraid, so you made me helpless." His face changed. "I know. The 2 words should not have undone anything inside me. They did anyway. Not forgiveness. Never that quickly. But a crack. A small one. Because this time he did not say it as defense. He said it as guilt." Luca returned with a black tablet and a small encrypted phone attached by a cord. "Line is bouncing through 3 servers. Alina has a 7-minute window." Ernesto took the device but did not dial. He looked at me. "Do you want to speak to her?" The question hit harder than if he had handed me a loaded gun. Because he was asking. Because the old Ernesto, the one I kept meeting in the ruins of his choices, would have played the call for me or withheld it from me. This man stood there with the proof in his hand and let the decision become mine. I hated that the difference mattered. "Yes," I said. He dialed. The ringing was soft, too soft for how much of my life seemed to depend on it. Once, twice, 3 times. Then a woman answered. "Code?" Her voice was low, rough, alive. My hand flew to my mouth. Ernesto's eyes stayed on me. "Voss line secure, confirm phrase." A pause. Then the woman said, "Never confirm death without a body." My knees almost gave. Alina. Alive. Real. The photograph at the foundation rushed back. The dark-haired woman turned away from the camera. 2 children on a beach, a little girl with missing front teeth, a boy holding a red bucket. The phone shook in Ernesto's hand. Or maybe my whole body shook. He held the device out to me. I took it. "Alina?" I whispered. Silence. Then the woman's breath broke. "Fiona?" My name in her voice carried so much relief it pierced through every wall I still had standing. I gripped the phone with both hands. "I don't remember you." "I know," she said softly. "They told me." "I saw your picture, with your children." Another silence. This one fragile. "My children are breathing because of you." My throat closed. I looked at Ernesto, then away because his face was too much. "I don't remember that either," I said. "You hid them before you hid me," Alina whispered. "You told me if I had to choose between being believed and keeping them breathing, I should choose their breathing every time." The words tore something open. A memory sparked. A woman crying in my office. Me kneeling in front of 2 children, tying the little boy's shoelace, telling the girl that the red bucket was too big for the suitcase, but maybe the ocean would give her another. The little girl asking, "Will mommy come too?" Me lying with tears in my throat. "She will find you. I promise." Gone. I made a sound. The phone blurred in my hand. Ernesto stepped half a pace closer, then stopped. I held up one hand without looking at him. "Not now," he obeyed. "Alina," I said, voice shaking, "Marcello sent me a video." "I know. He made it sound like Ernesto ordered your death." Her breath changed. "No, Ernesto's men pulled me out." My eyes closed. Relief and rage collided inside me. "What happened?" Alina's voice dropped. "Marcello's people took me after the second transfer failed. They wanted the names of the safe houses. I didn't give them. They recorded pieces. Ernesto found out. He ordered the operation ended because the cameras were compromised. Then he extracted me." "Why didn't I know?" "You did," she said gently. The words hurt. I pressed my hand to my chest. "Right." Past Fiona knew. Current Fiona had been left in the dark because everyone kept treating my missing memory like a locked filing cabinet they could open only when convenient. Alina continued, "You were furious because Ernesto wanted to bury the entire thing until he found the leak. You said burying truth was how men made graves and called them protection." A broken laugh escaped me. "That sounds like me." "It was very much you." Ernesto's eyes lowered. He remembered too. I looked at him while I spoke into the phone. Did I trust him? Alina did not answer quickly. Good, I was sick of easy answers. "You loved him," she said finally. "Trust was harder." The room disappeared for a second. Just that. You loved him. Trust was harder. What a perfect, terrible summary of my marriage. The line crackled. Luca lifted 2 fingers. 2 minutes. "Alina," I said quickly. "The ledger, do you know where it is?" A sharp inhale. "Fiona, please." "If Marcello gets it, my children die." The sentence landed in the hall like a body hitting marble. My hand went cold around the phone. Alina's voice shook for the first time. "Not only mine. Others. Names, routes, officials, new identities. It is not a ledger. It is a map of the women men like Marcello still want to own." I looked at Ernesto. His face was carved in pain. He had told me the truth. Not all of it. But that part, yes. Alina whispered, "I know you want answers. I know you deserve them. But the wrong person reading that book can undo every life you saved." "I understand," I whispered. And I did. God help me. I did. The understanding felt like betrayal of my anger. Luca lifted one finger. "Alina," I said, "are your children safe?" A small sob escaped her. "For now. For now. Those words should not be allowed anywhere near children." The line crackled again. "Fiona?" "Yes?" "You told me once that if your own mind ever turned against you, I should remind you of this. You do not run from truth. You run toward it carrying matches." A laugh broke through my tears. "That also sounds like me." "It was you." Her voice softened. "Find the leak. Burn him down. Then come remember me properly." The line cut. I stared at the dead phone. No one moved. Not Ernesto. Not Luca. Not the guards. The entire hallway seemed to wait while I stood there holding proof that Ernesto had not killed Alina, and proof that he had still robbed me of the shield her voice could have given me. The contradiction was exhausting. I handed the phone back to Luca. Then I turned to Ernesto. "She is alive." "Yes. You saved her. You hid her." "Yes. You hid her from me." His jaw tightened. "Yes. You understand why all of those things being true at once makes me want to scream?" His eyes held mine. "Yes." There was no good answer after that, so I walked, not away from him exactly, not toward him either. I went back into the chapel and gathered my vows from the floor with shaking hands. One page, then another, then another. Ernesto stayed in the hall, waiting. I felt him there. I hated that waiting had become its own kind of apology. When the last page was gathered, I sat on the front pew again, vows in my lap, and stared at the altar. After a moment, Ernesto entered. Still not close, still careful. I did not look at him when I spoke. "I need time. You can have it. I need truth. You will have it." I turned then. "Do not promise me things like a man who hasn't broken them already." His face tightened. "Then I will not promise, I will answer." "Good." My voice trembled. "Why didn't you tell me about Alina when Marcello first messaged?" Because I thought if I gave you her name too soon, you would chase the rest of the ledger before I secured her children. Still choosing. Yes. Still wrong. Yes. The answer made my eyes burn again. I hated that he was getting better at being honest, only after honesty had become the last bridge between us. Did I know about the ledger before the attack? Yes. Did I ask you for it? Yes. Did you refuse? Yes. Did we fight? His gaze moved to the altar. Worse than fight. I swallowed. What does that mean? It means you stopped asking whether I loved you and started asking whether love mattered if I still thought command was safer than trust. My chest tightened. That was exactly the question still standing between us. Did you answer? His eyes returned to mine. No. Silence settled. The candles flickered. Somewhere outside, thunder rolled softly over the estate. I looked down at the vows. The woman who wrote them had asked for a marriage without chains. The man beside me had failed her. And still, Alina was alive. And still, Ernesto had asked if I wanted the call. And still he stood there, letting me build the sentence that might damn him without reaching for my mouth to stop it. I don't know what to do with you, I whispered. His voice was rough when he answered. Neither do I. That made me laugh once through the tears. Not happy, not free, but real. Then I wiped my face because I refused to become fragile just because my heart was tired. I am not choosing you because Alina is alive. I know. I am not forgiving you because you saved her. I know. I am not forgetting what you hid. His gaze held steady. I would not ask you to. I stood slowly, vows clutched to my chest. He moved as if to help me, then stopped himself before I had to tell him. That restraint pulled at something in me, the smallest thread, dangerous as wire. I looked at his hand, the hand that had held mine in the hospital, the hand that had probably signed orders I would never forgive, the hand that had trembled at our wedding, the hand that had not taken the phone from me even when every instinct in him must have screamed to. Take me upstairs, I said. His eyes darkened, not with command this time, with question. I clarified because I needed the words clean between us. I am tired. I am hurt. I do not want a guard. I want you to walk with me. Something moved in his face that almost undid me. Not triumph. Never that. Relief so careful it looked like pain. Yes, he said. He walked beside me up the stairs. Not touching. Beside. The estate was quiet now, but not peaceful. Armed men moved through shadows. Cameras watched corners. Marcelo's ghost lived in every phone vibration, every closed door, every unanswered question. When we reached my room, I stopped at the threshold. Ernesto stopped too. He looked ready to leave me there, ready to choose restraint even if it cost him. Damn him. Come in, I said. His gaze lifted to mine. Fiona? I am inviting you. He entered. The room felt different with him inside it at night, bigger and smaller at once. The fire had been lit. Rain streaked the windows. The photograph of us in the garden still sat on the vanity, my laughing face turned toward a version of him I could almost imagine trusting. I set the vows beside it. My hands shook. I hated that he noticed. I hated that he did not mention it. I need to change the bandage, I said, mostly because I needed something ordinary to hold. May I? The question slid through me. I sat on the edge of the bed and held out my hand. He crossed to the small medical tray Rosa had left near the fireplace. When he knelt in front of me, something in my body remembered the position with a force that stole my breath. Not submission. Not him. Us. The chapel memory, the scar, his hands waiting for permission. He unwrapped the bandage with almost unbearable care. The cut looked angry, but not deep. He cleaned it slowly, his head bent, his dark hair falling slightly over his forehead. The Don on his knees with antiseptic and gauze. It should have looked absurd. It looked intimate. Too intimate. You did this before, I said. He did not look up. Many times. I got hurt that often? You got angry that often? Despite myself, I smiled. He saw it. His fingers stilled against my palm. The room changed. Heat entered softly. Not like fire. Like a door opening. I should have pulled back. I did not. His thumb moved once along the uninjured edge of my hand. A careful stroke. A question without words. My breath shortened. I'm still angry, I whispered. I know. I still don't trust you. I know. I may regret this. His eyes lifted then. Dark. Devastated. Honest. Then we stop before there is anything to regret. The answer cut deeper than seduction would have, because he meant it, because the man who had built cages was offering me a door. I looked at his mouth. He saw. A tremor passed through his hand before he stilled it. "Do not choose me because your body remembers," he said. The line struck me straight in the chest. I leaned toward him. "I'm choosing this because I want to know whether my body is the only part of me that does." His throat moved. "That is dangerous. So are you." "Yes." "But you're on your knees asking." His eyes burned. "Yes." For a long moment neither of us moved. Then I touched his face, the scar near his jaw first. His eyes closed. My thumb brushed over it, and the memory from the chapel deepened. My mouth there, his hand gripping the table, his voice saying my name like surrender terrified him. I leaned down and kissed the scar. Ernesto stopped breathing. His hand closed around the gauze in his lap until it crumpled. I pulled back just enough to see him. "Still thinking?" I whispered. His eyes opened. "Yes." "What now?" "That if I kiss you, I may not survive stopping." My heart pounded. "Then survive." Words were a challenge, a permission, a warning. He rose slowly, not crowding me, giving me every chance to change my mind. I did not. When his hands lifted, they paused near my face until I nodded. Then he kissed me. Not like a man claiming what was his. Like a man returning to a room he had burned and finding one candle still lit. The kiss was slow at first, careful, a question pressed to my mouth. I answered because I wanted to. Because anger and fear and longing had twisted together until I could not tell where one ended and another began. Because Alina was alive. Because my vows were real. Because Ernesto had failed me, and still looked at me like my consent mattered more than his hunger. His hands framed my face, avoiding the bruise, his touch controlled enough to make me ache. My fingers gripped his shirt, pulling him closer before panic could decide for me. The kiss deepened. Heat moved through me, startling and familiar. My body remembered the shape of his restraint, the way he waited for breath, the way he pulled back when I winced before I could even form the sound, the way his forehead touched mine after, grounding us both. "Ribs?" he asked, voice rough. "A little." "We stop?" "No." I caught his wrist. "We slow down." His eyes searched mine, then he nodded. We slowed. That was the first act of trust. Not the kiss, the adjustment. He helped me stand only after I let him. His mouth touched mine again, then my temple, then the unbruised side of my throat. Every kiss carried heat, but also apology. Not the cheap kind spoken after damage. The physical kind, patient, listening, reverent. I wanted him. That truth frightened me more than the Mafia did. Want felt like betrayal of my own fear. But it was mine. That mattered. I wanted him not because I had forgotten the secrets. Not because the secrets had stopped hurting. Because somewhere beneath the wreckage there had been a marriage. A difficult one. A dangerous one. A real one. And my body knew a language my mind was still translating. "Tell me again," I whispered, his mouth stilled against my skin. "What?" "That you'll stop." His eyes lifted to mine. "I will stop before the word finishes." The vow settled between us. I believed that much. Tonight, I believed that much. I touched the buttons of his shirt. He caught my hand, not stopping me, only steadying me. "Are you certain?" "No." His face changed. I continued, "But I'm choosing anyway, carefully, with anger still here, with fear still here, with me still here." His eyes shone with something he refused to let fall. "That is enough," he said. "No. It is what you get." His mouth almost smiled. Then I kissed him again. The night unfolded in pieces, not rushed, not clean, a slow undoing of distance. His jacket slipped from his shoulders. My cardigan fell to the floor. His hands moved only where I guided them, pausing at every breath that changed too quickly. When pain flared, he stopped. When I pulled him back, he came. When fear rose, he held still, and let me remember the room, the fire, the rain, the fact that I was not trapped. He was not gentle because I was fragile. He was gentle because he finally understood gentleness was not weakness. And when the last distance between us disappeared, it did not feel like surrender. It felt like standing at the edge of a locked door and turning the key myself. There was heat, yes, deep, trembling, consuming heat. But there was grief too, and anger, and a tenderness so sharp it hurt worse than my ribs. He kept one hand braced beside me, never letting his weight press where I was injured. His mouth found mine whenever the feeling became too much, swallowing my shaking breath, giving me his own. His control did not vanish. It changed purpose. No longer a wall. A shelter I could step out of if I chose. At the end, when my body finally softened beneath the storm of all I remembered and did not remember, he held me like he was afraid gratitude would be another kind of theft. He did not say mine. He did not say wife. He did not say love. He pressed his forehead to my shoulder and whispered, "Thank you for trusting me with this much." That broke me, not dramatically, not loudly. One tear slipped into my hair, then another. He lifted his head immediately. Pain? No. Regret? I closed my eyes, searched myself. The anger was there, the fear too. But regret? No. His face changed, a devastation so quiet it nearly undid me. Afterward, he did not let the moment become hunger again. He reached for the robe at the foot of the bed, wrapped it around me before covering himself, then brought water from the bedside table. When my hands shook, he held the glass without comment while I drank. Aftercare from Ernesto was not soft in the ordinary way. It was precise, attentive, almost severe. He checked my ribs without touching until I nodded, checked my wrist, rewrapped the cut more carefully than before. Brought warm cloths and wiped away tears I pretended were not there, never once asking me to explain them. Then he sat beside me, close enough to offer warmth, far enough not to demand it. I leaned to him anyway, only slightly. His whole body went still. Then his arm came around me with heartbreaking care. For several minutes we listened to rain. My eyelids grew heavy. His hand moved slowly over my back, then stilled near my waist. A pause, a strange one. I opened my eyes. His palm hovered over my lower stomach, not touching, just suspended there, trembling slightly as if some invisible boundary had burned him. I looked down, then at him. His face had gone pale. "What?" I whispered. His hand withdrew too quickly. "Nothing." The lie was soft. Terrible. I sat up a little, wincing. "Ernesto." His eyes did not meet mine. "You need rest." The warmth inside me cooled by degrees, not all the way, but enough. Another secret. Maybe small, maybe not. I was too tired to fight it tonight. But I noticed. I filed it away beside the yellow room, the ledger, Alina Voss, and every other place where Ernesto's silence had teeth. He helped me lie back, then stood. "You're leaving?" His face changed. "Do you want me to stay?" I hated that he asked. I loved that he asked. "I don't know." "Then I will sit in the chair until you sleep. If you wake and want me gone, I go." My chest tightened. Fine. He took the chair by the fire. Not the bed, the chair. I closed my eyes, holding the ache in my body, the confusion in my heart, and the ghost of his hovering hand over my stomach. Sleep came in fragments. Just before I slipped under, a memory flashed. Not enough to understand, only white tile, my own laughter. Ernesto on his knees, his hands at my hips, his forehead pressed low against me like prayer. Then joy, so sharp it felt like grief. I woke with a gasp. Ernesto was already halfway out of the chair. "What is it?" The memory vanished. I stared at him through the dark. I don't know. He looked like he did. Before I could ask, Luca knocked once and entered without waiting. Ernesto turned instantly lethal. "What?" Luca's eyes flicked to me, then back to him. "We decoded another file from the hard drive." Ernesto went still. I sat up carefully. "What file?" Luca's face was grim. "A video from the West Wing security system, the night of the attack." My blood turned cold. Ernesto's hand curled once at his side. "Play it," I said. "No," Ernesto answered. I looked at him. After everything. After his hands, his mouth, his care, his almost prayer over a secret place on my body. No. Still no. The hurt that rose in me was quieter than before. More dangerous. "Wrong answer," I whispered. His eyes closed briefly. Then he opened them, pain burning through all that control. "Yes," he said. It was. He looked at Luca. "Bring it." Luca nodded and left. Ernesto turned back to me. The firelight caught his face, and I saw the truth before he spoke. Whatever was on that video, he had seen it already. He had been carrying it, hiding it, waiting for the moment. I became strong enough, according to him. I pulled the robe tighter around myself and stood. My body protested. I ignored it. "Fiona!" "No." My voice shook, but it did not break. "Not this time. I am done learning my life by permission." He did not argue. Good. Because the woman I had been had left me matches. And whatever the West Wing video showed, I was ready to burn another secret down. Chapter 8. The West Wing video showed me running barefoot through blood while my husband stood 10 feet away with a gun in his hand. For 3 seconds, no one in the room spoke. Not Luca. Not the 2 security men standing stiffly near the monitors. Not Ernesto beside me, his face carved into something too controlled to be human. Not me. I stood in the security room wrapped in a robe, bandaged wrist pressed to my ribs, my body still carrying the warmth of Ernesto's careful hands from less than an hour ago, while the screen showed me another version of us. A worse version. A version with no candlelight, no vows, no aftercare. Only marble, fear, and blood. The footage had no sound at first, just grainy color from the West Wing camera. The hallway appeared empty. Then I came into frame, barefoot, hair loose, white blouse torn at one shoulder, one hand pressed to my side, the other clutching something against my chest. I was running. No. Stumbling. There was glass on the floor, blood smeared behind my feet in broken little marks. My face was turned over my shoulder, mouth open as if I had screamed. Then Ernesto entered the frame from the far end of the hall. Gun drawn, his face on the video was terrifying. Not angry, not panicked. Worse, deadly calm. He moved like a man who had already decided someone would not survive the night. My stomach turned. Beside me, the real Ernesto said nothing. The woman on the screen saw him. She froze. I froze. It was awful watching myself become afraid of him. My body remembered before my mind did. The cold slam of terror, the instinct to back away, the knowledge that he was dangerous enough to save me and ruin me in the same breath. On the screen, Ernesto lowered the gun slightly. Not all the way. His mouth moved. The footage had no audio, but I knew what he said. I did not know how I knew. Fiona. The woman on the screen shook her head and stumbled backward. Then Marcello appeared behind her. My breath stopped. He came from the side corridor, one hand raised like a man trying to calm a terrified animal. His face was full of concern. Beautiful concern. Practiced concern. He said something to me. I turned toward him. Trusted him. The sight made me sick. Then Ernesto's gun lifted. Not at me, at Marcello, but the camera angle made it look like he had raised it at both of us. Past me recoiled from Ernesto, and Marcello caught my arm. The scene blurred as someone struck the camera or the feed glitched. When it stabilized, the hallway was chaos. A guard down, glass everywhere, me slipping, Marcello gone, Ernesto lunging toward me as I collapsed. Then the clip ended. Silence. The room hummed around us. Screens glowed and tapped against dark glass. My heart tried to climb out of my body. I turned slowly toward Ernesto. He looked at the blank screen, not me. That is what you hid? His jaw flexed. One of the things. My laugh came out hollow. One of the things. Fiona, no, do not soften it with my name. His eyes closed briefly. I looked at Luca. Was there sound? Luca hesitated. Ernesto's head turned. The air sharpened. I smiled without humor. There it is, another hesitation. Luca looked miserable. There is damaged audio. Play it, Ernesto said. No, the word cracked through me. Not because I was surprised. Because we had just been here. Because less than an hour ago he had touched me like consent was sacred, and now he was back to guarding truth like a locked gate. I turned to him. Do you hear yourself? His face tightened. The audio is incomplete. Then I will hear an incomplete truth. I'm getting used to them. Marcello altered. I did not ask what Marcello did. I asked you to stop deciding what I can survive. His eyes burned. For one moment I thought he would fight me. The dawn rose in him, dark and automatic, born from a lifetime of obedience from everyone except me. Then he looked at my bandaged wrist, my bruised throat, the robe tied at my waist, and something in him faltered. Play it, he said. Luca pressed a key. The same footage restarted. This time sound came in bursts. Static, my bare feet slapping marble. A crash. My voice broken and raw. Stay away from me. Then Ernesto, Fiona, look at me. Static. Marcello's voice, gentle and urgent. He lied to you. Come with me before he locks it all away. Me sobbing. You said he killed Alina. Marcello. He did. I showed you. Ernesto, colder than I had ever heard him. Let her go, Marcello. Static. A gunshot. My scream. Then Ernesto again. Not calm this time. Fiona. The clip cut. No more. The sound left the room, dead behind it. Marcello had told me Ernesto killed Alina before the attack. He had shown me the edited video then too. He had helped me run. Or pretended to. And Ernesto had arrived with a gun. All of them had been there. All of them had held a piece of my fear. I looked at Ernesto. You knew I thought you killed her. Yes. You knew that before I lost my memory. Yes. And after I woke up, you still hid the one living woman who could have proved otherwise. His throat moved. Yes. The word was almost unbearable now. Honesty did not heal if it kept arriving after the injury. I wrapped my arms around myself. The robe suddenly felt too intimate, too recent, too much like evidence that my body had trusted him faster than my mind could defend against. Why was Marcelo there? I asked. Ernesto's face hardened. We believe he was extracting you. Extracting, I repeated. That's a clean word. It is an ugly act. Was I going willingly? His silence told me enough. I swallowed. I thought he was helping me. Yes. Because he made me believe you were going to kill me. Yes. But I had my own notes warning me about him too. Ernesto looked at me then. Something like grief shifted behind his eyes. You were beginning to suspect him. That is why he rushed. I turned back to the monitor. Past me on the screen looked wild, terrified, half-broken, still, holding something against her chest. What was I carrying? Ernesto did not answer. My whole body went cold. Ernesto. His hands curled once at his sides. A copy of ledger pages. The room seemed to tilt. I had them? Yes. Where are they now? Gone. Marcelo? We think so. I laughed softly. Of course. Luca stepped forward. Not all of them, Signora. The pages from the hard drive are incomplete, but there are image fragments, enough to confirm some routes were altered. By Marcelo? Possibly. Possibly. Again, the world's favorite coward word. I looked at Ernesto. Show me. He did not say no this time. Maybe he was learning. Maybe he saw how close he was to losing the right to speak to me at all. Luca pulled up a folder. Images filled the screen. Cropped pages, blurred columns, names hidden under codes, payments, dates, routes. My eyes caught fragments, Valuto Holdings, Palermo delay, Avos transfer, legal wing contact, DP removed, prenatal supply. I froze. What was that? Luca stopped scrolling. The screen held on a partial receipt clipped into the file scan. Not ledger pages. Surveillance materials. A pharmacy receipt under my name. Vitamins. Supplements. One word stood out. Prenatal. My chest tightened strangely. Prenatal. The ache from the yellow room moved through me again, sudden and deep. My hand went to my stomach before I knew I had moved. The room blurred at the edges. Ernesto took one step toward me, stopped. His face had gone deathly pale. What is this? I asked. No one answered. What is this? I repeated, sharper. Luca looked at Ernesto. I laughed once, bitter and breathless. If one more person looks at him before answering me, I will start throwing things. Luca swallowed. It was in the surveillance file. Why was I buying prenatal vitamins? Ernesto's face looked carved from pain. Not guilt this time. Something deeper. Something that made fear curl under my ribs. I suddenly did not want the answer. Not there. Not from a lit screen. Not surrounded by men and monitors and guns. The feeling was so intense it frightened me. I stepped back. Never mind. Ernesto's eyes sharpened. Fiona. I said never mind. That was my no. He heard it. He looked wrecked by it. Good. Let him learn how it felt to stand outside a locked door. I turned away from the monitor. I want my clothes. Ernesto's voice lowered. You need rest. No, I need clothes. Fiona, you are shaking. I am aware of my body. His jaw tightened. Then the wrong thing happened. Not from him, from the burner phone. It buzzed on the console. Everyone looked at it. A message from Marcelo appeared on the screen Luca had mirrored earlier. He showed you the video. Good. Now ask him about Daniel Pierce. I went still. Daniel, the name from the surveillance file, the clean man Ernesto had removed. My pulse slowed in the strange way it did before something terrible. Another message arrived. Ask him why a normal man who loved you suddenly left town with a ruined reputation and no job. Ask your husband whether jealousy counts as protection. The room changed. Even Luca looked down. Ernesto did not move. He did not ask who Daniel was. He did not pretend. He knew. I turned to him. Daniel Pierce. His eyes held mine. Yes. Who was he? A man from your legal outreach circle. That is not an answer. His voice was rough. A man who wanted you. I waited. Ernesto's gaze did not leave mine. And you? My mouth went dry. Me what? Did I want him? No. How do you know? Because you told me. And you believed me? His silence hurt before he spoke. Not enough. There it was, the personal sin. Not mafia logic, not survivor safety, not ledger complexity, jealousy, control. A normal man removed from my life because Ernesto did not like that he stood too close. What did you do to him? Ernesto's jaw tightened. I had him investigated. And I found debt, old professional misconduct, nothing violent, nothing that made him dangerous to you. But you used it. His eyes closed briefly. Yes, my stomach turned. How? I made sure his firm found out before he could use you for access. You use me? The words came out cold. Ernesto's eyes opened. He heard it. Too late. Did he use me? No. Did I ask you to intervene? No. Did you ruin him because he threatened me? No. The room had gone silent. Even the machines seemed quieter. I stepped closer to Ernesto, not because I wanted him near, because I wanted every word to land where it belonged. You ruined him because you were jealous. His face hardened with shame. Yes, that answer should have satisfied something. It did not. It made me feel sick. Because this was not complicated. This was not a ledger full of survivors. This was not Alina's children. This was Ernesto Signianno choosing power because love had turned possessive and he had mistaken the sickness for instinct. You watched me, I said. Yes. You followed me. Yes. You removed people. Yes. You married me before testimony. Yes. You hid Alina. Yes. You hid the ledger. Yes. You hid whatever that prenatal receipt means. He flinched. I saw it. A direct hit to a wound I still did not understand. But I did not stop. And then tonight you touched me like you had learned how to ask. His eyes filled with pain. Fiona. No. My voice broke. No, you do not get my name right now. I stepped back, clutching the robe tighter. You know what the cruelest part is? He said nothing. The cruelest part is that I think part of you did learn. I think when you were touching me, when you asked, when you stopped, when you wrapped me in that robe, that was real. It was. I know. Tears burned behind my eyes. That's why this hurts worse. He looked like I had cut him open. Good. Let him bleed with me. Because the moment truth came back into the room, so did the dawn. No. Wait. Stay. Not yet. Later, I decide. His breath came slowly, controlled, too controlled. I hated that too. The video is another excuse. Daniel was jealousy. The receipt is another secret. He looked away. That was the first time he broke eye contact. The room seemed to crack with him. I need to get dressed, I said. No one moved. Now. Rosa was sent for clothes, not by Ernesto, by Luca. After I looked at him once. That felt like a tiny rebellion, and I needed it more than I wanted to admit. When I returned to my room, Ernesto followed only as far as the threshold. I closed the door in his face. Not slammed. Closed. The quiet on the other side felt enormous. I changed slowly into black trousers and a soft sweater that did not press my ribs. My hands shook as I pulled on boots. Every movement hurt. Good, pain was clear. Pain did not lie. The prenatal receipt kept flashing in my mind, my hand going to my stomach. Ernesto's face going pale. The yellow room. The room is not ready. I pressed both hands to my eyes. No, not now. Whatever that was, my body had shut the door for a reason. I could not open every grave in one night. A vibration came from my pocket. The burner. I should have given it to Luca. I had not. Marcello's message appeared. He will lock the estate now. He always chooses the cage after he touches the thing he cannot bear to lose. My breath caught. Another message. You want the ledger? You want the truth about the yellow room? Come to the old opera house. Alone. I stared at the words. Alone. The stupid choice would be to go because I believed him. I did not. That mistake had already nearly killed me once. I was not going because I trusted Marcello. I was going because men like Marcello only told the truth when they thought a woman was too frightened, too broken, or too desperate to use it. He wanted me alone. Good. That meant alone. Fiona was the version he underestimated. If I told Ernesto, he would lock down the estate, lock down the phones, lock down the roads, lock down me. He would call it strategy. He would call it survival. Maybe he would even be right. But then Marcello would vanish behind another layer of men, another fake video, another carefully edited truth. I needed him talking. I needed him confident. I needed him believing I had cracked exactly the way he planned. So I did what Fiona Fellowing had apparently always done best. I made a monster believe I was running straight into his hands. I found the small recorder tucked inside the hem of the black coat from the hospital. I had discovered it earlier when searching for more notes, not sure if it still worked. The red light blinked when I pressed it. Good. I hid it inside my sweater. Then I wrote one line on the back of an old envelope and left it beneath the photograph of Ernesto and me in the garden. I am not running from truth. I am baiting it. A mistake, maybe. A mercy, maybe. Enough to keep him from thinking I had simply vanished, or enough to make him chase me too late. The estate was not easy to leave, but the woman I had been had known that too. Inside the bathroom cabinet, behind a false panel beneath the towels, I found a service badge with my photo and another name, a small amount of cash, and a folded map of the estate's lower garden paths. I almost laughed. Past Fiona, you beautiful paranoid genius. I slipped out through the servants' stairwell while the security team still reorganized around Ernesto's newest orders. Twice, I had to pause because my ribs turned breath into knives. Once, I hid in a linen closet while two guards passed close enough for me to smell their coffee. My heart hammered. Not with fear alone, with purpose. At the garden exit, I found the old maintenance gate. The key code was written in the margin of the map beneath a note in my handwriting. If he changes it, bite him. A hysterical laugh nearly escaped me. The code worked. Rain slapped my face the moment I stepped outside. The world beyond the estate wall felt impossible. Open, cold, dangerous. Mine. A car waited 2 blocks from the service road because Marcelo had expected me to come. The driver did not speak. Neither did I. I kept one hand near the recorder hidden beneath my sweater and the other near my ribs, breathing shallowly as the city blurred past the rain-streaked windows. The old opera house stood near the river, abandoned after a fire years before, its stone facade blackened in places, its broken marquee hanging crooked over the entrance like a mouth full of rotten teeth. The car stopped at the side door. My body screamed at me not to get out. My mind agreed. I got out anyway. Because smart was not the same as safe. Because safe had become a cage too many times this week. Inside, the opera house smelled like dust, damp velvet, and old smoke. The lobby was dark except for a row of emergency lights glowing red along the floor. A man stepped from the shadows, not Marcello. One of his. He searched me quickly, too roughly, making pain flash across my ribs. He missed the recorder. Men like him always searched for weapons and forgot women had been turning their pain into evidence long before they learned to hold guns. He led me through a side corridor into the main theater. The space opened around me, vast and ruined. Rows of velvet seats, torn and dusty. A chandelier hanging broken over the center aisle. A stage with rotted curtains. And Marcello standing beneath it in a gray suit, holding a white lily. He smiled when he saw me. Soft, sad, victorious. Fiona, he said. You came. I stopped 10 feet away from him. The recorder warmed beneath my sweater. My body hurt. My heart hurt. My memory was full of holes and ghosts and yellow doors, but my voice was steady when I answered. You wanted alone. Marcello's smile deepened. I wanted free. I looked around the ruined theater at the men positioned in the shadows at the exit already blocked behind me. Then I looked back at him. No, I said. You wanted desperate. Something flickered in his eyes. The mask slipped for half a second. Good. There he was. Not savior. Not cousin. Not ally. The man behind the lilies. Marcello stepped closer. Did Ernesto show you Daniel? Yes. Alina? Yes. The receipt? My blood chilled. He smiled. There it was. He knew about that too. What does the yellow room mean? His eyes lit, not with sympathy, with hunger. The one truth Ernesto will never survive you remembering. My breath shook. Behind me, a man grabbed my arms. I fought automatically, pain exploding through my ribs. Another man caught my wrist. The recorder dug into my skin beneath my sweater. Marcello watched me struggle with faint disappointment. Careful, he said. You're still healing. I spat at him. It hit his cheek. The theater went silent. For one perfect second, Marcello looked genuinely shocked. Then he laughed. Slowly, he wiped his face with his thumb. There she is, he whispered. The wife he loved because she never knew when to kneel. My chest rose and fell hard. Wrong, I said. I knew. I just never chose you. His expression cooled. That one landed. He nodded to the men. They dragged me down the aisle toward the stage. My boots slipped on dust. My ribs burned. My bandaged wrists screamed where they gripped it. They forced me into a chair beneath the broken chandelier, and strapped my wrists down. Leather. Tight. My stomach rolled. Memory flashed. Not this chair. Another. A doctor's table? No. White tile. Blood. The yellow room. I swallowed the panic before it could own me. Marcelo crouched in front of me. Up close, his beauty was too polished, too practiced. Like every expression had been chosen in a mirror before it was worn. "You should have let me help you the first time," he said. "You should have been more believable." His mouth tightened. Then his hand came up and touched my cheek. I turned my face away. "Do not." He sighed. "Still loyal to him after everything?" "No," I said. "Still not stupid enough to trust you." His fingers closed around my jaw. Pain shot through the bruise. "You trusted me when it mattered." I met his eyes. "Then I'm smarter with memory loss." The slap came fast. My head snapped to the side. For a moment, the theater blurred. The recorder was still hidden. The recorder was still on. "Hold, Fiona. Hold." Marcelo stood, breathing harder now. The mask was thinner. "Set the camera," he ordered. My blood ran cold. A man rolled an old camera rig from the side of the stage, newer equipment mounted on rusted wheels. Marcelo smiled again, smoothing his suit jacket. "The council likes proof," he said, "so we will give them the Mafia King's wife confessing what he did to her." I tasted blood at the corner of my mouth. "And if I don't?" He leaned close. His smile vanished completely. "Then I tell you what was supposed to go in the yellow room before Ernesto's war took it from you." The theater vanished. My breath stopped. The ache in my stomach became a hole. Marcelo saw it. His smile returned. "There," he whispered. "Some memories do not need the mind, do they?" A camera light blinked red in front of me. On, off, and somewhere far away beyond the ruined opera house walls, I hoped Ernesto had found my note, because I had baited the truth. But the truth had teeth, and Marcelo was about to use them all. Chapter 9. Marcelo smiled at me like grief was something he could pour into a glass and make me drink. The camera light blinked red in front of me. On, off, on, off. A tiny mechanical heartbeat in the gutted opera house. My wrists were strapped to the chair. My ribs screamed every time I breathed too deeply. My mouth tasted like blood where his slap had split the corner. The recorder hidden beneath my sweater pressed against my skin like a secret pulse. Still recording. Still alive. Still mine. Marcelo stood a few feet away beneath the broken chandelier, holding a white lily between two fingers. The petals were perfect. Clean. Obscene in a room that smelled like dust, damp velvet, and old smoke. He had staged this. The ruined theater, the camera, the flower, the chair. The light aimed at my bruised face. Men like Marcello did not just hurt people. They directed the scene and called the victim lucky to have a role. "You look afraid," he said softly. I lifted my chin. "You look desperate." His smile did not move, but something behind it sharpened. Good. He wanted frightened. He hated defiant. One of his men adjusted the camera. Another stood near the aisle, gun low at his side. Two more waited in the shadows by the stage stairs. There were at least 4 visible. Probably more. The old Fiona would have counted exits. Current Fiona did too. Left aisle blocked, rear door guarded, stage wings dark but open, balcony uncertain. My body was injured, my hands bound, and my captor thought my missing memory made me weak. That was his mistake. Memory was not the only form of intelligence. Pain taught quickly. Marcelo crouched in front of me, the lily dangling from his hand. "You should stop fighting me. I am the only one in this city who has been honest with you." I laughed softly. It hurt. I did it anyway. Honest men do not strap women to chairs. Neither do husbands who love their wives. Ernesto did not put me in this chair. No, Marcelo tilted his head. He only put you in a house with guards, cameras, locked wings, hidden ledgers, erased men, and a room painted yellow for a future he failed to protect. The words struck hard. The yellow room. Again, a future. The ache in my stomach opened like a hand. I forced my face still. Marcelo watched me closely. Too closely. He saw the hit land. "You feel it, don't you?" he whispered. "Even without memory, the body is such a loyal little historian." A cold tremor moved through me. "What was the yellow room?" He smiled. "Not kindly. Never kindly. Say what I need first." The camera light blinked. I looked at it, then back at him. "What do you need?" Marcelo stood and smoothed the front of his suit. "Simple truth. From you, that'll be refreshing." His hand moved fast, not a slap this time. He gripped my jaw, fingers pressing into the bruised place near my cheek. Pain flashed hot. I swallowed the sound before it escaped. His eyes darkened with satisfaction anyway. Careful, Fiona. You have always confused courage with immunity. And you've always confused charm with intelligence. The pressure on my jaw increased. Say Ernesto Signianno married you to silence your testimony. The recorder pressed against my skin. Good. Speak, you polished bastard. Give me all of it. I forced a shaky breath. And if I say it, then the council will hear the wife of the Don confirm what they already suspect. That Ernesto is dangerous? That Ernesto is compromised. His mouth twisted. By you. The answer slid through me. There it was. Not just jealousy. Not just power. Marcelo hated me because Ernesto loved me. Not softly. Not in the simple romantic way. He hated that I had become a fault line in the empire he wanted to inherit. You wanted his seat, I said. Marcelo's fingers stilled on my jaw. I smiled despite the pain. Not just his money. Not just his routes. His seat. He released me slowly. Every man in that family should want the seat. But Ernesto got it. Ernesto was bred for it. And you weren't. His expression cooled. The mask shifted. Behind it was something old and rotten. Ernesto was given reverence before he had earned consequence. Men stepped aside because his father breathed his name like prophecy. I built alliances. I cleaned messes. I understood the council, the judges, the transport lines, the legal wing. Ernesto understood fear. He also understood loyalty. Marcelo laughed. Loyalty? He married the woman who could ruin him. Maybe that means he loved me. No, his voice sharpened. It means you became useful. Useful. Useful was what men called women when they wanted the benefits of their existence without the burden of their humanity. Is that what my foundation was? I asked. Useful? The silence after that was not long, but it was enough. Marcelo smiled again. Your foundation was elegant. My stomach turned. He circled behind me slowly, footsteps soft against dusty floorboards. Do you know what your problem was, Fiona? You believed saving women made you innocent. But rescue routes and smuggling routes use the same roads. Safe houses and holding houses hide behind the same paperwork. Bribed officials do not care whether they are paid to look away from mercy or crime. You used my foundation. I used the cracks you opened. Rage moved through me so cleanly it almost steadied my pain. You trafficked women through routes I built to save them. Not through all of them. He sounded almost offended. Do not be dramatic. I pulled against the restraints. Leather bit into my wrists. Say that on camera. He came around to face me. What? I looked at the camera. Say it on camera, Marcelo. Tell the council how reasonable you are because you only corrupted some of the rescue routes. His eyes narrowed. Then he laughed softly. You are still baiting. I kept my face still. Inside, my heart kicked. He suspected. Not enough. But enough. His gaze moved over my sweater, too slowly. I held my breath. Search her again, he said. One of the men stepped forward. Panic flashed through me. The recorder. No. Think. Before the man reached me, I jerked against the restraints hard enough to make pain explode across my ribs. I let out a cry I did not have to fake. The man paused. Marcelo lifted a hand. Careful. The council needs her recognizable. The man searched my pockets, my waistband, my boots, not beneath the inner seam of my sweater. Not where the recorder sat against the bandage wrap I had used to keep it in place. He stepped back. Clean. Marcelo watched me another moment. I lowered my eyes, let my breath shake, let him believe pain had broken the thread of defiance. He liked lowered eyes. That was the kind of man he was. He crouched again. You are clever, but you are not cleverer than desperation. I didn't come here desperate. No? No. Then why are you here? I met his eyes. Because Ernesto finally showed me enough truth to make yours useful. His face changed. There it was. The wound beneath the vanity. He hated being useful. He wanted to be essential. Ernesto showed you what he wanted you to see. He showed me Alina alive. Marcelo's smile thinned. A hit. Good. He let me speak to her, I said. His eyes cooled further. Another hit. She told me you took her. She is alive because I allowed her to be useful longer. I stared at him. The recorder burned beneath my sweater. Say that again. He caught himself. Too late. His mouth curved, but the charm had cracks now. I said she is alive because Ernesto needed leverage. No, you didn't. He stood slowly. The anger in him became visible, a dark stain spreading beneath the expensive surface. You think a call makes him clean? No. Good. He stepped closer. Because he is not. He watched you before you knew his name. He had Daniel Pierce destroyed. He married you the night before testimony. He hid the ledger. He hid Alina. He hid the yellow room. He stopped. I looked up. The silence after that unfinished sentence was a door with blood beneath it. He hid what? Marcello smiled, slow and cruel. There she is. What did he hide? The thing that made you run before I ever touched the story. My heart began to pound. Tell me. Say the confession first. No. His face hardened. One of the men near the aisle shifted, uneasy. Marcello did not like losing shape in front of his own people. He moved to the camera and gestured. The man behind it adjusted the angle. A bright light flared across my face. I blinked against it. Marcello came to stand beside the lens, just out of frame. His voice softened into performance. Fiona, when you woke after the attack, did you remember your marriage to Don Ernesto Signianno? I stared into the camera. No. Did he tell you he was your husband? Yes. Did he take you back to his estate despite your confusion? He took me back because the hospital was compromised. Marcello's eyes flashed. Answer only what is asked, I smiled faintly. Ask better questions. His jaw tightened. Did Ernesto Signianno surveil you before marriage? Yes. Did he use his power to remove Daniel Pierce from your life? Yes. Did he hide Alina Voss? Yes. Did he hide the ledger? Yes. Did he refuse to tell you what happened in the yellow room? My throat closed. I forced the word out. Yes. Did he marry you the night before you were to testify against Signianno-linked operations? Yes. His eyes lit. He had the sequence he wanted. Truth in a poisoned order. He smiled toward the camera. And did you fear him before the attack? The room held its breath. I thought of the West Wing footage, my own voice. Stay away from me. The gun in Ernesto's hand, Marcello's gentle face behind me, the video of Alina, my notes, the yellow room, the locked ledger. The truth was not clean. But if I lied, he would own the lie too. Yes, I said. Marcello's smile bloomed. Then I continued. But I feared him because you made sure I saw every ugly truth without the piece that proved you had arranged them. His smile vanished. I looked straight into the camera. Ernesto watched me. Ernesto controlled too much. Ernesto hid too much. Ernesto hurt me without using his hands. All true. The theater seemed to tighten around us. Marcello stepped toward me. Stop, I raised my voice. But Marcello Signianno used those truths to make a cage and put Ernesto's face on the lock. Marcello lunged. His hand covered my mouth. The chair rocked back. Pain tore through my ribs, white-hot and blinding. The camera light kept blinking. On. Off, on, off. His fingers dug into my face. Brave little wife, he hissed near my ear. Still hoping he comes? I tried to bite him. He jerked back before I could. A laugh escaped him, breathless and furious. He is coming, he said. Of course he is. I left enough breadcrumbs for him. The note, the driver, the old opera house. He will come like a saint of violence because he cannot bear for anyone else to own his favorite wound. My stomach dropped. You wanted him here. I wanted him choosing you on camera. Cold spread through me. Not a confession video, a trap. You want him to kill you. Marcello smiled. Not me. One of mine, perhaps. A guard, a council witness, someone unarmed enough to look ugly. He has been pretending restraint for you, yes? Let us see how long the performance lasts when his wife bleeds. Fear moved through me. Not for myself, for Ernesto, for the man who had stopped himself over and over again, for the Don who lived too close to violence, for the husband who could lose everything if Marcello made love look like madness. You won't win, I said. Marcello leaned close. I already have. If he saves you, he proves you are his weakness. If he abandons you, he loses you. If he kills for you, the council strips him. If he hesitates, you die knowing even love became calculation. My heart hammered. He had planned all roads, but men like Marcello always forgot one thing. Women were not roads. We moved. We chose. We burned maps. I pulled in a breath through the pain. You're wrong. About which part? About me being the bait. His eyes narrowed. I smiled, tasting blood. I'm the witness. For 1 second, he did not understand. Then his gaze dropped again to my sweater. Too late. A sound came from above, not a footstep, not thunder, a dull metallic thud from the balcony. Marcello's head snapped toward it. His men lifted weapons, the theater lights cut out. Darkness swallowed the opera house. A gunshot cracked from the left. Men shouted. The camera toppled, its light spinning wildly across the ruined seats, the stage, Marcello's face, my bound wrists. Emergency red lights flickered on along the aisle. Through the chaos, I heard a voice I knew in my bones. Low, controlled, terrifying. Touch her again, Marcello, and I will forget there is a council. Ernesto? Relief hit so hard it almost broke me. Then fear followed, because Marcello smiled in the dark, not surprised, not afraid, pleased. He turned toward the shadows where Ernesto's voice had come from and lifted a gun he had kept hidden beneath his jacket. There he is, Marcello called. The devoted husband. A beam of light cut across the balcony. Ernesto stood above us in black, gun drawn, Luca and two men moving like shadows behind him. His eyes found mine, just mine. For half a second, the whole ruined theater disappeared. There was only the man and the choice. I shook my head once. Not don't save me, don't become what he wants. Ernesto saw. Marcello saw him see. His smile sharpened. Then Marcello pressed the barrel of his gun to my temple. The cold metal kissed my skin. Every sound in the theater vanished beneath my pulse. Come down, cousin, Marcello said softly. Let the council see what she is worth. Ernesto did not move. Not yet. His face was unreadable from the balcony, but I knew something now that I had not known in the hospital. His stillness was not emptiness, it was war. Marcello leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "Tell him to choose." I stared up at Ernesto. My wrists bled against leather. My ribs screamed. The recorder still ran. The camera somehow still blinked from where it lay sideways on the floor. On, off, on, off. I lifted my chin and spoke loudly enough for every man in the ruined theater to hear. No, Ernesto. Marcello stiffened. I looked at my husband in the shadows. Do not choose me like property. Ernesto's eyes burned through the dark. I took one shaking breath. Choose the truth. Marcello's gun pressed harder. And Ernesto Signianno, Mafia king, violent husband, dangerous man, broken promise, impossible love, lowered his weapon by 1 inch. Not surrender, restraint. The one thing Marcello had not believed he could do. The one thing I had not been sure he could do. The opera house held its breath. Then Ernesto said very quietly, I already did. Chapter 10. Ernesto lowered his weapon, and every monster in the opera house mistook restraint for surrender. That was their mistake. Marcello's gun stayed pressed to my temple, cold metal, warm skin, one bad breath away from ending the story before I understood all of it. Around us, the ruined theater pulsed with red emergency light. Dust floated through the air like ash. The broken chandelier hung above the aisle, glittering in fractured pieces. Men stood half-hidden between rows of rotted velvet seats, guns raised toward the balcony where Ernesto stood in black, still and deadly, his weapon lowered by 1 inch. 1 inch. Not enough to make him harmless. Enough to prove he had heard me. Do not choose me like property. Choose the truth. And he had. He had chosen not to become Marcello's proof. For one impossible second, I loved him for that. Then Marcello laughed softly beside my ear. There, he said, the great Don Signianno, finally trained. Ernesto's eyes did not leave mine, not once. You wanted an audience, he said, voice calm enough to be terrifying. You have one. Marcello's grip tightened around the gun. Careful. Your wife's head is not the place to perform pride. My wife asked me to choose truth. She asked you to stand still while I kill her. No, Ernesto said. You want me to believe those are the same thing. Something shifted in the shadows behind the balcony rail. Luca. I saw him only because the red light caught the edge of his face. He was moving left. Slow. Silent. Marcello did not look up. He was too busy watching Ernesto. Good. Men like Marcello always wanted the king's eyes on them. They forgot about the loyal wolves. I forced myself to breathe shallowly through the pain in my ribs. My wrists were slick beneath the leather straps. Blood had made the restraints slippery, but not enough yet. The recorder still pressed under my sweater. The camera still lay sideways on the floor, little red light blinking. On, off, on, off. Recording. Everything. Marcello had staged a confession. He had accidentally built a witness stand. I swallowed against the gun at my temple. Marcello, I said. His body stilled. He liked my voice too much. I could feel it in the way his attention shifted back to me. Possession without desire. Hatred without indifference. He wanted to own the story of me because Ernesto had loved the real thing. What is it, Fiona? My mouth ached where he had hit me. I tasted blood. You said the council needed proof. His smile curved near my cheek. They do. Then say it cleanly. His eyes narrowed. Say what? Say what you did to Alina. A pause. Too long. The men in the theater shifted. Ernesto's gaze sharpened from the balcony. I felt his attention change. Not panic now. Understanding. He knew what I was doing. So did Marcelo, but not quickly enough. He laughed. Still trying to bait me? No, I said. I'm asking for truth. You said you were the honest one. The gun pressed harder. Pain flared through my temple. Do not play with me. I'm tied to a chair with a gun to my head. If you're still scared of my questions, that says more about you than me. His breath touched my ear, uneven for the first time. You never knew when to stop. Neither did you. That's why you lost. His mask cracked. There, a thin line but real. He jerked my head back by my hair and pain split across my scalp. I bit down on the scream. It escaped anyway, small and sharp. Ernesto moved on the balcony. Not far. A shift. A threat barely contained. Marcelo saw it and smiled. That is it, he called. Come down, cousin. Let them see what love does to kings. Ernesto's voice remained quiet. Love is not what made you a traitor. Marcelo's face hardened. No. Blood did. Your father's blood. Your name. Your throne handed to you while men like me cleaned the rot from beneath it. You created rot and called it labor. I created leverage. Marcelo's voice rose, rich with bitterness now. That is what power is. Not loyalty. Not vows. Leverage. Fiona's foundation was leverage. Alina Voss was leverage. The ledger was leverage. Your marriage was leverage the second you signed it. The words rang through the theater. The camera blinked. The recorder listened. My heart slammed. Keep going. Please, keep going. Marcelo was breathing harder now, wound open, vanity bleeding. You used my foundation, I said, forcing my voice steady. You moved women through routes meant to save them. I moved assets through routes you made invisible. A coldness moved through me. Assets. Not women. Not people. Assets. Ernesto's hand tightened around his lowered gun. I saw it, but he did not raise it. Good, good. Alina was an asset, I asked. She became a liability. You took her. I corrected a mistake. Her children? Marcelo's mouth twisted. Children make women obedient. You of all people should understand that. The sentence hit somewhere deep and dark inside me. Good. A door inside my body shook. Yellow. The room. The ache in my stomach. Not now. Not here. I shoved the feeling down with everything I had. Ernesto's face had changed. Even from the balcony, I saw the murder in him. Not performative, not reckless, old, deep. The kind of violence built for men like Marcelo. Ernesto, I said, his eyes snapped to mine. One word. A chain thrown across a cliff. He heard it. He stayed still. Marcelo smiled, but it looked strained now. Still controlling him? Even tied to a chair, you make him heal. No, I whispered. I remind him who he wants to be. Marcelo's smile died. That was the worst insult I could have given him. Not that Ernesto was stronger. That Ernesto could change. Marcelo could not. He shoved the gun harder into my temple and turned his face toward the camera on the floor. Enough. His voice went cold. The council will receive what I choose to send. He nodded to the man near the camera. Cut it. Cutter. The man stepped forward. Now. I slammed both feet against the floor and threw my weight sideways. The chair tipped. Pain exploded through my ribs, white and brutal, but the movement yanked Marcelo's gun away from my head. The shot cracked above me, deafening, splintering a wooden box near the stage. The cameraman stumbled back. The chair hit the floor hard with me still strapped to it. For 1 second, the world was only pain. Then the opera house erupted. Ernesto moved, not like a man losing control. Like control had finally been given permission to become motion. He dropped from the balcony to the lower box ledge, then down again with Luca covering him from above. His men flooded the aisles from both sides, silent no longer. Gunfire cracked, glass burst. Men shouted in Italian and English, and fear. Marcello cursed and fired toward the balcony. Luca returned fire, not wild, not panicked. One of Marcello's men went down near the aisle. Another lunged toward me. I kicked out, bound to the fallen chair, heel catching his knee. He crashed into the stage steps with a shout. I twisted hard against the straps, biting back a scream as pain tore through my side. A hand grabbed the back of my chair. Not Marcello. One of his men dragging me toward the wing. I slammed my head back. Bone hit cartilage. He swore. The chair jolted. The recorder dug into my ribs. Still there. Still recording. I twisted my bleeding wrist through the slick strap. The leather tore skin but loosened. Ernesto appeared through the smoke and red light like every warning anyone had ever whispered about him. His gun was raised now, but not at Marcello. At the man dragging me. "Let go," he said. The man froze. There was nothing loud in Ernesto's voice. That made it worse. The man released the chair. Ernesto fired once. Not into him. Beside his head, close enough to tear plaster from the wall and cover him in dust. The man dropped to his knees instantly, restraint, even here. Even with me bleeding on the floor. Ernesto reached me and crouched, his face hard, eyes moving over every visible inch of me. "Fiona, I'm fine. You are on the floor tied to a chair. I've had better evenings." His mouth tightened like he wanted to laugh and kill someone at the same time. Ribs? Angry? Head? Still attached. Good. He pulled a knife from his belt and cut the wrist strap carefully, so carefully it almost broke me. Around us, chaos continued. Luca shouted orders. Ernesto's men secured the aisles. Marcello had vanished toward the stage wing. I grabbed Ernesto's sleeve with my freed hand. "The camera, I know, the recorder." My voice shook. Inside my sweater, his eyes flashed. Not surprise, pride. Painful, fierce pride. "You recorded him?" I baited truth. His jaw tightened. "You baited a gun." Multitasking. "Fiona." His voice broke on my name. Just a crack. Enough. He cut the second strap. My hands came free and I sucked in a breath through the burn in my wrists. He reached for the ankle bindings, then stopped as a gunshot rang from the stage wing. A bullet hit the floor near us. Ernesto's body covered mine before I could blink. Not crushing, shielding. His weight hovered above me, one arm braced hard beside my head, his other hand firing twice toward the wing without looking away from my face. The sound blasted through me. I flinched. He saw. Sorry, in the middle of gunfire. I almost laughed, or cried. I could not tell. "Get off me before you make me sentimental." His eyes burned. Then he moved, cut my ankle straps, and pulled me upright with hands so controlled I knew it cost him. The second I stood, pain nearly buckled my knees. He caught me. This time I let him, only for one breath. Then I pushed back enough to stand beside him. "Marcello went that way," I said. "I know." "You cannot kill him." His face turned to stone. "He put a gun to your head, and confessed on camera. He touched you. And if you kill him now, he wins." The words hit him harder than any bullet. His eyes held mine in the red dark. "He does not leave this building free," he said. "No, but he leaves breathing." His jaw flexed. A war moved through him. I watched it. This was the choice. Not the balcony, not the lowered gun. This. After blood. After terror. After seeing me on the floor. Could Ernesto choose justice when vengeance was within reach? Luca appeared beside us. "Don, stage wing is blocked. He's heading toward the lower dressing rooms." Ernesto did not look away from me. "Alive," I said. Luca looked at Ernesto. Ernesto closed his eyes for half a second, then opened them. "Alive," he ordered. Luca moved instantly. I exhaled. Ernesto leaned closer, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "This is not mercy? I know. This is restraint. I know. I hate it. I know." Something like a broken laugh moved through his breath. Then he touched my face with 2 fingers, careful of the bruise. "Stay with Luca." "No." His eyes sharpened. I lifted a hand before he could speak. "Do not insult me by pretending you expected a different answer. We are not doing this now." "Yes, we are. Marcello built this whole trap around making you choose for me. If you leave me behind after I just recorded him, he still gets part of what he wanted. You are injured. I was injured before I got here. Keep up." His eyes flashed with fury. Not at me, at the truth that I was right and vulnerable at the same time. Finally, he said, "Behind me. Beside you." "No. Ernesto." His name stopped him. Not because it was soft, because it was not. I stepped closer. Every part of me hurt, but I held his gaze. "I am not your property. I am not your witness in a box. I am not the fragile thing men move around the board. I am going with you because Marcello hurt me and used my foundation and touched the women I tried to save. Beside you, or I go around you." For a second, the Don looked like he might devour the whole room. Then the husband swallowed fire. "Beside me," he said. The words shook slightly, not with weakness, with discipline. "Thank you. Do not thank me yet. Wasn't planning to." We moved. The theater stage groaned beneath our weight as we crossed into the wing. The old backstage corridors were narrow and blackened from the fire that had ruined the building. Water dripped somewhere overhead. The red emergency lights barely reached here, turning every doorway into a wound. Luca and 2 guards moved ahead. Ernesto stayed at my left side, close enough to catch me if I fell, not close enough to steer me. The difference mattered. My body noticed. My heart did too. We reached the lower dressing room stairs. A shout came from below. Then a shot. Then a shot. Luca cursed. "Smoke charge!" Gray smoke billowed up the stairwell. Ernesto pulled me back against the wall, one arm shielding my face. I coughed, ribs screaming. "Breathe shallow," he said. "I am not taking breathing orders from you." "You are when your ribs are cracked." "Fair." I breathed shallow. The smoke thickened. Footsteps pounded below. A man emerged through it, gun raised. Ernesto disarmed him in 2 brutal movements, wrist, throat, wall, then let him drop unconscious instead of dead. Alive. Because I asked. The realization hit harder than it should have. We descended. At the bottom, the corridor split. A door slammed to the right. Ernesto signaled. Luca moved left with 1 guard. We moved right. The dressing room was ruined, mirrors cracked, vanity bulbs shattered, costumes rotting under plastic sheets. Marcello stood near the rear exit, one hand bleeding, gun in the other. A young guard stood in front of him. Not one of Ernesto's, one of Marcello's, barely older than 20. Terrified. Marcello had his gun pressed to the back of the young man's head. Human shield. "Stop," Marcello said. Ernesto stopped. I stopped beside him. Marcello's smile was gone now. His beautiful face looked stripped, rage and panic showing beneath the polish. "There it is," I said quietly. His eyes snapped to me. "The real face," he sneered. "You think you've won because you captured a few words? No, I think you lost because you finally forgot to look charming while saying them." His grip tightened on the young guard. The boy's eyes filled with terror. Ernesto's gun remained low. Marcello laughed. "Still performing restraint?" Ernesto's voice was cold. "Let him go." "Or what? You'll wound me? Arrest me? Give me to the council so they can pretend they did not profit from the rot too." "The council will do what it always does," Ernesto said. "Protect itself." Marcello smiled faintly. Then Ernesto continued, "But Fiona's recording will make that harder." Marcello looked at me. Hatred, pure and bright. "You were always the problem." "No," I said. "I was always the woman you underestimated." The young guard trembled. His eyes met mine. "Please." One silent word. I looked at Marcello. "You need a hostage to leave. Take me." Ernesto went absolutely still. The room froze. Marcello's eyes lit. "No," Ernesto said, not command. Terror. I did not look at him. I kept my eyes on Marcello. "That boy means nothing to you." "I do. You said it yourself. I'm leverage." Marcello's smile returned slowly. "Fiona?" Ernesto's voice came from beside me, low and dangerous. "Do not." I whispered without looking at him. "Trust me or lose the point of all this." Silence. Then Ernesto said nothing. He did not stop me. The trust was not pretty. It was brutal. I stepped forward. My ribs screamed. My wrists bled. My legs shook. Marcello shoved the boy aside and reached for me. The second his hand closed around my arm, I drove my knee hard into his injured hand. He shouted. The gun dropped. Ernesto moved. So did I. I twisted away, and Ernesto slammed Marcello into the cracked mirror with enough force to spiderweb the glass around his head. Luca burst through the side door at the same moment, weapon trained. Marcello struggled once. Ernesto pinned him by the throat. There it was again, the temptation. His hand at Marcello's throat. Marcello wheezed and smiled through blood. "Do it." The room went still. Ernesto's face was death. I stepped close, trembling. Ernesto. One word. The same chain across the cliff. His hand tightened. Marcello's smile widened. "Do it," Marcello rasped. "Show her." Ernesto's eyes did not leave his cousin's face. For one terrible second, I did not know which man would win inside him. Then Ernesto released him. Marcello slid down the mirror, coughing. Ernesto stepped back. Luca seized Marcello immediately, forcing his arms behind him. The young guard collapsed against the wall, sobbing quietly. Ernesto turned to me. He looked wrecked. Not because he had almost killed Marcello, Because he had wanted to. Because he had not. Because restraint had cost him something real. I crossed the room and pressed my bleeding hand against his chest. His heart pounded under my palm. Fast, human. You chose, I whispered. His eyes held mine. I chose late, but you chose. His mouth tightened. I will keep choosing until it stops feeling like a knife. That may take a while. Yes. Behind us, Marcello laughed weakly as Luca dragged him upright. This isn't over. I turned. My whole body ached, my mouth bled, my wrist throbbed, my memory remained full of holes, but my voice came steady. No, I said. Now we go to the council. Marcello's face changed. Fear. Real this time. Ernesto looked at me. No. I turned slowly. The room chilled. He heard himself. I watched him hear it. The old instinct. The cage trying to rebuild itself in one syllable. His eyes closed briefly. Then he corrected. I do not want you in that room, he said. Better. His jaw tightened. It will be dangerous. I know. They will try to discredit you. I know. They will use your memory loss. I know. They will use our marriage. Good, I said. Let them. I'm tired of everyone else telling the story of my life. He stared at me. I stepped closer. This ends with my voice in the room, sec. Not yours standing in for me, not Marcello's edited version, mine. Something shifted in his face. Pride, fear, love, all of it too tangled to separate. Then he nodded. One condition. I narrowed my eyes. You do not get to command conditions. He almost smiled. Almost. One request. Say it. You let the doctor look at you before the council. I looked down at myself. Blood at my wrists, bruised jaw, ribs on fire, barely standing. Fine. Relief flashed through his eyes. And I keep the recorder, I said. Of course. And the camera footage. Yes. And the burner messages. Yes. And when the council asks whether I am speaking as your wife, your witness, or your victim, you do not answer for me. His face went still. Then he bowed his head once. Not to the room. To me. I will not. That almost broke me. Not because it fixed anything. Because I believed him in that moment. Belief, even small, was dangerous. But maybe it was also how ruined things began again. Luca dragged Marcello past us. Marcello's eyes met mine. The charm was gone. Only hatred remained. You think he will let you stay free? He whispered. I looked at Ernesto beside me. Then back at Marcello. No, I said. I think he will have to learn. Ernesto's breath caught softly. Marcello was shoved out the door. The opera house fell quieter around us, still broken, still smelling of smoke and old velvet, still holding the echo of gunfire and confession. My legs finally betrayed me. Ernesto caught me before I hit the floor. This time, I did not push him away, but I did look up at him through the dim red light and say, do not carry me like a tragic bride. His mouth twitched. Would you prefer I let you collapse out of principle? Yes. No. I glared. He sighed, and somehow, impossibly carefully, he shifted his hold so one arm supported my back and the other my knees without crushing my ribs. Beside me next time, I muttered. His voice brushed my hair. Next time, I hope there is less kidnapping, no promises, your family is exhausting. A low sound moved through his chest. Not quite a laugh, but close. Outside, rain washed the opera house steps as his men secured the street. Sirens wailed far away, though I doubted any official police would arrive before the underworld had cleaned what it wanted hidden. Ernesto carried me to the waiting car. At the door, he paused. I am sorry, he said. Not for one thing. For all of it. I leaned my head against his shoulder because I was too tired not to. I know. His arms tightened once, then loosened. Learning. Still learning. As the car pulled away from the ruined opera house, I looked down at my bandaged wrists, my blood on his shirt, the recorder clutched in my hand. Marcello had wanted a confession. He had given me a war. And now I was taking both to the council. Chapter 11. The Underworld Council looked at me like I was evidence first and a woman second. That was their first mistake. The chamber sat beneath an old legal building with marble columns upstairs and sins buried underneath. We entered through a private elevator, after the doctor wrapped my wrists, checked my ribs, argued with Ernesto, argued with me, lost to both of us, and finally muttered something about stubborn people shortening his career. I wore black. Not because Ernesto chose it, because I did. Black trousers, black blouse, hair pulled back from my bruised face, bandages hidden where they could be hidden and visible where they could not, My mouth was still split, my cheek was still swollen, my ribs still punished every breath. Good. Let them see what Marcello's truth looked like when it touched skin. Ernesto walked beside me. Not ahead. Beside. That mattered. His men followed behind us with Luca carrying the recorder, the burner phone, and the recovered camera drive in a sealed, black case. Marcello was brought in through another door with his hands restrained and blood dried near his temple from the mirror Ernesto had not killed him against. He smiled when he saw me, not because he was calm, because he wanted the room to think he was. The council sat in a half-circle on raised dark wood, 7 men and 1 woman, each dressed like money had taught them not to sweat. Old families, old crimes, old rules dressed in elegant language. At the center sat Vittore Belandi, silver-haired, thin-mouthed, and cold enough to make the room feel refrigerated. He looked at Ernesto first, then at me. Mrs. Signianno. My spine stiffened. Beside me, Ernesto's hand twitched at his side. He did not correct the man. Good, I would do it myself if I needed to. Vittore leaned back. We are here to determine whether the accusations brought by Marcello Signianno against Don Ernesto Signianno constitute abuse of power, unlawful silencing of a protected witness, manipulation of survivor routes, and counsel betrayal. My mouth curved without humor. That is a lot of polished wording for family rot. A few men shifted. The woman on the far left, Donatella Ricci, looked almost amused. Vittore's gaze sharpened. You are injured. Perhaps you should let your husband speak. No. The word echoed. Not loud, but clean. Ernesto remained still beside me. The council noticed. So did Marcello. His smile thinned. Vittore looked from Ernesto to me. Then clarify your standing in this matter. Are you here as Don Ernesto's wife, his witness, or his victim? There it was. The question Ernesto had promised not to answer for me. The room waited. I felt Ernesto beside me, every line of his body tight with the effort of silence. I lifted my chin. I am here as Fiona Fellowing Signianno, I said. Founder of the Fellowing Foundation, survivor of an attack in the West Wing, wife by legal record, victim of Marcello Signianno's kidnapping, witness to his confession, and yes, also a woman harmed by Ernesto Signianno's control. The chamber went still. Ernesto did not move. Marcello's eyes lit. He thought I had opened a door for him. Let him. Vittore folded his hands. You accuse your husband? I accuse him of what he did. And what is that? I looked at Ernesto. He looked back at me. No demand, no warning, no plea, just readiness. I turned back to the council. He surveilled me before I fully knew him. He removed Daniel Pierce from my life out of jealousy and called it protection. He married me the night before my testimony, partly to shield me, partly to protect his family power. He hid Alina Voss from me after my memory loss. He hid the ledger. He decided too many truths could wait until he believed I could survive them. Marcello smiled wider. Then I continued. And Marcello Signianno took every one of those real sins, arranged them in the cruelest possible order, and used them to make me believe my husband was the only monster in the room. The smile died. I looked at him. That was your mistake. You forgot real monsters hate sharing the stage. A murmur passed through the council. Vittore's fingers tapped once. Don Ernesto, do you deny your wife's charges? Ernesto stepped forward. Not in front of me, just one step. No. The room shifted. Even Marcello blinked. Ernesto's voice carried through the chamber, low and steady. I do not deny surveillance. I do not deny using influence against Daniel Pierce. I do not deny marrying Fiona before testimony. I do not deny hiding Alina Voss's survival after Fiona lost memory. I do not deny withholding the ledger. The council watched him like wolves scenting blood. He did not flinch. I did those things, he said. Some out of strategy, some out of fear, some out of jealousy, some because I convinced myself protection excused control. My throat tightened. It was one thing to hear him admit it in private. Another to hear the Mafia king strip himself before men who would use shame as currency. Marcello laughed softly. How noble! The tyrant discovers confession when cornered. Ernesto did not look at him. He looked at the council. What I deny is Marcello's lie that my wife's foundation was built for crime. It was built to save women. I polluted parts of it with my protection. Marcello corrupted parts of it for trafficking, leverage, and succession warfare. Vittore's eyes narrowed. Proof? Luca stepped forward and opened the black case, the recorder, the burner phone, the camera drive, every piece of my bait, every tooth from Marcello's truth. The first recording played through the chamber speakers. Marcello's voice filled the room. Your foundation was elegant. Then my voice. You used my foundation. His answer. I used the cracks you opened. A murmur. Then I moved assets through routes you made invisible. Donatella Ricci's expression went ice cold. Another councilman muttered a curse. Marcello's face remained smooth, but his hands flexed against the restraints. The recording continued. Alina was an asset? She became a liability. Then later, children make women obedient. You of all people should understand that. My stomach turned. The yellow room ache pulsed again, sharp and low. Ernesto's head turned toward me slightly. I did not look at him. Not yet. Luca stopped the recording after Marcello's confession of using council leverage and survivor routes. Then he played the camera footage. Sideways at first, red light, dust, my bound wrists, Marcello pressing the gun to my head, Ernesto on the balcony, my voice telling him to choose truth. Then Marcello, admitting leverage, admitting corruption, admitting enough. When the footage ended, the council chamber was silent. Marcello smiled. You have fragments, drama, a wounded wife baiting words out of a man under duress. I laughed. Every head turned to me. You were under duress? I was tied to a chair. His face hardened. Vittori lifted a hand. Enough. No, I said. His eyes narrowed. I stepped forward, pain lancing through my ribs. Ernesto did not stop me. You asked what I am, I said, so listen when I answer. I am not a wife you can use to weaken him. I am not a victim you can pity into silence. I am not a witness you can dismiss because my memory has holes in it. My memory failed. My intelligence did not. Donatella Ricci's eyes sharpened with interest. Good. I looked at the half-circle of old power. Marcello did not invent Ernesto's sins, that is why his lie worked. But Marcello used my foundation to move women like property. He used Alina Voss and her children as leverage. He used my missing memory as a weapon. He used council corruption as a ladder. And all of you know exactly how a man like that survives long enough to do damage. A few council members went still. There it was, the rot beneath the marble. Vittori's face chilled. Careful, Mrs. Signianno. No, Ernesto said. One word. The room changed. Vittori looked at him. Ernesto's voice was quiet. Do not warn her for telling the truth in a room built to bury it. My breath caught. Vittori leaned forward. You would threaten this council over your wife? Ernesto looked at me, then back at them. No, I would lose this council before I let it use her injury as a leash. The chamber went dead silent. Marcello stared at him. I did too. Ernesto stood tall, terrifying, beautiful, ruined by what he was finally willing to say. Fiona is not my witness to manage, he said. She is not my weakness to hide. She is not my crime to erase. She is the woman I harmed by choosing control when I should have chosen trust. And she is also the woman Marcello tried to destroy because he could not turn her into an asset. His voice hardened. If my seat requires her silence, take the seat. My heart stopped. Every face in the room changed. Even Luca looked shocked. Marcello's expression twisted with disbelief. He had wanted Ernesto to choose me on camera, but not like this. Not freely. Not with the throne laid down before they could strip it from him. Vittori's mouth tightened. You would surrender Signianno authority? Ernesto did not hesitate. If the price is Fiona, yes. The words struck me in the chest. Not because I wanted a man to give up power for me like some romantic trophy. Because for Ernesto, power had always been the language he thought love needed to survive, and he had just stopped speaking it. The council erupted into low voices. Marcello lunged against his restraints. You hypocrite, you think this makes you clean? Ernesto turned to him at last. No, he said. It makes me done being useful to your story. Donatella Ricci stood. The chamber quieted. The evidence against Marcello is sufficient for immediate seizure under council law. His accounts will be frozen, his men named, his routes audited. Alina Voss and her children remain under survivor protection, not Signianno custody. Relief moved through me so hard I almost swayed. Ernesto noticed, his hand lifted an inch, stopped. Let me stand. Donatella looked at me. The Fellowing Foundation will be placed under independent protection until its route files can be separated from criminal contamination. You may appoint counsel. I will, I said. Vittoria's face soured, but he did not contradict her. Marcello laughed as 2 council guards moved toward him. Independent protection. How charming. You think paperwork keeps women safe now? I looked at him. No, women keep women safe. Paperwork just gives men something to choke on when we prove it. Donatella's mouth twitched. The guards took Marcello by the arms. He looked at Ernesto. This is not over. Ernesto's eyes were cold. It is for you. Then Marcello looked at me. His smile returned, small and poisonous. You still do not remember the yellow room. The chamber tilted. Ernesto turned lethal. Luca stepped forward. Marcello was dragged backwards, still smiling. You will, he called. And when you do, ask your husband why he let you wake up alone from that too. The doors shut behind him. The words remained. Wake up alone from that too. My hand went to my stomach. Ernesto saw. His face changed. The council faded to noise. The yellow room pulsed in my mind like a wound under a bandage. Not now. Please not now. Luca came close to Ernesto, voice low. Don, transport is the danger point. Marcello still has men in the legal wing. Ernesto's gaze snapped to him. Double the guard. With respect, Luca said, quieter. Half those guards were appointed before you took control. The legal wing is where Marcello's influence was strongest. Ernesto's jaw hardened. Then none of them move him without our eyes on it. Luca nodded. Already done. I absorbed the words distantly. Legal wing. Transport. Marcello still had roots in the walls. Men like him did not die when exposed. They tried to bite on the way down. By the time we returned to the estate, I had nothing left. Not pride. Not anger. Not the strength to pretend my ribs were not on fire. Rosa cried when she saw me, which almost made me cry too, so I told her if she fussed, I would outlaw broth from the estate forever. She cried harder. Ernesto sent everyone away after the doctor checked me again and declared that my stubbornness was becoming medically hostile. I sat on the edge of my bed while rain moved down the windows in slow silver lines. Ernesto stood near the fireplace, not too close. Always not too close now. That restraint had become its own ache. You offered them your seat, I said. His eyes lifted. Yes. Did you mean it? Yes. Because of me? Because of what I became when I thought keeping power meant keeping you alive. I looked down at my hands. Bandaged wrists, wedding ring. The 2 things looked wrong together. You cannot fix this by giving up things loudly. I know. Or by making speeches. I know. Or by being gentle tonight. His face tightened. I know. I hated that tears came then. Silent, hot, humiliating. He saw them and did not move, because I had not asked, because he was finally learning the cruelty of assuming. Come here, I whispered. He crossed the room slowly, stopped in front of me. Sit. He sat beside me. The mattress dipped. Heat moved from his body to mine, familiar and frightening. I looked at him. I am still angry. Yes, I'm still hurt. Yes, I still don't know what the yellow room means. His face went pale. I saw it. This time, I did not chase the answer. Not because I did not want it, because something inside me knew if I opened that door tonight, I might not survive all the way through. But tonight, I said, voice trembling, you chose truth in front of them. His eyes darkened with grief. Late. Yes. After harm. Yes. Not enough. No, I whispered. Not enough, but real. His breath shook. I touched his face. He closed his eyes like my hand was mercy he did not deserve. Maybe it was. Maybe mercy was not about deserving. Maybe it was about choosing not to become the wound. His hand lifted and stopped near my shoulder. May I? I nodded. He touched me like asking had changed the shape of his hands. Slow, careful, reverent. When he kissed me, there was no triumph in it, no claim, no victory after the council, only exhaustion and grief and need made humble. My mouth hurt, so he kissed the corner of it with impossible care. My ribs hurt, so he kept distance where pressure would punish. My wrists were bandaged, so he lifted each hand and kissed the gauze like he could apologize to skin. I cried then, not because he touched me, because he remembered to ask where the pain was before deciding where love could go. Tell me if we stop, he whispered. We stop if I say stop. Yes, we slow if I say slow. Yes, we do not pretend this fixes anything. His forehead touched mine. No. Then I kissed him. This time the choice felt different. That night had been memory and hunger and proof that my body could choose without surrender. This was something harder. A woman choosing with more truth in her hands, not all truth, but more. Enough to know he had sinned. Enough to know he had changed 1 inch then another, while the whole world watched. The room softened around us. Firelight, rain, his breath, my shaking hands, his patience. We moved slowly because my body demanded it and because neither of us wanted heat to outrun meaning. Every touch was checked by breath, by eyes, by silence that asked instead of took. The sensuality between us did not erase the damage. It moved carefully around it, naming every bruise by refusing to press too hard. When I pulled him closer, he came. When I trembled, he stopped. When I whispered his name, he looked at me like he had been waiting at the edge of that word for a lifetime. The last distance between us closed in tenderness this time, not storm. It still burned, but not like possession, like grief becoming warmth for one stolen hour. He held himself above me with controlled strength, his face close enough that every breath became shared. My hands clutched his shoulders, then softened. The rhythm of us was slow, restrained, full of all the things we could not say without breaking the fragile peace we had made. No escape from emotion. Just us. Broken. Married. Unfinished. Choosing the next breath together. After, he wrapped me in the blanket first, then himself. He brought water. He checked my ribs. He cleaned the corner of my mouth with a warm cloth so gently I had to look away. Stay, I whispered before he could ask. He froze, then nodded. I will. He lay beside me, not pulling me in until I shifted toward him. His arm came around me carefully. My head rested against his chest. His heartbeat was steady. Mine was not. Ernesto? Yes. If I remember something terrible, do not hide it from me again. His body tightened. I will not. Even if it destroys us. His voice roughened. Even then, I believed him. That was the frightening part. Sleep came slowly, then all at once. And with it memory. White tile, bright lights, Rosa crying somewhere beyond a door. My body emptying itself of pain I did not understand. Ernesto's voice in the hall, broken in a way I had never heard. Let me see her. She is my wife. A doctor saying, not yet. My own hand reaching for my stomach. Flat, wrong, empty. A tiny yellow blanket folded on a chair. The yellow room. Not ready. Never ready. A sound tore out of me so raw it ripped me awake. I sat up in bed, clutching my stomach with both hands. Ernesto shot upright beside me. Fiona? The room spun, the rain, the fire, the bed, his face, all of it blurred beneath the memory now rising, unstoppable. I looked at him, his face had gone white. He knew. He had always known. My voice came out barely human. We had a baby. Ernesto closed his eyes like the words had killed him, and the last locked door in my mind opened. Chapter 12. The memory came back like a door breaking open in a house already on fire. We had a baby, not a maybe, not a dream. Not a soft little grief my body had invented because the yellow room hurt too much to explain. A baby. Our baby. I sat upright in bed, with both hands pressed to my stomach, the room spinning around me, Ernesto's face white in the firelight, rain scraping the windows like fingernails. My body remembered before my mind finished unfolding. The yellow blanket, the white tile, Rosa crying, the doctor's mouth moving, Ernesto's voice outside the door broken open and bleeding. Let me see her. She is my wife, and me, alone. Not because he did not come, because someone had kept him out, because I had told someone to keep him out. No, that was not right. The memory shifted, cruel and sharp. I was in the medical suite beneath the estate, the one I had not remembered existed. Pain tearing through me, Rosa holding my hand, a doctor speaking gently, too gently. There had been blood, too much, a tiny heartbeat gone quiet before I could hear it outside my body. I had been pregnant, I had lost the baby. And after, when I woke empty, Ernesto was there. Not in the room, beyond the glass, hands braced against the door, face ruined, unable to enter because I had screamed at him not to touch me, because the attack had happened after I discovered the ledger pages. Because Marcello had told me Ernesto's war had put stress on my body, put enemies at our doors, put danger in every hallway. Because grief needed a face. And Ernesto's was the one I loved enough to blame. A sound left me. Not a sob. Something older. Something animal. Ernesto moved, then stopped himself so violently his hand closed around the bedpost instead of me. Fiona. My voice cracked. No, don't say my name yet. He went still. Good. God. He listened even now. Even while I was breaking, my breath came in pieces. I looked down at my stomach, flat beneath the blanket, and the grief was not new anymore. That was the horror. It had lived in me the whole time. Every time I passed the yellow room, every time Ernesto's hand hovered and pulled away, every time Rosa said, "The room is not ready," it had never been ready, because the baby never came home. I looked at him. "Why didn't you tell me?" His throat moved. The old answer stood between us before he spoke. Because he thought he was protecting me. Because he was afraid. Because the truth had teeth. But he did not say those things first. He had learned. At first, because the doctor warned trauma could collapse you if too much returned at once, he said, voice rough. Then because I was a coward. Then because every time you touched the edge of it, I saw you hurt without knowing why, and I told myself I was sparing you. Tears blurred him. And were you? No, the word broke from him. No, Fiona, I was sparing myself from watching you lose her twice. Her. The room stopped. My hands curled into the blanket. Her? Ernesto's face crumpled. Only for 1 second. The Don vanished completely. The husband remained. The father. God, the father. His voice was barely sound. We did not know for certain, but you said she was a girl. I pressed my fist to my mouth. The memory came. Me in the yellow room before it was finished, holding a strip of wallpaper with tiny gold stars. Ernesto standing behind me, pretending not to look terrified of a paint sample. Me laughing. She needs yellow, not pink, yellow. Bright, stubborn, like sunrise with bad manners. Ernesto saying, dead serious, our daughter will have excellent manners. Me turning to her will bite kings. And he had smiled, small, helpless, mine. The memory shattered me. I folded over myself with a cry. Ernesto was on the edge of the bed, hands hovering, tortured by restraint. May I? He whispered. I hated that he asked. I loved that he asked. I nodded once. He pulled me into his arms so carefully, it hurt worse than if he had been rough. My face pressed against his chest, and the sound that tore out of me did not feel survivable. He held me through it. No shushing, no promises, no telling me I was safe when safe had failed us. His hand cupped the back of my head. The other braced around my shoulders, keeping pressure away from my ribs. I blamed you, I sobbed. Yes, I hated you. Yes, I told you not to come in. His voice broke. Yes, you stayed outside anyway. Every second. I thought you chose the ledger over us. His arms tightened once, then loosened. I did. The confession stopped my breath. I pulled back enough to look at him. His eyes were wet. He did not hide it. I chose delay, he said. I chose strategy. I chose to secure evidence before I told you Marcello was moving. I thought I had hours. I thought I had men in place. I thought control would protect what mattered most. His mouth twisted in pain. I was wrong. The words landed between us. Not as self-pity, as sentence. I remembered now, not everything, but enough. Marcello's message, the edited video of Alina, my terror, my anger, me taking the ledger pages to the West Wing archive because I thought I could expose Ernesto and save the women before he buried the truth. Marcello arriving like rescue, the gunshot, the fall. Blood on marble, glass in my feet, my hand on my stomach, the baby already gone before the hospital, or maybe in those first hours. The details were mercifully blurred, the grief was not. I touched Ernesto's face. He closed his eyes under my palm like he deserved a blade and received mercy instead. You didn't kill her, I whispered. His eyes opened. Pain flooded them. No. But your choices helped make the room where we lost her. His jaw trembled once. Yes, I breathed through the hurt. That was the truth, not Marcello's poison, not Ernesto's defense, the terrible middle. You should have told me. I know. Right? You should have let me grieve with my own mind. I know. You should have trusted that pain belonged to me too. His voice broke. I know. For a long moment, we sat there in the firelight, holding the death of a daughter who had only existed in secret rooms, yellow paint, vitamins, and a mother's body. Then a knock hit the door. Hard. Fast. Ernesto turned instantly, one arm still around me. Enter. Luca stepped in, face grim. Marcello escaped transport. The room went cold. Ernesto stood so fast the blanket shifted around me. What? Legal wing ambush. 2 council guards dead, one of ours wounded. Marcello's men used court service access tunnels. The warning slammed back. Transport is the danger point. Marcello still has men in the legal wing. Ernesto's face became death. Luca looked at me, then back at him. He left a message. My blood turned cold. Ernesto's voice lowered. Where? Luca hesitated. I already knew. The yellow room. I got out of bed. Ernesto turned. No. The word came automatic. Then he stopped. The old cage had risen between us by reflex. I watched him feel it, correct it. His jaw tightened. I do not want you near this, he said. Better, I whispered. His eyes were burning. He is using her. Our daughter, I said. Say it. The room went silent. Ernesto looked as if the words had ripped through him. Our daughter, he said. I nodded, tears still on my face. Then I am going. He closed his eyes for 1 second. When he opened them, the Don and the husband stood in the same body, both bleeding, both listening. Beside me, he said. I stood straighter, beside you. The yellow room waited at the end of the dim hallway. This time, no one blocked me. Not Rosa, though she stood near the stairs with tears streaming silently down her face. Not Luca, though his weapon was drawn. Not Ernesto, though every step toward that door seemed to carve something out of him. The door was still pale yellow, soft, beautiful, cruel. My hand shook when I reached for the knob. Ernesto's hand hovered near mine. Not touching. Waiting, I took his hand, his breath caught. Together we opened the door. The room smelled faintly of dust, old paint and lavender sachets. Everything inside was covered with white sheets. A crib, a rocking chair, a small dresser, a bookshelf shaped like a house. The curtains were yellow with tiny embroidered stars. Sunrise with bad manners. A sob lodged in my throat. On the wall above the crib, someone had painted a mural of a golden bird flying over dark cypress trees. I remembered painting one wing myself, badly, while Ernesto stood behind me pretending I had not dripped paint on his shoes. My knees weakened. Ernesto caught me by the waist, then loosened immediately. I leaned into him anyway. On the crib lay a white card. A pressed lily rested on top of it. Ernesto's entire body went rigid. Luca moved forward first, checking for wires, powder, traps. After a tense moment, he lifted the card with gloved fingers. His face hardened. He looked at Ernesto, then at me. Read it, I said. Luca's jaw flexed. Signora, read it. His voice was tight. Every throne needs an heir. Shame yours never learned to breathe. The room exploded without sound, not literally. Inside me. A white-hot rupture. Ernesto moved like murder had been given legs. I grabbed his wrist. He stopped. Barely. His pulse pounded under my fingers. No, I said. His eyes were black. He put that in her room. Yes, he dies. No. My own voice shocked me, but it held. No, Ernesto. He wants that. He wants you wild. He wants you to turn our daughter's room into the place where you finally become the monster he kept promising me you were. His jaw shook. He used her. I know. He wrote that about our child. I know. His face broke then. Not much. Enough. I cannot let him breathe. I stepped closer, pain in every breath, grief in every bone. You can, not because he deserves it, because she deserves more than being used to make another man violent. His eyes filled. I put his hand against my stomach. This time he did not pull away. This time the secret had a name, even if we had never given her one. Our daughter was not a throne, I whispered. She was not an heir. She was not leverage. She was ours. His hand trembled against me. A tear slipped down his face. The first I had seen. He did not hide it. Rosa sobbed behind us. Ernesto bowed his head until his forehead touched mine. She was ours, he whispered. The room held us. For one sacred, shattered moment, the Mafia vanished. There was no council. No ledger. No Marcello. Only a yellow room. A mother, a father, and the ghost of a child who had changed everything without drawing a single breath. Then Luca's phone rang. He answered, listened, and looked at Ernesto. Marcello is at the foundation. My blood chilled. What? He triggered the old emergency alert. He is broadcasting from your office. Live feed to council channels and press contacts. Marcello had gone to my foundation, my place, my women, my life before and beyond Ernesto. My grief turned into something clean. Not rage, purpose. Then that's where we end it, I said. Ernesto looked at me. I looked back. No cages. No locking me here. No choosing for me. He nodded once. No cages. The Fellowing Foundation was lit like a crime scene when we arrived. Black cars blocked both ends of the street. Ernesto's men moved in disciplined silence. Council watchers hovered at the edges, pretending they were not terrified of what they might be forced to admit. Inside, Marcello had turned my office into a stage. Again. He stood behind my desk with a gun in one hand and my foundation photo board behind him. Alina's beach picture was gone from its place and pinned to the center like bait. A camera faced him. A laptop streamed to council servers. His face was bruised, one hand bandaged badly, suit torn at the collar. Still beautiful, still poisonous. When I walked in beside Ernesto, his smile bloomed. "There she is," Marcello said, "the grieving queen." Ernesto's body tightened. I placed my hand lightly against his arm, not to restrain him, to remind him. He stayed. Marcello saw. His smile faltered, only a little. "Good." I stepped forward. "Get out from behind my desk." His eyes flashed. "Still possessive of small things?" "No," I said, "protective of real ones." He laughed and lifted the gun slightly. Ernesto shifted. I did not look at him. "Marcello," I said, "you've been live long enough." His eyes narrowed. "What? The council is watching, maybe press contacts too." That was the point, wasn't it? Make Ernesto look unstable, make me look broken, make yourself look like the last man telling the truth. His smile returned slowly. "You are broken, yes." The room quieted. I let the word sit. "Yes, Marcello, I am. You helped break me. Ernesto helped break me. Grief broke me. Memory broke me. But broken does not mean stupid. Broken does not mean yours." His jaw tightened. "You came here to expose the truth?" I asked. "Someone has to." "Good." I turned slightly toward the camera. "My name is Fiona Fellowing Signianno. This is my foundation. Marcello Signianno used its emergency routes to move women as assets. He abducted Alina Voss, threatened her children, manipulated my memory loss, staged evidence against Ernesto, and escaped council custody using compromised legal wing guards." Marcello lifted the gun higher. "Careful." "No, you be careful, because unlike the opera house, this time you are standing inside my system." His face changed. I reached beneath my collar and pulled free the tiny pendant around my neck, a foundation panic transmitter. Past Fiona had worn it in one of the photos. Rosa had placed it around my neck before we left, hands shaking, saying only, "You told me never to let you walk into your office without this." I pressed it. Screens across the office flickered. Then Marcello's live feed split. On one side, his face. On the other, the opera house recording transcript, the video files, the transport alert, the legal wing guard, names Luca had uploaded, and the ledger fragments tied to Marcello's shell companies. Marcello stared. The gun wavered. I smiled. "You wanted a broadcast." His face twisted. "You little?" He fired. Ernesto shoved me aside, and the bullet shattered the glass frame behind me. Men surged from both entrances. Marcello grabbed the nearest hostage, one of the council techs, dragging him backward toward the file room. Not a woman this time. Not me. A man. Coward to the end. "Stay back!" Marcello shouted. The tech whimpered. Ernesto raised his gun. So did Luca. I stepped forward before anyone could stop me. "Marcello." His wild eyes snapped to mine. "You lost." He laughed, ragged and ugly. "I am still holding a life." "No," I said. "You are holding proof that you only understand people as shields." His grip tightened. The tech gasped. I took another step. Ernesto's voice came low behind me. "Fiona." "I know." And I did. I knew the risk. I also knew the man in front of me, not because memory had fully returned, because pattern had. Marcello needed to feel superior, so I gave him the one thing he could not resist. "Ernesto chose me over Empire," I said. "The council heard it. The families heard it. You heard it." Marcello's face contorted. I stepped closer. "But no one ever chose you, did they?" The room went still. His eyes changed. There. The wound beneath the villainy. Too small to excuse him. Large enough to steer him. "You were useful," I said softly. "Never loved, never chosen, never first. So you turned every woman, every child, every survivor, every root, every secret into leverage, 'cause leverage was the closest you could get to mattering." His hand shook. The gun moved an inch from the tech's head. 1 inch. Enough. Luca fired. Not killing. Clean shot to Marcello's gun hand. The weapon hit the floor. Ernesto moved next, slamming Marcello down onto my office floor, knee between his shoulders, one hand twisted behind his back. Marcello screamed not from pain, from humiliation. Ernesto leaned close. I could not hear what he said, but Marcello went pale. Then Ernesto looked at me. Question. Not request for permission to kill. Not anymore. Question. I walked over and stood above Marcello. He glared up at me, breathing hard, defeated at last inside the very foundation he had tried to corrupt. You wanted to tell my story, I said. He spat blood onto the floor. I crouched, ignoring the pain in my ribs. Here is the ending. You do not die as Ernesto's vengeance. You live as my evidence. His face twisted. That hurt him more. Good. Council guards took him this time under Luca's direct watch, with Ernesto's men recording every step and Donatella Ricci herself on the live feed confirming custody. No legal wing. No private tunnel. No second chance. Marcello was dragged out screaming that Ernesto would never let me be free. For once, his words did not enter me like poison. They passed through, because the answer stood beside me, breathing hard, blood on his cuff, waiting for me to choose where to stand. 3 months later, the yellow room was open. Not finished, not erased. Open, that was my rule. The sheets were gone, the crib remained, but not as a shrine. The rocking chair sat near the window. The curtains with tiny stars had been washed and rehung. On the dresser sat a small gold frame with no photograph inside, just one handwritten line. She was ours. We had not named her. Not officially. Sometimes I called her Sunrise. Sometimes Ernesto stood in the doorway and whispered nothing at all. Both were allowed. The Fellowing Foundation survived. More than survived. It became independent, audited, protected by women I chose and lawyers who answered to me. Alina Voss and her children remained safe. I spoke to her every Sunday on a secure line. Her daughter had found another red bucket. The ledger was not burned, it was separated. Names protected. Crimes exposed. Routes rebuilt clean where they could be, destroyed where they could not. Ernesto lost part of his council authority and did not fight to reclaim it. That was how I knew he meant what he had said. Power still lived in him. Of course it did. He was Ernesto Signianno. But now when power reached for me, he made it open its hand. My memory returned in pieces. Some beautiful, some brutal. Some I chose not to chase. Healing was not a dramatic sunrise. It was paperwork, nightmares, arguments, quiet breakfasts, therapy, Rosa's broth. Luca pretending not to cry when I told him he was still a golden retriever raised by wolves. And Ernesto asking, every day in different ways, whether the door was open because I wanted it open. On the night I signed the final Foundation independence papers, I found him in the yellow room. He stood by the crib, one hand resting on the rail, head bowed. I watched him from the doorway. You can go in without me, I said. He turned. I know. But you don't. His eyes softened. I like knowing you know where I am. That was not possession. Not anymore. That was offering location instead of demanding access. I crossed the room and stood beside him. For a while, we said nothing. Then I placed the Foundation papers inside the empty crib. His eyes moved to them. What are you doing? Giving her the first clean thing that came out of the mess. His throat moved. She would be proud of you. I smiled sadly. She would bite kings. A broken laugh left him. Then tears filled his eyes. He did not hide them. I took his hand. He looked down at our joined fingers, then at my face. I love you, he said. Not as a claim, not as defense, not as a key to unlock forgiveness, just truth. I know, I said. Pain moved through his expression, but he accepted the answer. I squeezed his hand. And I love you. His breath stopped. I continued before he could turn those words into absolution. But love is not the end of what you owe me. His eyes burned. I know. It is the beginning. Yes, you keep earning me. Every day. And when you fail, I tell you before failure becomes a cage. I nodded. That was a vow I could live with. He lifted my hand slowly, giving me time to pull away. I did not. He kissed my knuckles, then my palm, then the inside of my wrist where the scars from the opera restraints had faded but not vanished. Aftercare for a life. That was what love had become between us. Not the absence of wounds. The refusal to pretend they were not there. I leaned into him, and his arms came around me only after I moved first. Outside, rain began again, soft against the windows. The yellow room glowed in lamplight. Not ready, not finished, but open. Like me, like him, like us. I looked at the tiny gold frame on the dresser. She was ours. Then I looked at Ernesto, my dangerous husband, my broken promise, my earned love, the man who had lowered the gun and opened the cage one choice at a time. I woke up married to the Mafia king, I whispered. His mouth curved faintly, sad and beautiful. And your last note told you to run from him. I touched his face. Yes. His eyes held mine. And now? I looked around the yellow room, at the grief we no longer locked away, at the papers in the crib, at the open door behind us, then back at him. And I said, I stay because the door is open. Ernesto closed his eyes, and when he lowered his forehead to mine, he did not hold me like a man afraid I would run. He held me like a man grateful I was free to. Epilogue. 1 year later, I stood in the ballroom of the Signianno estate with a diamond on my hand, a scar on my wrist, and a loaded truth tucked beneath my ribs. Not a secret. A truth. There was a difference now. Secrets were locked doors, truths were doors you chose when and how to open. Tonight, I was opening one. The estate did not look like a cage anymore. That was not because the walls had changed. The gates were still iron. The windows were still tall. The portraits still watched from their gilded frames with the judgment of dead men who had probably deserved worse than history gave them. But the doors were open. Not symbolically, literally. The West Wing had been restored and turned into the new emergency legal archive for the Fellowing Foundation. The room where I had bled now held sealed files for women who would never again have to beg dirty men for clean roads. The marble still did not match perfectly. I refused to replace it. Let the scar show. Some places should not pretend nothing happened. The yellow room remained upstairs, not hidden, not displayed, not turned into a shrine for other people's pity. Sometimes I went in alone and sat in the rocking chair. Sometimes Ernesto came with me. Sometimes we spoke to the daughter we had never held. Sometimes we said nothing at all. Grief had become part of the house, not a ghost, a resident. And tonight, the house was full of people who had once whispered my name like a scandal, and now said it like a warning. Mrs. Signianno, Fiona Fellowing, the wife who survived, the founder who exposed Marcello, the woman who made a Mafia council sit through survivor protection reform while wearing black silk and refusing to blink. I preferred that last one. The ballroom glittered around me. Chandeliers poured warm light over polished floors. Men in tailored suits moved with champagne glasses and careful eyes. Women in jewel-toned gowns spoke in low voices beside marble columns wrapped in white roses. No lilies. Never lilies. Rosa had outlawed them from the estate with such elegant violence that even Ernesto's oldest captains treated the flower like contraband. At the far end of the ballroom, a small gold sign stood beside a display of photographs. The Sunrise Fund. Emergency relocation grants for women and children leaving violent homes. No names of donors. No portraits of powerful men pretending generosity was virtue. Just the work. That was my rule. The first photograph on the display was not Alina Voss, because she and her children were still protected. But beside the donation ledger sat a tiny red bucket. Hers, a gift from Alina's daughter, a reminder, a promise. I touched it once as I passed. Across the room, Ernesto watched me. He always watched me. The difference now was that he no longer watched like surveillance. He watched like a man who understood witnessing was not ownership. He stood near the balcony doors in a black tuxedo, devastatingly handsome in the way that made rooms behave stupidly around him. Dangerous still. That had not changed. I had not married a gentle man and rewritten him into someone harmless. I would not have respected the lie. Ernesto Signianno was still a don, still feared, still capable of ending a threat with a look and an order murmured too softly for anyone but Luca to hear. But he had changed where it mattered. He asked. He answered. He told me what room he was entering before someone else had to tell me where he had gone. And when power rose inside him like instinct, he opened his hand. Every day. Not perfectly, but faithfully. That was the part no fairy tale prepared women for. Love was not one grand apology. Love was the same man choosing again at breakfast, in hallways during arguments, before locked doors after nightmares, in front of men who expected him to command and found him listening instead. His eyes met mine over the crowd, a small question. Are you all right? I lifted one brow. Do I look breakable? His mouth curved. No, good answer. I turned away before I smiled too much. Fiona? The voice behind me was older, feminine, and sharp enough to cut glass. Donatella Ricci approached in a silver gown with her white hair pinned at the nape of her neck. She carried no champagne. Women like Donatella did not need something in their hands to look dangerous. You have doubled the projected donations, she said. I glanced around the ballroom. Fear is a generous motivator. Her mouth twitched. So is respect. Let's not flatter them too soon. No, she agreed. Men grow weak under praise. I liked her more every time we spoke. Her gaze moved toward Ernesto. He looks restless. He hates events where he cannot threaten anyone out loud. He has grown. I looked at him again. A councilman had approached him. Ernesto listened with that cold, unreadable expression that made other men sweat through expensive shirts. Then the councilman glanced at me. Ernesto's face changed by 1 degree. The man immediately looked away. I smiled. Some growth has limits. Donatella laughed softly. Good, I would have worried if he became boring. A server passed. I took water instead of champagne. Donatella noticed. Her sharp eyes missed very little. I saw the question form. Then, unlike most powerful people, she did not ask it. That was why she had survived this long. Your speech is next, she said. I know. Nervous? Yes. Good. Nerves make honest women sharper. Does anything make dishonest men sharper? Fear of honest women. This time I laughed. The sound crossed the ballroom. Ernesto heard it. His eyes found me again, and something soft moved through his face before he hit it. Too late. I saw. I always saw him now. Not because I remembered everything, because I had learned him again with my eyes open. Luca appeared at my side a moment later, immaculate in a black suit, earpiece in, scarred brow lifted. Signora. Luca. The east entrance is secure. Foundation staff arrived safely. The council media liaison is complaining about your approval restrictions. Wonderful. Tell him the restrictions stand. I did. And he complained again. What did you say? That tragic men often mistake repetition for influence. I stared at him. Then I grinned. You've been spending too much time with me. His face remained sober, but his eyes warmed. There are worse fates. You are still a golden retriever raised by wolves. Yes, Signora. He said it with such dignity that I nearly laughed again. Then his expression shifted. Just slightly. There is one more thing. My body knew before my mind did. Not danger. Importance. What? He handed me a small sealed envelope. No name on the outside. But the paper was cream, expensive and familiar. My throat tightened. Who brought this? Alina's courier. I looked down at it. My fingers trembled once. Luca saw and tactfully looked across the ballroom as if a chandelier had become fascinating. I opened the envelope. Inside was a photograph. A beach, 2 children. A girl with grown-in teeth now, smiling so wide it hurt to see. A boy with a red bucket lifted above his head, and beside them, a woman with dark hair, face finally turned toward the camera. Alina, alive. Not hidden behind shadow, not blurred, not safe enough to be public, but safe enough to be seen by me. On the back, in Alina's handwriting, were 5 words. She would be proud too. My vision blurred. I pressed the photograph to my chest. For a second, the ballroom became too bright, too loud, too full of living people when one small life was not here. Then Ernesto was beside me. Not touching, just there. What is it? He asked softly. I showed him. His face changed, not dramatically. Ernesto's pain rarely performed. It moved through his eyes first, then settled somewhere deep in his chest. He read the back. His throat worked once. She would, he said. I looked at him. Our daughter? His eyes lifted to mine. Yes. I breathed through the ache. A year ago, I would have folded around that pain and called it weakness. Tonight, I let it stand beside joy. Both belonged. The music softened. Rosa appeared near the front of the room and gave me the look she reserved for 3 occasions: neglected meals, reckless behavior, and public speeches. Apparently, I was late. Ernesto offered me his arm, not taking my hand, offering. I slipped my fingers around his forearm. We walked to the small stage at the end of the ballroom together, beside each other. The room quieted. Every eye turned. Old enemies, new allies, foundation lawyers, survivors whose faces were protected from cameras, council members who had come because absence would say too much. Donatella Ricci in silver. Rosa crying already, because Rosa had no discipline when it came to emotions and would still deny it under oath. I stepped behind the microphone. Ernesto stood 3 feet away. Not behind me like a shadow. Not in front like a shield. Beside me like a vow. I looked at the room. 1 year ago, I began. I woke up with no memory of the life I had been living. The ballroom went utterly silent. I was told I had a husband. I was told I had enemies. I was told I had survived an attack. I was told many things by many people who thought truth became safer when filtered through power. My gaze moved across the room. Several men looked uncomfortable. Good. But truth does not become safe because someone powerful holds it. It becomes safer when the person most harmed is allowed to hold it too. Ernesto's eyes were on me. I felt them. I did not need to look. This fund is not charity, I said. Charity lets powerful people feel generous while nothing dangerous changes. This fund is infrastructure. It is escape money, legal pressure, new documents, safe housing, child relocation, emergency medical care. It is the door that opens before a woman has to bleed on the floor to prove she needed one. No one moved. I looked toward the red bucket on the display. It is named the Sunrise Fund because there was a room in this house painted yellow for someone who never came home. A sound moved softly through the crowd. Not gossip. Breath. I kept my voice steady. She was loved. She mattered. And the grief of losing her will not be turned into silence. It will become roads for children who still have time to run toward morning. Beside me, Ernesto's hand closed slowly into a fist. Not anger, grief held still. I turned toward him, only briefly. His eyes were wet. He did not look away. I faced the room again. So tonight, give. Not because Don Ernesto Signianno is standing here. Not because you fear what his family can do. Not because my name is attached to his. Give because some woman you will never meet is counting minutes in a locked bathroom, holding her child's shoes, wondering if the world has a door with her name on it. My voice lowered. We are building that door. Silence. Then Donatella Ricci stood. One clap. Sharp. Deliberate. Rosa followed, crying openly now. Then Luca. Then the foundation staff. Then, one by one, the room rose. Applause filled the ballroom, not polite, not soft, thunderous. I stood there beneath the chandeliers, the photograph of Alina's children pressed inside my palm, Ernesto beside me, and for the first time since memory returned, I felt the past loosen its grip. Not leave, never leave, but loosen, enough to breathe. After the speech, people surrounded me, hands touched my arm. Women whispered thank you. Men offered checks with faces pale enough to tell me the amount would be impressive. Rosa forced food into my hand. Luca intercepted 3 separate councilmen before they could bore me with compliments. By midnight, the ballroom had emptied into smaller clusters. I escaped to the balcony. The night air was cool and smelled of rain, cypress, and the distant sea. I stood alone for perhaps 30 seconds before Ernesto appeared in the doorway. He did not step out. May I? I smiled faintly. You live here. That was not the question. My heart did that stupid, tender thing it still did when he got it right. Yes, he joined me at the railing. For a while, we watched the dark gardens. Then he said, You are magnificent. I know. A quiet laugh moved through him. God, I loved that sound. It no longer felt stolen. I have something for you, he said. I turned. His face had become serious. Too serious. What did you do? Ask before assuming crime. You are a Signianno. Crime is statistically reasonable. His mouth curved, then faded. He reached inside his jacket and removed a folded document. My body stiffened. He saw. It is not a contract. I took it carefully. The heading read, Voluntary Spousal Autonomy Agreement. I stared, then looked at him. What is this? His jaw tightened. Legal confirmation that you retain independent authority over the foundation, your personal assets, your residence, medical decisions, communications, and travel. It also gives you full access to all household security logs involving your movement or communications. Nothing can be sealed from you under my authority. My throat closed. I looked down at the paper. There was more. A line at the bottom, already signed by Ernesto. Beside his signature was a second blank line. Mine. You made me papers to prove I'm not your prisoner? His face tightened with pain. No, I made papers so no man after me can exploit what I once did. The words hit deep, not romantic, better, practical repentance, love with receipts. I swallowed hard. And if I don't sign, then it still stands on my side. Your signature only confirms receipt, not permission. A tear slipped before I could stop it. Ernesto saw and went still. I did not mean to hurt you. I know. Is it wrong? No. My voice broke. It is painfully right. He exhaled slowly. I looked at him through tears. You understand this does not make everything healed. Yes, you understand I may still get angry about things that happened. Yes. You understand, sometimes I will remember something new and hate you for an afternoon. His mouth twitched with grief. Only an afternoon? Don't get ambitious. He nodded solemnly. I will schedule emotional accountability accordingly. I laughed, a real laugh. It broke through the night, through the grief, through the heavy year behind us. Ernesto looked at me like he always did when I laughed, like the sound had found a place in him no empire ever reached. I signed the document, not because I needed legal proof to believe him, because the woman I was now liked locks that opened from my side. When I handed it back, he did not take it. Keep it, he said. So I did. Then he reached for something else, a small velvet box. My heart stopped. Ernesto. It is not what you think. Men only say that when it absolutely is. He opened the box. Inside was a ring, not a replacement wedding ring, not larger, not grander, a slim gold band with a tiny yellow diamond set inside, almost hidden unless the light caught it. My breath left me. For her, I whispered. For you, he said. For her, for the room that stayed open. I touched the edge of the box. It is not an apology, he said quickly. Not forgiveness, not a claim. What is it? His eyes held mine. A sunrise you can wear or refuse. I stared at the ring until it blurred. Then I removed my wedding band. Ernesto went motionless. The night held its breath. I placed the yellow diamond band on my finger first, then my wedding band above it. His eyes closed, only for a second. When he opened them, there was so much feeling there I almost had to look away. Almost. I choose both, I said. His voice was rough. Both? Her and us. A tear slipped down his cheek. He did not hide it. I reached up and wiped it away with my thumb. Your enemies would be horrified to know how much you cry now. I do not cry. Liar. Strategic moisture. I laughed again, and this time he smiled. Fully. Rare. Devastating. Mine because I was free to want it. He offered his hand. Dance with me? There is no music. I remember you once said I should stop requiring ideal conditions for beautiful things. That sounds annoyingly wise. You were unbearable. You loved me. I did. I stepped into his arms. Not because he pulled me, because I moved. We danced slowly on the balcony without music, the estate glowing behind us, the gardens dark below, the open doors breathing warm light into the night. His hand rested at my back, not claiming, supporting. Mine rested over his heart. It beat steady beneath my palm. We had lost. We had survived. We had rebuilt. Not into the innocent version of love people pretended was best, but into something scarred and awake and honest enough to hold grief without letting it become a cage. At the edge of the balcony doors, I saw Rosa watching and crying into a napkin. Luca stood beside her, pretending not to see, eyes suspiciously bright. I rested my cheek against Ernesto's chest. Do you think she knows? I whispered. His hold tightened gently. Who? Our daughter. His breath paused, then he pressed a kiss to my hair. I think wherever she is biting kings. I smiled through tears. Good girl. The night wrapped around us. The door behind us stayed open. And this time, when I stayed in Ernesto Signianno's arms, it was not because I had forgotten how to run. It was because I remembered and chose not to. Thank you for listening to this Dark Mafia Romance audiobook from Bayless D'Ambra. If Fiona and Ernesto's story pulled you in, please take a second to like the video, leave a comment, and subscribe. It truly helps the channel. Every like, every comment, and every full listen tells YouTube that these long-form romance stories deserve to be pushed to more listeners who love dangerous men, strong women, emotional twists, and love stories that have to be earned. Tell me in the comments, did Ernesto deserve Fiona's forgiveness, or did he cross too many lines? And don't forget to subscribe for more. Dark Mafia romance audiobooks filled with obsession, betrayal, scandal, heartbreak, and powerful happily ever afters. This story was written and is owned by Bayless D'Ambra. Please do not copy, repost, or reuse without permission. I will see you in the next story, but until then, stay ruined.